2 on mine. All right.
Okay, and I believe we're live. Howdy, everyone. How you doing? Dangerous Freedom here. I got my friend Manor Mayhem. I think you misspelled your first name.
Oh man, I did.
No, this is Major Mayhem.
What the heck? Let me fix that. I'll be right back.
All right. So, anyways, yeah, we're doing our Saturday night stream. Normally, I have my brother Roger here, and for some reason, I have not been able to get in touch with him today. Not sure why that is. I'm not gonna get too paranoid because Roger is pretty well prepared. So, oh, there he goes. Okay, now he's got it. So I'm not worried too much about Roger, but he does live in Michigan where they've got that tyrannical governor. She kind of reminds you of the Wicked Witch of the East. You know that one. What's her name? Gretchen Watson or whatever.
Hold on.
Yeah. Mute that. Actually, you know what? Let me do this.
What? I just need. There. Okay, go ahead and talk.
Okay.
All right, we are ready to go. And there's going to be a little delay because letting everybody know that's on Tactical Technicians. Mine, there's going to be a delay. I'm on Dangerous Freedoms right now. We're double broadcasting. And so there's going to be a little bit of delay. I'm going to address everybody on my channel as I can. So what's up, man?
TCP, hello, brother.
And if you are over on my channel, make sure you hit up Dangerous Freedom and vice versa if you're on Dangerous Freedoms.
Hey, what's up, Redneck? Rebel Jack?
Oh, I just got your notification that you're live, dude. Jeez.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of weird. I mean, it just takes a minute. All right. Anyways, I want to say hello, Renegade Redneck. God bless you, brother. One day I'll get some of that fat wood. Pete the Patriot. What's up, my brother? Terry Christ. Of course, our wonderful Margot. She is so wonderful. She's always there for us.
Yeah, Scarecrow's 1776 on my channel says hello to both of us. So hello,
Hey,
Scarecrow.
I know who he is as well. Email your address. I'm not sure about that. Hey, what's up, Gray? Well, so like I was saying just a minute ago, normally it's Detroit Preppin and I that start this off, and he's a no-show. I literally have no idea what's going on with him. I know he is in Detroit, and I know. Oh wait, speak of the devil. There he is.
You just had to talk about it. I had to say his name 3 times.
I was just about to send out a squad to find you.
Here I am.
All right. Awesome.
How are you guys tonight?
Yeah. You had to say his name 3 times. That's what it was.
Hello,
like Beetlejuice.
Detroit Prep.
Yeah, hey, Warsaw Patriot. He's over on my channel.
Hey, Tigger. Okay, so anyways, yeah, this is Saturday Night Preppers. That's our focus for tonight. So I'm sure you guys heard.
I got on mine. I have it as boys. We're the Prep Boys.
So I'm sure that you've heard that Kim Jong-un is dead, right? Maybe.
Well, I've heard he's dead, but
right.
Yeah, yeah. It's kind of hearsay, right?
I won't believe it.
Hey, Emma. Good to see you, hon. Yeah, it's kind of hearsay at this point. It's like, well, he might be dead. He might not. His sister might have killed him. Hell, for all we know, his uncle killed him. It's like, I'm taking power. Who knows with those assholes? He's,
Who knows? That's for sure.
he will never
Does
die.
it affect us in any way? Is the question I have.
Can their missiles even reach our shores? I mean, from what I understand, not from their county to our county, their missiles wouldn't even make it to our land. Now I could be wrong. I don't know. Yeah, it's at 12B. You know, that's a pretty long range missile, and we've been practicing this for like decades. They've been like slingshotting them, right? Like basically put them in a slingshot, let it go, and see how far it lands. Sometimes it goes over Japan, and sometimes it don't. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
DM wants, will his sister take over if he's dead?
Who it is?
If Kim Jong Un's sister would take over his
God,
place.
he's scary, dude. I'll tell you what, they're all scary. I mean, I felt better with Kim Jong Un, to be honest with you. His sister, I don't know.
Well,
Yeah,
I gotta be honest with you. I don't know too much about any of them.
yeah,
They're such minor players geopolitically or whatever
yeah.
that what goes on there day to day pretty much doesn't have that much of a bearing over my life. Um,
Yeah.
I pray for Guam, but
Yeah.
as far as
Yeah.
Detroit, I don't,
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
foresee
Yeah. And
for the most part an
Pete's got a
invasion or
point.
anything.
Pete the Patriot does have a point. He said, "What about South Korea? I mean, their missiles could easily reach south, and but that would start. That's the scary part. It's like if they did something stupid like that, it would create a war, and North Korea would be obliterated. But then again, most of these countries could.
Yeah.
I mean,
Um,
anybody that's nuclear power, honestly, has the potential. But we've already been through a Cold War before. Remember when it was Russia and the Americans back in the 80s? And everybody was like, "Oh, well, if you hear the siren, get below the desk." And I mean, I was in like kindergarten at that point, and now it's like, whatever. We broke down the wall. Don't worry about nukes. We'll shoot them down. I mean, I honestly don't know how scared should we be of nukes. I do have NBC masks.
I don't know personally. I don't have any
Mhm.
inside intelligence as to any nation's willingness to use nuclear weapons against us, but I have to believe that it's a no-win situation. And
Yeah,
short of, I mean, I can't imagine the reason that somebody would use them against us, let alone any reason we would use them against somebody else. I mean, for us personally, I can't see it being of any value to us from what I know of our military. Um,
yeah,
Somebody to use them on us would mean absolute annihilation for that country, if not the whole world. So, I kind of, and unfortunately, I say this, I kind of put that as one of the least likely things that I'm
yeah.
getting ready for. Unfortunately, before that was the pandemic, and look where a lot of people ended up when that turned out to be our disaster or whatnot.
What's up, Steve? Good to see you, brother.
Yeah. God bless
United Space
America. It says
Marine.
hello to the two on my channel.
Hello to
So say God bless America.
Yeah, so on that note, yeah, you're going back to the whole mutually assured destruction, which is something we've discussed several times. If one rocket, one missile gets shot off, yeah, thousands of others will fire, right?
I don't know the exact
Amount.
parameters in which all this stuff would work, but I think short of what they would call an accidental strike of maybe one city or something like that, if you know China let off 6 or Russia sent 5 or whoever sent a half a dozen, that would be enough to unleash a wave from America that would absolutely, like I said, probably annihilate at least the country that was attempting the attack, or if it got out of hand, it would probably annihilate the world.
Yeah,
If you're
yeah.
talking about 1,000 nuclear explosions going off, I mean, I think that's going to pretty much destroy everything we know. And what it doesn't destroy outright, it will keep anybody from ever maintaining, so that at some point, not only the nuclear explosions we have to worry about, but nuclear reactors being uncared for. And it would, in my opinion, it would be a absolute loss of, 98% of the population.
What if they went with the EMP method and just detonate them above the atmosphere, just far enough to where they could knock out power grids? I mean, put us back in the Stone Ages. I mean, what would that do to us?
Well, I mean, in my opinion, if a country did do something like that, that would be pretty much the same as, signing their own death warrant. I mean,
Yeah,
if we didn't
declaration of war.
retaliate against them with the exact same technology, I'd have to imagine even our conventional military would be pretty much, and I mean, I don't know for sure, so I'm just stating my opinion that, the mobilization would be that of World War II in a matter of days. And, I don't think any country would be willing to sacrifice what they did have on this earth for a chance to wipe out the people of the U.S., which would not stop our military, which, if either one of you guys can correct me, I think more than half of it is not even in the country at any given time.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
I would tend to agree on that one. It would be a bad mistake on most people's part. There we go. Okay.
I just don't see what any country would gain by it. I don't see how that would assure them complete world domination or anything. I mean, it's a suicide move, I guess. They're ready to see the end of the world. So
I see what Scarecrow did there.
Possibly.
Scarecrow said it would create major mayhem. So what you did there?
Hey, what's up, Fred? Seven Wonders, howdy. Wow, holy crap. Okay, we're getting a few people in here now. We got Jeff B. We got White Space Marines. Space Marines. I like that idea. One of my old brothers, Fred Knott, Tigger's in here, and another good friend of mine, Pete the Patriot. Hey, Pete, if I sent you a link, you want to pop on? I'll just ask.
Oh, that would be great.
Yeah, Pete's Roger.
True Allegiance Flag
Yeah, you
Company
show up on
came
his
over.
chat too. Yeah, Pete's a good guy.
Yeah, I think us worrying about foreign attack right now is I don't know. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but the attack I'd be looking for is a small group of, you know, I don't even know the proper term, I guess, a small group of terrorists that would attempt something. I don't think a country, and I do understand that all small terrorist groups are sponsored at some level by a country. I just don't see a nation standing up on the stage and saying, we're attacking America, we're going to beat them back into the earth. I don't see the value to any country in doing that, and I don't see any country being so much more prepared than us for something like that. I mean,
yeah. I mean, they're pretty prepared, but they prepare for different things. It's like a lot of us say, all right, Pete, I'll drop it one time. There you go. So, no, I get what you're saying about that. The only thing is, oh, hold on. Sorry, I got distracted here. Yes, Connor, my son is doing better. In fact, even his doctor is like, wow, this kid's healing fast. So thank you for that. Yeah, my kid's pretty messed up. He snapped his leg clean in half. I haven't had to wipe his ass or anything like that, but he does have a pee jug next to his bed. So there's that, but that's handleable.
Praise for a U.S. invasion. I know.
No, there's Pete.
We gotta get some of us old veterans are out there going, please do something stupid so we can.
What's happening?
hey.
Can you hear me okay?
Pete.
Howdy, Pete. How you doing, brother?
Pretty good. What's happening?
Yeah, just doing our normal Saturday night stream.
Oh, okay.
It would seem that we're
just talked about that. We think Kim Jong-un is dead.
Well, wait, there's nobody who confirmed that yet.
No.
Yeah, nobody's confirmed it. They're saying that he's in a coma, that he's unresponsive, in a vegetative state, that he passed away, that they're working on succession. There's about 75 different stories out there right now.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah, there's really no way to know until an official state representative comes out and absolutely says that the leader of North Korea has passed away and this person is in succession going to take his place. So there's really no reason to jump out on YouTube or any other live streaming platform and make all these videos that these people are making, because they have no clue.
Yeah.
They have no clue. And to to say this stuff, you just gotta wait for the information to come out. That's
exactly all. Yeah, and that's all. And the information we get is touchy at best. I mean, look at the information we got out of China. Do any of us believe what the hell we hear from China? I don't believe a damn word of it, for the most part.
Well, believe this. China is going to do whatever it absolutely can possibly do to destroy this country. That I've been saying for the last 15 years. That was before YouTube, before everything else. They want to take the United States out. And they're in it for the long game. They're not in it for short gains or this, that, or the other thing. They're doing it globally. They're doing it globally by taking over other countries and investments in other countries. What's happening, Luciano? And now they've come here. Now they've come here. They're doing what they're doing. They're buying up all of our land. They're doing whatever they have to do, and they're going to take us out strategically.
But their land that they buy on our property, if this global reset happens, like a lot of us believe that it's going to happen, because honestly, there's not many other ways out of this mess. What we're in right now, it's a freaking nightmare. And a lot of people think this coronavirus is just, it's going to pass us and everything's going to go back to normal. I don't see that at all.
That gray area says you have way more domestic enemies to worry about rather than China. Who do you think those domestic enemies are working with? Who do you think the Nancy Pelosi's and the Chuck Schumers and the people who make all these secret junkets to Asia, who do you think they're working with? Dianne Feinstein with the 20-year veteran who was driving her car. Where do you think China got a lot of their information from? That's who your domestic enemies are. They're one and the same.
Yeah.
And Pete, I gotta tell you, DM is we're actually double streaming this. DM's on mine, and he says hi to you. So God bless America.
Amen to that. God bless America.
God bless
save
America.
our republic. And we're in.
I kind of missed what you guys were talking about here just a second ago. But Pete, do you think that there is a threat from other countries at this point of attack on the American homeland per se? I mean, I understand the little boat shooting and stuff like that, but
well, you got to consider what the American homeland is. Take into consideration what the American homeland is. The embassy that's in the little small town in Uganda, right? That's the American homeland. Okay? Guam is a territory. That's the American homeland. South Korea, which I said in the chat, has 30,000 American soldiers plus their families. That is 50 kilometers away from the border of South Korea. Seoul, which you can, with 50 kilometers, you can hit with a mortar.
Well, I mean, I understand all those places. I'm saying, do you foresee that China marches an army across into any territory that we occupy or support financially and militarily?
They don't have to. China doesn't have to do anything. I'm just saying, look at what's happening in North Korea right now. China's sending people over there to ensure continuity of government. That was a story that came out today.
Yeah.
Why would China be going over to North Korea to assist in governmental affairs?
They've been doing it for years.
I mean, say China's probably their biggest supporter financially, economically. They probably provide them with 90% of their military equipment. I would imagine that they don't make in North Korea.
Okay. Yeah. So the thing is that why wouldn't China be vested there? Why wouldn't China, if they really wanted to do what they say they've been wanting to do for the past, I don't know, God knows, 10 years, is be the economic powerhouse of the world? Why wouldn't there be an accidental slip of a missile to engage the United States?
Well, that would mean disaster.
For who?
For them. They
got a billion people over there. How much disaster can it be?
Well, I don't know. I mean, even in World War II, we fought at Normandy, and then instead of fighting we fought Iwo Jima, but then instead of taking the mainland of Japan, we bombed them instead. I mean, shock and awe effect, maybe? I honestly, I don't know. I hope
Well,
it doesn't come to that,
I
because
mean,
we've already discussed it. If it goes nuclear, everything's off the table. I mean,
it's kind of what we said earlier, Pete. It's not, in my mind, beyond the realm of possibility that there's a singular incident, but I think that's a long way from the one Chinese aircraft carrier and their 15 gunboats forming up and heading to San Diego or whatnot.
Right.
That's my.
Well, see, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. The United States, the last time the United States was invaded was in 1812. Okay? That's the last time the U.S. was invaded, was in 1812.
Again.
During World War II, everybody knew,
Tories.
right, who was our enemies in World War II, the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians, right? Some other countries too. They all knew that they could not invade the mainland of the United States. Japan tried it with balloons. They tried it with sabotage, but they couldn't invade the mainland of the United States. There was a famous guy that said there would be a rifle behind every blade of grass.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so take that off the table.
Pretty correct.
Because the United States is not going to be invaded. We have the largest military force in the world. Okay,
well, you just
right here on our soil.
Yeah, but Pete, you just take the people, and we have the largest standing army ever.
That's what I'm saying. We have the largest military force in the world. Between the 4 people that are talking right here, we probably own more firearms than most people do in Wuhan, China.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Without a doubt.
So, not having an invasion of our coasts, you know, New York, California, Texas, so on and so forth. The only thing that they can do to antagonize the United States is get us into an incident like a Gulf of Tonkin incident or something like that to spur on this event.
Yep, to fake it. Yep.
The Vietnamese did not have to attack the mainland United States in order for us to engage in Vietnam. Japan didn't have to bomb the United States mainland in order to get us involved in World War II. Right?
No.
Archduke Franz Ferdinand wasn't killed on American soil. We didn't have to be involved in World War I. We were never engaged in World War I until they sunk a ship of ours in international waters. So look at it in those respects and then think about what can happen.
Yeah, I mean, the possibilities are endless. I would never deny the fact that a war doesn't have to start on our continent to be a war that we're involved in. I just think that anything we're going to see is going to be kind of reminiscent of what we've seen in Iraq, in Afghanistan, where, yes, certain incidents would draw us into a conflict with foreign countries. How that would be resolved, I don't see it ever escalating to a nuclear exchange, or unless it was a situation where everybody somehow got together and hit those doggone buttons within an hour of each other.
Well, see, you don't know that because you don't know who's in charge of those buttons, right?
Well, I mean,
if you're unsure of a country's of their political stability, and they happen to have certain weapons that maybe you don't want them to have, you don't know. You can't predict what they're going to do.
Well,
you can't predict what they're going to do.
Yeah, you almost got.
They wanted us to be into a war so bad that they took airplanes and turned them into missiles.
Yeah,
and that's still going on right now.
Well, yeah, look at Obama. Man, he dropped more bombs than pretty much any other president, as far as I understand.
Right.
Yeah. You know, another thing that it hard to.
What's that, Mayhem? I'm sorry.
Another thing that makes it hard. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
5x5. Okay.
Yeah.
Another thing about the United States is when it comes to invasion, what I think a lot of other countries realize, and most Americans don't realize this, is we have the largest multiple geographical oddities that we have a desert, we have huge mountains, we have forests, and it's all sporadic throughout. So that makes it real difficult for invaders to invade anyways. If they came from the west, they would have to deal with the Rockies, and they would have to deal with the desert, before they got to the Rockies. And then you have a total of a bunch of forests in between, and then flatlands, which is really easy to stop an invasion. And then vice versa on the other side if they came from the east. So there, and then we have the Appalachian on the east. So that's a mountain range that they can, and it's so different, and they would have to have all the specific tools to do it. Like Afghanistan, it was easier because we knew we had mountains and desert, mountains and desert, mountains and deserts. And then, oh, look, there's a little green valley. Oh, we just passed it. And then that was it, mountains, mountains, mountains. Iraq was just desert, with scattered cities, towns. Here in the United States, it's almost like going from Iraq to the mountains of Afghanistan to the jungles of Vietnam, all in one. Boom. That's how crazy it is here.
Yeah. It's true. I just want to ask one of the guys, girls, whoever it is, in the chat said that planes didn't hit the buildings. I'd like to know what did.
Yeah, I'm curious on that because I watched the video footage. It looked like planes to me.
Yeah, I'm curious what you think hit the building.
I'm
not talking about the Pentagon. Not talking about the Pentagon. I'm talking about the two big tall buildings there.
Seven, whatever. Yeah, not seven. Seven never even got hit. But
I'm not talking about that one either.
No, but that's curious. It's like I think we all saw the footage. I mean, people got pretty good footage of that. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about what they had on board. Yeah, it's a different story.
Well,
but
I mean, that person said that planes did not hit the building. I mean, I want to know what he thinks, or she thinks hit the buildings. Those two buildings in particular.
Well, from what I've saw, it appeared to be planes.
Yeah, they
not an aviation expert, but something along the lines of
I've been on a couple of them. Yeah. I've been right up next to one before. It's like, yeah, they look pretty much like planes to me.
Saw the footage they wanted you to see. Okay, but that doesn't answer my question. My question was, you said that planes. What hit the building?
Missiles.
What started the fires and the holes in the buildings and all that stuff? That's what I'm curious about.
Is it Tuesday? Is he being a liberal today? No, it's not.
I don't know. I'm just asking a question. I'm being a legitimate person asking a question. I'm not trying to start nothing.
Oh, Slappy. Hey, Slappy.
Hello, Effie.
How did we go from what we were talking about to planes hitting buildings?
Somebody
asked the question directed at me, so
yeah, okay.
I answered it.
Fair enough. Okay, so yeah, they look like planes. I assume it was planes. If anybody's got proof that it was a nuclear missile, I'd be willing to listen. But it didn't look like a nuclear missile. It looked like a plane that literally just flew into the freaking tower. So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether, I've heard experts both ways. A plane couldn't bring a building down or this or that. There was explosives in the
Oh
building.
yeah, yeah.
I don't know whether any of that stuff is true or not, but what I do know is that I saw with my own eyes at least a plane hit the building, whatever took it down. I don't have enough information to debate, but I will state that I saw airplanes crash into those buildings.
Mm-hmm.
What that means, I guess that's up for debate.
Yeah,
I saw 2 planes crash into those buildings.
Yeah.
No black boxes, really, Fred?
I love when they like to debate that on 9/11. Everybody loves
I don't
to
know.
debate
I'm sorry, I
that
even
on
brought it up. So
9/11.
go ahead.
Like,
Go ahead, Ron. Keep going with your show there.
No, that's
Don't forget about that.
No, my buddy said there were no black boxes on board, or they couldn't find them. Is that true? They couldn't find the black boxes. Do you know anything about that, Pete?
No.
well, if you go back to the news reports, thank God for internet. If you go back to the news reports, they found a passport of one of the hijackers from the tower.
They found all 11.
But
that's amazing.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
And
Mayhem. I was just going to bring that up. They found 11 passports in the rubble that weren't even
but no black box.
They weren't even scorched or nothing.
Yeah.
They were just there.
Yeah, and no black box, and wow. Well, that means
that's
the black
amazing.
box should be made out of the same material as those passports.
I do want to answer Jeff B's question. Said, how did Building 7 come down? When it saw the other buildings fall down, it got scared and just fell down by itself.
That's what they said in the news.
The whole building just started shaking because it got so scared it fell down.
No, it was a piece of paper. It was a piece of paper that flew out of Building 3 and flew over and into the window of Building 7, and then it caught fire and burned down. That's that. Either
right?
Let's put it this way: both theories sound.
There's actual video evidence of the woman, the woman reporter. Have you seen that video of the woman reporter? She's reporting that Tower 7 fell, and it's still standing behind.
Yeah. I've seen that, man. You know what? There's so many different things on that. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Anyway, okay.
I mean, we
go ahead.
Keep for days.
So, anyways, Pete, I got to ask you. Okay, so I heard that you recently had that Freedom Day, I guess you could call it. It wasn't a week. Were you able to buy ammo?
No. By what? Freedom Day. What are you talking about? No.
Yeah, on the 23rd, one of the judges overruled the background checks on ammo.
Yeah.
And so people were like, for one day, I mean, I'm not even kidding you, maybe even for hours, for like 20 hours, they were able to go to the stores, buy ammo without having to, show their real ID or background or any of that crap, and then buy a bunch of stuff from out of state. And obviously there's a lot of ammo headed your way, brother.
Oh, I'm sure there is. Somebody just sent me a text message saying that they put a stay on that.
Yep.
So you can't do it anymore. They
did it for, like I said, a matter of hours, 20 hours. You had like a 20-hour window to buy ammo. And
so the Ninth Circuit Court overturns, right? They overturn that. And then another judge says, no, I'm not going to take what you say as the law. I'm going to put a stay on it.
Yep.
So it can go back into being in, and then next year it'll go up to the Supreme Court and it'll be overturned. Meanwhile, California is wasting hundreds of millions of dollars on thousands of lawsuits like this that they have against them, and they still can't feed the homeless in California, or they can't do something to help with the pandemic. They need federal money for that. Maybe they should stop suing the Trump administration and losing so much leave the people to their rights, and move on. That's my suggestion.
Wow.
That's my suggestion.
That would be a beautiful world we lived in if that was.
Wouldn't it be? That would be
ecstatic. Sounds like a perfect world to me. Hey,
Yeah.
just leave me the hell alone. I'll do mine. You do yours. I'm not going to interfere with your world. You don't interfere with mine.
Because what you hear a lot is that California is suing the Trump administration over this immigration law. And it's all out there for a week. Where Javier Becerra is suing. He's suing. But what you're not hearing is Javier Becerra is losing. He's losing.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing it just to stop what the law is for a few days here and there, a few weeks, a few months or whatever, but they're losing it. They're losing almost all of their fights here in California. And believe me, it costs money to go to court.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't care. They just keep spending it. So this stay will go in place. They will get it overturned. It'll go to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will say that the lower court's ruling of it being non-constitutional will stay, and then that's it. It's just a big waste of money, taxpayer money.
It's not just on a state level where they're wasting the money. I mean, how many times have they dragged Trump in for, Russian collusion, this, that? And I mean, to me, the most amazing thing is that the crimes that are known are not prosecuted. They want to discover crimes that don't exist and then try to prosecute for that. And I mean, it's
here's what I say. Here's what I say. And I say this a lot to liberal people, like uber liberal people that, like I always say, if Trump shit gold bricks down Pennsylvania Avenue, a liberal cop will give him a defecating on the sidewalk ticket to those people. And believe me, my emails are full of them. I say, how does it feel to be wrong about everything for the last 4 years? You were wrong about Russia. You were wrong about Ukraine. You were wrong about the hookers. You were wrong about this. You were wrong about that. But you keep going on like you have won some big victory. You've never been right about anything. Yet they keep going on. And don't get it wrong. After we're done with this pandemic bullcrap, they're going to try to impeach Trump over this after he wins the next election. Adam Schiff already said it. They're not going to do anything until the next election to investigate what Trump was doing. He said it outright already. So they already have it all planned out. And what's going to happen is they're going to be wrong again. And it's a shame that they can't admit it. I'm thinking it's kind of a sickness.
Well, Pete, as long as it only costs us, it's not going to be of concern to them. They're going to get their paycheck.
But the funny thing is,
direct deposited, no questions asked.
It's costing them too. That's where their tax dollars are going. Instead of fixing the roads and the bridges in their states and having all the stuff done that they're spending it on lawsuits.
That's not of concern to any of them. They don't care about their districts. They don't care about their constituents.
But they go and complain.
The third of the month that their $10,972 check is deposited into their account. They care that when they're in a meeting with heads of businesses, they're getting the inside information on what stocks to sell.
Yep.
That's the concerns they have. They don't care about you starving. They don't care about Dangerous Freedom not being able to pay his water bill. And they don't care about Detroit Preppin not being able to pay his electric bill. Their concerns are that they enrich themselves.
Yep.
And they continue to have the resources to put on these block parties and barbecues and fucking t-shirt giveaways and everything else. And they line up to vote for them because they're not threatening them with taking away their free check, their free money, their whatever bribe they're willing to pay their constituents, or at least promise to their constituents. And then, it's real easy for them to say, well, we didn't get that free money to you because the Republicans stopped us, so we got to vote more Democrats in. I mean, it's,
but you know what? Nancy Pelosi came out and said that at the lectern, said that the day that she went to DC and put a stop to the bill going through. She blamed it on the Trump administration when she specifically flew from San Francisco to DC to put a stop to the bill for the first round of small business loans. And then these people look at her and believe everything that she says. You don't have to have a large IQ or even common sense. All you have to do is listen to what she says, which makes me come to believe that these people don't even have that. And it's a shame.
Really? You finally come to that opinion, Pete?
You know, some people think I'm stupid.
Like the last 3 years, man.
Some people think that I'm stupid because I give people the benefit of the doubt. I give people, you know what? Sometimes these people are going to wake up. They have to do it after they saw this, and they don't. And you know what? It makes me look dumb.
I
think I kind of have the same problem of looking dumb. I mean, I've talked to Dangerous Freedom before about it, but I mean,
and we talk
I
all
have family members that are extreme left, and I would probably have to say 85% of my family members are extreme left.
Mm-hmm.
And the stuff I've seen them post in the last 2 or 3 years is just dumbfounding to me. Like, they'll hear Trump said drink Clorox bleach, and they'll go on for 2 days about how Trump said this, Trump said that. I mean, and then you'll hear a story about, well, Joe Biden assaulted a worker in his thing, and they'll just be like, another lie to keep Trump in the way. I mean, the thought process involved in it to me is so, I don't even know what to make of it anymore. And like I said, I've known these people 40 plus years in most cases.
Right.
And to know that they can be that easily manipulated by a story, it's just.
You know what? Ask them this.
Mm-hmm.
Ask them this.
Well, there'll be no asking them of anything.
Did they care? Right? Did they care about anything that Donald Trump did before he came down the escalator? Everything was okay with Donald Trump when he was writing checks to the Clinton Foundation, or writing checks to the Democratic Party, or writing checks to individual congressmen and congresswomen so they can be elected in New York. That's all good and well. When he was getting awards from black conservatives, right? When he was hanging out with Jesse Jackson and the other one,
Sharpton.
Al Sharpton, buddy, right? When they were at Trump Tower getting comped for everything, and you had, Don King, Jesse Jackson, and Al Sharpton and Donald Trump with their arms all around each other, and they're all having a good time. But all of a sudden, hold on, he was even getting medals with Rosa Parks. Whoa, hold on a second. All of a sudden, the dude's a racist, right? He's a xenophobe. He hates everybody. He hates the Jews. He hates the Christians. God Lord, he hates the Muslims. He hates the Muslims. He hates everybody. He's out to kill Mexicans. He's out to do this. He's out to do that. What happened 24 hours before he went down that escalator? People were loving him. They were loving him. They were loving his money.
Well, I can tell you what the greatest part about it, his whole presidency to me so far, has been going back and watching all the news channels talk about the fact that he'll never be elected. Ha ha ha! That's a laughing joke. Ha ha ha! I can assure you that it'll never happen. And when the people decided to take them up on that challenge, they literally lost their collective minds in it all. And it went from laughter to complete and utter outrage about everything the man says, does, look. They're debating whether his hair is real or not. Who gives a shit about whether his hair is real or not?
He might have that on his
some of the memes I see on this thing are just absolutely, I don't even know what the hell to call it. Is it herd speak, group speak? What? I mean, these people get a meme and that's the truth to them. Finding out what the truth is not of concern. Their trusted news source or their buddy on their Facebook page said Trump is this, Trump did that, and the guy's not perfect. He's a dipshit if you ask me, but
yeah,
he's the person that was elected to do the job, right or wrong, good or bad.
I say I did not want Obama to fail. I did not actively go out against and speak out against Obama. I did not want him to fail. He was the president of the United States, duly elected president.
Yeah.
If he fails, the country fails. Exactly. I did not go and say, "Oh, I hate Obama. I wish he would do this. I wish he would do that. I wish the hookers and the." No. I wanted him to succeed. I wanted him to make the United States the greatest country on earth. Not that we weren't already, but make it even better than it was.
Yeah, he was hope and hope and
change, right?
Hope and change,
it just so happens that he destroyed the country, and more is coming out about it every day. But it didn't mean that I wanted him to fail. I wanted him to live. I wanted him to succeed.
Well, Pete, I think the unfortunate part about it all is that his failures will not be known to us because of the hysteria over he was the greatest, he was this, he was that. If
the
you
greatest
speak against him, you're a racist.
What was he the greatest at?
Well, he was the greatest
impersonator. He was the greatest impersonator.
And anybody who uses race as a reason why I didn't like Obama as a president has a weak mind.
There's no other.
There's 100 different things that he did wrong.
There's no other excuse that a herd of people will scream out at the top of their lungs other than that, because they don't know what your opinion is. They won't take the time to find out what your opinion is.
No, they just
They're not even going to waste a minute trying to find out if anything you said is true or not. They're just going to say, all my friends over here said it was good, so it must be good. And that's what we're fighting against as far as how the media is reporting this stuff to us. How our own friends and family are being led into this hook, line, and sinker that if you're not for Obama, you're racist. If you are for Trump, you're racist. I mean, fuck, there's no way in the world not to be racist at this point. And that's coming from a half black man that can't even find himself not being racist.
Yeah, I don't get
How does that work?
Hey, there you go. Reliable says old Ronnie Reagan is not perfect.
Wait, hold on. What was that? What was that, Mayhem?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Roger, you're racist towards black people, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Old Reliable says Ronald Reagan. He wasn't perfect either. Old Reliable. Don't stop there. Keep going back.
Oh,
go
man.
back. I go back. None of them. One of them was perfect.
Abraham Lincoln ring a bell? The first.
He was not perfect either.
No.
Well,
they made a monument for Lincoln, and I'm like,
that's because that's the history that they want you to know.
After I learned the real history, I was like, wow, just wow.
Yeah.
They just
there was one president.
And then we see all these cops, Pete, like you've seen them, the ones that go into parks and arresting fathers throwing a ball with their children and arresting mothers that are taking their children to the park. You've seen all that. And how long are we going to tolerate that before?
Yeah, as long as people tolerate it.
Yeah,
there was a girl in Idaho who got arrested for having a yard sale.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'd like
She didn't
to
keep social distancing.
I'd like to put a shameless plug in here for Lowe's in Michigan. I'm sure Lowe's is in probably all your guys' states
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
But as you know, Michigan's been going through a lockdown, probably one of the severest lockdowns that have been imposed upon a population.
I thought you impeached that damn governor of yours.
And well, right now, as probably everybody knows, they had a period in which you weren't able to buy garden products and other items they deem non-essential. And I spent a lot of time over this lockdown period going to Menards, buying supplies for projects around the house that I'd never get to any other way. And recently, when I went to Menards, they won't let you in the store without a mask on. I've spoken earlier about Menard, and I pull into that parking lot, and there's 6 other cars there shopping. So for them to turn away business right now, to me, seems to be one of the stupidest things they can do. But Lowe's, who through all of this has been selling seeds and gardening supplies and everything else that the governor deemed non-essential, I'd like to encourage everybody in Michigan that's watching, and hell, whatever state you're in that's watching, go to Lowe's, spend some money. I know they're a big box store, but they don't require you to wear a mask. They didn't close their gardening supplies down because some crazy lady 150 miles away told them to. And that's where I've been shopping at the last 3 weeks and have not had one single problem buying anything in that store that I wanted to buy.
Yeah, I was at Home Depot yesterday. And let's put it this way, there was no room for 6 feet of people being 6 feet apart. That's how many people were in the store. And they were buying lots of stuff. I mean, the whole garden department was open. People were buying lumber and plywood, and I went there for a small fan. I mean, I had a problem maneuvering the cart around the store. There was so many people in it. I don't know. Alrighty. Anyway.
Right. We got Dick in here.
No, that's a good point. But you're absolutely right. But it also depends on the area you're in. I mean, Roger, he's been to points where his store was completely wiped out, whereas mine, we were never wiped out, but I live in a way different area. I'm Mesa, Arizona. It's like, I'm not in Detroit.
Hey guys, I got to get ready to go here, but Pete, I had one question for you. Did you ever find out anything more from Metro PCS about them turning off people's phones for non-payments? I know you had mentioned that before. In a previous.
Yeah, I actually, the store that I go to, they're closed. They've been closed. There's signs on the door. Have been for the last 3 weeks. So I couldn't get in there to talk to the guy. I tried to call the number he left on the door about that specific thing, and no, got nothing. So I just downloaded the app and I paid the monthly thing through the app, and everything is fine for now. But I mean, I haven't had any response to that. So yeah, but they say that they're not supposed to be turning off any essential services during this whole shenanigans going on here. But I haven't heard of anybody getting stuff turned off. So,
right, guys. Well, I'd like to thank everybody for having me, and Dangerous Freedom. I hopefully will see you in 1 week from today.
Absolutely, brother. I'll be there.
Right, guys. You all have a good night. I'll be watching.
I was a little worried about you. You were late.
See ya, man.
take it easy.
Cops get him. What happened? I mean, I don't know, man. In Michigan now, because I know you're not gonna listen to that damn governor of yours. So.
Not very.
He thought you were at the protest. All right, he's
All right, brother.
All right, guys.
Get you later. Yeah, I want to say hello to a
Hey,
few more friends of mine.
We gotta get like 6 feet. We gotta get 6 feet, man. I think everybody's close together.
Hey, how's it
Yeah,
going?
we're way too close together.
You see my car?
We got my brother Jack T. Ripper, and also my other brother. He's actually from Canada, JP.
Canada.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Canada.
Canada.
Radio stand.
The
Land of
Roman-
the French.
We haven't heard much coming out of Canada.
No, you really don't.
Mhm.
Canada sucks. I'll be the first one.
Well, there
I
you
mean-
have it, folks.
Yeah,
all
the last
that
thing
now.
I heard about Canada was that shooting they had. That was the last thing.
Yeah, that lasted for about
Trudeau coming out.
Yeah.
7 seconds on the news, and then it was back to, oh my God, we're all going to die from COVID-19.
Yeah, but Pete,
Yeah.
you remember if you look at the article, it lasted like over 17 hours. So it's like from the first call until they finally caught the guy, it was like 17 hours, and he never left the neighborhood. I mean, come on, what is that?
17 hours.
That's pretty shoddy police work. I mean,
And how many people did he kill? I mean, it was a
I don't
substantial.
know, somewhere between 17 and
17.
38. I don't know.
So
No,
he
I-
was going around shooting one
I heard
person an
17.
hour until they stopped him?
Well, the question is, were they French Canadian? Because if they're French Canadian, they only count like a quarter for each one.
Oh, that's harsh.
And the French are miserable people, and I mean, some people say repeal the 19th. I say repeal France.
Oh, man. That was very harsh.
The best thing about France is the French Foreign Legion, and that's because there's not one damn frog in it.
Oh, wow. Somebody doesn't like the French.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
got nothing against the French. It's just don't come back to our shores.
they,
The
you
French,
know,
French
we
have a
know-
new handshake when they
The
meet
what?
each other. The French have a new handshake when they meet each other. They just go like this.
the
That's
French
not
used to be a feared country.
Oh, yeah.
And it's I don't know what okay, in World War I they got destroyed, and then in World War II they rolled over and took it like the bitches they are, and they just never got over that. I've had the unfortunate pleasure to serve next to some French military people downrange, and basically we held them under house arrest because they refused to do anything. So we're in the middle of an actual war, and these bastards are like, oh, we want to be away from all these. We want to feel free to sell all of our arms over to Iraq. Fuck you, America. And we're like, yeah, you're not leaving. We're holding y'all hostage. We're not gonna put you in jail or anything. We're even gonna let you sit by the pool. But if you think you're gonna take your planes off this airfield, nah, fam, that ain't gonna happen. So
That's a shame.
for 6 months, we held the.
You cannot fight without our wine and our champagne.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, I mean, they
Where
surrendered
are my
Paris.
brown pants?
They
I can't
surrendered
find
Paris
them.
because they didn't want it destroyed by the Germans.
Yeah.
They surrendered the country because they didn't want the Eiffel Tower or the Champs-Élysées or whatever they called it destroyed by the Germans. So what did they do? They just let the German army march through it.
They're like, oh no, the Arc de Triomphe.
Yes.
Oh, no, we should call it the Arc de Surrender.
Let's go under German occupation for 6 years just so the Eiffel Tower can stand up. I mean, that's and don't get me wrong, it wasn't all the French
No,
because the French resistance was out there
Mhm.
doing
all
their
three
thing.
of them.
All three of them. Yeah, so
All three of them.
I was just
Running
watching,
around going,
No,
"You fucking
okay.
pussy."
Real talk. As
I was
Americans,
just watching Monty Python and the Holy Grail And you remember when they went up to the French castle? Oh,
I thought to get zero direction.
Judith was mocking me.
No, okay. Real talk. We do owe a debt of gratitude to France, because had it not been for France, this wonderful country we live in would not exist today as we know it.
So true.
However,
Yeah.
you bitch-made frog-eating pieces of shit need to nut the fuck up and become men again.
You're not taking into consideration. You are not taking into consideration the last 45 days of the Revolutionary War when they sent 4 ships and 3 soldiers with syphilis. Please tell me you're not telling thank you for that.
You know what? A man with syphilis back in the 1700s is still more of a man in 2020. I mean, these bitch-made sons of bitches. Look, man, the Wu flu, the sweet and sour sickness hits America, and it kills a whole handful of people, and we are locked in our homes, cowering in fear. No, freedom is dangerous. Freedom is scary. It is not safe. And yet, Americans are very quick to roll over and show their fucking belly.
Scary, isn't it?
Flu.
Scary, isn't it?
I made a video earlier, and this guy, like, he was standing in the line, like, we were, like, the line. I made a video earlier about Walmart lines, and yeah, like, the whole store is like empty from the inside, but outside they have lines just all out, both sides of the entrances. Yeah. And this guy, he was wearing an American flag hoodie, and he was just standing there, like, and he's like, he was asking everyone, like, nicely, he's like, oh, can I go to my car real quick? And he sounded very flamboyant, too. And I was like, man, come on.
So you leave this line, you're going right to the back.
I think he was a Bernie bro.
You know what?
Oh, jeez. Not those
The
guys.
Bernie Bros are funny. Look, most of your leftists are hilarious. Seriously, when you look at them and you listen to them talk, and you go, where have I heard this before? And then it hits you. Joseph Goebbels said about the same thing about many of the things we see going on in the media today. Trump told everyone to drink bleach. Come on, man. Wasn't it you millennials and Zoomers that were eating Tide Pods just a few months ago, and now you're a little worried about something Trump might have said? Let's be 100% clear.
They hold on like it's gold, too. Like, that's the best they got. Come on.
Yeah. You took the words of Donald Trump, you omitted a little bit of context, and then you, instead of said asked or inquired, you put in the word suggested or proposed to act like he is telling people you are participating in propaganda. You're doing the same things that Joseph Goebbels did back in the 40s to sell the idea of getting rid of the Juden in Nazi Germany.
Yeah, but there's a big difference. Joseph Goebbels was believable. These guys are morons.
You know what, though? What's really bad is when you point that out to them and you go, look, you are pushing forth propaganda. You're pushing forth a fake lie to do nothing more than win politically. You are the Nazi party. And when the ashes start falling from the sky, are you going to be like the German citizenship and just turn a blind eye?
Yes.
Like it never happened.
Absolutely.
And then they get mad. They're like,
you want a good laugh? Want a good laugh? Truly, you really want a good laugh?
Yeah.
I look at this every day in the mirror, brother. I get a good laugh.
Ask a liberal what the Nazi, what it means. Ask them what it means.
They have no idea. They literally don't know what it means.
Oh, and Raymond 11, Das Juden, that means the Jews.
The Jews.
Oh, jeez.
Juden.
You're so desensitized to everything. Like, how do we get out information? They want us this way, though. That's the thing. They want us to communicate. They don't want us to rise up because they know that they're weak when we have the power.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
When we unite in masses, I mean, you saw a little bit of it at the Virginia rally, but remember Bunny Ranch, the Bunny Ranch standoff. I mean, that
the Bunny Ranch, not the Bunny Ranch. The Bunny Ranch is where a bunch of hookers are. The Bundy Ranch is where Patriots stood up.
Did you guys all see the video where the son, Bundy's son, went and served that officer that arrested that woman for having her kids in the park? That was pretty cool. I'll see.
You know, look, if you are willing to call the cops on your neighbors for doing something like holding a barbecue with their small group of friends and family, you're also the same person that would have sold out Anne Frank. Oh no, she's up in the attic.
Yep.
Get her.
Okay. All right.
But you see, that's the same thing that the Gestapo did.
Yes.
That's the exact same thing that the Gestapo did. Hey, if you hear anybody talking about the party, you come to me, let me know on the side. I'll give you a few extra,
shekels.
Deutsche Marks. A couple of Deutsche Marks, just, for you and the family. But look, you let me know. That's the same thing with de Blasio saying, here's the number. Text this number if you want to report people not social distancing.
Do you know what was funny about that though? They got more pictures. They got more dick pics.
That's right. I did a whole live stream about that.
I mean, honestly, I would have been impressed if there had been taint pics.
Oh man,
it's 2020.
Yeah,
it's 2020. Dick pics are like 2016. No,
yeah,
these days we send taint pics.
That's right.
But
let me figure out what the hell that is.
A taint your asshole, taint your nuts.
That's right.
No area in between. But when you see that, look, the day freedom died was September 12th, when you heard George Bush 43 come over and say, "If you see something, say something."
That's
okay,
right.
that right there, that was the death of freedom right there.
Yeah.
When we started pitting neighbor against neighbor and everything else under the disguise of safety, those who would trade freedom for safety deserve neither.
And you see how they counteracted that, right? You saw how they counteracted that. How the Obama administration counteracted that. They said, if you see something, say something. But if you say something, you're an Islamophobe.
Yeah. Or you're a terrorist.
Or you're complicit in what's going on. The shooting at the nightclub, the Pulse nightclub.
Mm-hmm.
The neighbors said, yeah, I saw them they had the garage door open with a table with a bunch of weapons on it. And they were loading up magazines.
Mm-hmm.
And they did this on a regular basis.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do it on a very regular basis. You'd be surprised.
They do. These are people who don't go to shooting ranges.
Yeah, okay.
They're coming in the house with all kinds of ammunition and firearms, but I don't see them leaving the house.
You're talking about the same type of people that would take flying lessons but never will learn how to land. Oh, wait, that's 9/11.
Oh, wait a second. Are you being racist against pilots?
No, only brown ones that happen to not eat pork.
You see how they counteract and they change the narrative? If you see something, say something.
Yeah. Obama had conflicted
terrorist attack. Otherwise, you're a homophobic.
Obama had a conflicted. He had a different agenda because he was raised in a madras in Indonesia. He was classically trained as a muzzy, as a goat fucker. In fact, I believe the final exam to get out of 6th grade was to anally molest a sheep or a goat. And that's okay, because if I would have saw it while deployed, I'm sure we would have shot a hellfire directly up that motherfucker just to save the goat.
Yeah.
It's justice.
Does it matter? Does it matter if the president of the United States has an Islamic faith? Does that matter?
Yeah, I think it matters a whole hell of a lot.
I don't think it does. No,
I don't think it matters at all.
It truly doesn't. In my opinion.
If the president of the United States is a Christian, no, that doesn't matter at all. Because I'm not voting for him based on his faith. I'm voting on him based on his policies he's going to do for the country.
Mm-hmm.
If he came out and said, if he would have came out and said, yeah, I was raised a Muslim. My father is Frank Marshall, not Barack Obama that they pulled out of a African embassy and said, "Here, you're going to be this kid's father. Here's some money." If they would have just came out and did the reality check with Obama, it would have been more believable than the fake ass story that they put up all 8 years of his presidency.
Yeah, I don't really care. Look, Barry Obama or whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah, Barack Santoro.
Yeah, Barack Hussein, whatever. I don't give a shit about where he came from because guess what? He's not president anymore. It doesn't even matter. When he was running for president, and it came out, oh, he might have been born in Kenya.
You got to think of the things that he did during his presidency. You got to think about the loopholes he created.
But you also got to understand he wasn't a pro-American president. He was a globalist president.
Yes.
He was actually supposed to be the last president because the idea was he wanted to actually turn over to a one world order. When you saw when Bush 41 started talking about the new world order, that's when you saw the expansion of globalism happen at an exponential pace. Clinton just doubled that. Bush 43, he didn't do anything to stop it. He didn't add too much to it because he was too busy fighting 2 fucking wars. But then Barack Obama came on.
Bush 43 fighting 2 wars? The dude couldn't even tie his own shoelaces.
Hey, I served under Bush 43, and I served in both of those combat zones.
Under Dick Cheney. You didn't serve under Bush 43.
The most gangster president in the history of America shot his friend in the face, and his friend apologized.
No shit.
But
Bush 43 was if you want to talk about a puppet president, there you go.
He was a puppet president. But see, Dick Cheney isn't a huge globalist like Obama
Dick Cheney was for Dick Cheney.
Yes, Dick Cheney was all about Dick Cheney. He loves the dick.
That's right. Totally.
The man looked in the mirror and said, "Oh my God," and got hard.
But what
okay. This is he is the kind of narcissist that I strive to be. Rich and powerful, and maybe not as Shrekish as what you see right here. But no, Dick Cheney, I absolutely loved. In fact, he would be the real God Emperor if we would just unleash his awesomeness on the world. Of course, there'd be a lot more best friends getting shot in the face while going quail hunting. But I mean, fuck it, what's a couple of best friends? We would still be the strongest and scariest damn country in the freaking world, and we would be kowtowing to a bunch of turtle eaters like what they have over in frickin' China. My God. Okay, look, when over 80% of America's manufacturing is happening in a place that live off of vermin, what is wrong? What have we done, America? Where have our morals went? I thought we ended slavery. No, we just traded it. We sent it across seas, and we said, "Hey, make my iPhone for me." And they're like, "Oh, we do it real good, massa."
Yeah, it's the technology. They got us into this system that's the only way we are able to communicate.
No, it really isn't.
I said that in the chat earlier, and somebody in the chat said I had a low IQ.
Huh?
So what? If that's the consensus of most people, that we've been getting screwed by China for years and years and years and years.
Yeah.
Why is it so hard to see?
It's not that it's hard to see. It's that people are actually scared to admit it, because when they look at what's happening in China, when they look at, there's this one YouTuber called Reportify Media or something like that. Alex, he lives in Taiwan. He's a Canadian expat that basically gets on his knees and performs a seal act for about an hour on Xi Jinping every week. And he does basically travel bureaus for brochures for China. And it's so great. All he ever focuses on are the mega cities, the population centers, about how beautiful they are and all this other stuff. And I asked him one time, "Hey, why don't you just go out to the countryside and show us how the real Chinese live? Don't show us the cake eaters. Show us how the working man and woman lives." and he refuses to do it. Oh, well, you've got to understand, China is becoming, not a first world nation. No, they're better than first world. They're blah, blah, blah. China's great. And he's like, Xi Jinping. And I'm just like, dude.
Okay, so when I say that Xi
the balls when you do that
Xi Jinping made himself ruler for life, president for life, right? And he's taking land and expanding his coastlines by miles, right? Impinging on international waters. He's taking U.S. jobs and just wiping them out, right? Where we can make for a quarter, he can make for a nickel, and then ship it over here for another nickel and still make 25 cents on it.
But you ever notice there's been patterns? There's been patterns throughout history, though, when you look at the quality of Chinese manufactured goods. Look at the radioactive drywall we were getting just 8 years ago. Hey, look at the respirators they're sending over, and only about 15% of them actually work.
Look, ask yourself these questions, right? Dog food killing our pets, dog and cat food killing our pets. Radioactive sheetrock. If people like me who used to work with sheetrock all the time, who knows how much of that stuff I handled, right? All that stuff coming into these houses by the tens of thousands of tons every year. All these other lead-based toys and all this stuff that just getting into China left and right. Who's letting them in the country? Ask yourself that question, and you'll really know who the domestic enemy is.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, Americans need to start pushing for proper things. We don't need free shit. What we need is we need term limits. We need term limits in Congress.
Amen.
Okay.
Yes.
Like, we've got people in Congress right now spending 30, 40 years earning a fucking retirement on a part-time job. Get this, part-time job making $175,000 a year.
I want that job.
Millions
right?
and enriching themselves.
Not just that, they also have the power to not only shape law, but write law. And when they do that, they do things like what Nancy Pelosi did, where they write exceptions in for her husband, who happens to be a hotel owner, to be exempt from certain taxes that she's creating. So she limits her husband's competition while enriching her family. That's why she stood in front of two $24,000 freaking freezers filled with ice cream, talking about, well, hell no, we're not going to give any money to the Small Business Association until they meet our demands.
It's not only
it's a leftist agenda.
right. It's not only me that sees that; other people see that.
Well, but the thing is when you get into Congress and Senate, when they have to vote on these, like they're gonna vote their own pay raise out. They're gonna be, oh no, we need another $1,000 every year.
When you look at the CARES Act,
it's only taxpayer money.
with the paycheck prevention plan or whatever, they had the protection, not prevention. It might as well be prevention.
It might as well be prevention.
Yeah. They made sure to vote themselves in each $47,000 a year. Raymond in chat said voter ID, voter is more important than term limits. You know what? You're not fully wrong, because riddle me this, Batman. Why is it that I'm required to have an ID to purchase a firearm, which is considered to be a constitutional right to own, but yet not have an ID to vote? Yet again, another constitutional right.
Yeah, exactly.
Gone.
Yeah,
You're going into weeds and tall grass areas, kind of like rice paddy things with that.
Yeah, because my fuck level is at 0.
And I'm below that. I'm way below that, because I think the biggest insult that you can say this to somebody is that you're discriminating against me because I'm not smart enough to get a free identification card. That's what the Democrat Party says. If you have voter ID,
they infantilize people to
if you have to get voter ID, you're oppressing minorities because they can't afford an identification card.
Right.
And yet again, riddle me this. How is it that they have bank accounts that require a photo ID?
Bank accounts, cars,
How
loans,
does that work?
credit cards, you name it. Everything on the planet requires identification, passports, fingerprints, booger flips, whatever you want to talk about.
DNA.
But you can't get an ID to vote. That's gonna be free.
Hold on. And see, now here's something else. Let's just add to the stupidity. Now they want us to get an ID to prove that we've been vaccinated against the sweet and sour sickness.
How
No.
about that?
Hell no.
I
Hell
don't
no
know
to
who
Bill
you are.
Gates.
I don't know who you
Yeah.
are, but there's my answer to that right there.
Yeah,
I give you two of them.
that's about my answer too, Pete. Ain't happening.
You know, and see,
You're
while
not
you're
gonna
doing
find out
that,
if it's a party.
while
Hell
you're
no.
flipping them off, I'm pissing on their shoe. And possibly taking a shit on their windshield because nothing is worse than fresh boo-boo on the windshield. Just smeared it in, baby.
Okay. I want to know how you're going to deny me to go into a store, go into any business, right? Or a school or a workplace or anything because I didn't want to get a vaccine for something that I'm not sick from.
Or you've already been sick from.
Right.
Or whatever.
You know, in China, they have special colored wristbands
Yeah,
that
they can
they
take
require
those.
people to wear.
Put
That's
those
what they want
wristbands.
us to do.
You know where to put those wristbands.
Yeah, right at the beginning fucking ass.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah,
they,
yeah.
Remember, at that point, they're attached to a leash.
that is.
Wait, no,
that is
I forget.
what's gonna happen.
That leash is already up our ass.
I don't understand why people are
We
not
already got a
giving
leash.
pushback. I don't know why people are not giving pushback over this contact tracing bullshit they're talking about. Because what they're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, is hacking your cell phone, your GPS, this idiot box right here that post 9/11 requires you to have a GPS in. Thank you, George Bush and the fucking Patriot Act, you piece of
Yep.
shit, violated my Fourth Amendment rights. Now they are going to, without a warrant, tap into who you've been around using that GPS for the past 2 weeks in order to now force testing on them
Mhm.
if you were to catch the Wu flu.
What I heard was that they're sending out Chinese drones to surveil people's
No
faces.
GPS.
Was that made post 9/11? There's
Still
a GPS in it.
Still works.
But if it's post 9/11, there's a GPS in it. You
This
may not be able to
is
access
way
it.
older than that.
Oh, if it's pre 9/11, then there's
Free.
it doesn't
It's
have to
free.
have-
Yeah. Yeah. This I have two of them. This one is afterwards. That one's before, and it still works as long as I have the right chip for it, which is in there now.
Yeah.
So yeah. And the funny thing is that people are falling for this crap. They're saying, yeah, I want the drones to come down so they can look at me and see if I have a fever so I can walk in. That's cool.
Yeah, they're using that technology to surveil us
Raymond,
against our
Raymond 11,
constitutional rights.
Raymond 11 says, I'm okay with voter ID, but if they're going to give illegals ID to vote, I mean, how do you counteract that? Well, it's very simple. See, you go back and you get some medieval technology called a trebuchet.
Oh,
You get the illegals up.
I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
All right.
You basically put them on the swinging end, and you pull the lever, and you watch one fly, and you say, "Who else wants an ID?" And I guarantee you, they'll be like, "Oh shit, my bad, I'm going back." Okay, there you go. But no, in all seriousness, the way you counteract that is you don't give them a fucking ID. Okay, I am over the moon pissed. I am this close to Boog.
Oh man.
We're all,
yeah.
we're really all there. We are so ready. Like we are.
I don't want that. I don't want that.
Nobody wants. I mean, honestly,
But-
it's going to be horrible, even if you're prepared. Like
right.
some of us. I mean, when it comes to it, it's going to be ugly. But I think I don't know if we've got an option, Sparky.
That's
I think it'd just be great if the government just leaves us the hell alone.
And
That's right.
yeah, Patriot.
I seriously think what
They're not going to leave us.
Oh, I
No,
know.
they're not. They're going to keep on pushing as long as we allow them to. Now,
Right. I made videos.
I
about
honestly,
Uh-oh.
Oh man.
am I back?
Doc,
Okay.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
I honestly think what we need to do is, first of all, we need to surround DC.
Yes.
We need
Millions of us. Millions.
Yes. And we need to demand a constitutional convention that one puts in term limits. Second, I want to take away the immunity from anything said on the floor of the House of the Senate. So our politicians can't use that as a way to grandstand, slander, smear, and libel others. Three, I want to reinstitute duels. That way, when you step the fuck out of line, guess what? 10 paces, turn and shoot, motherfucker. And Representative Solid Snake, Dan Crenshaw is my fucking champion. Too bad I can't pick him. I've already picked him.
Oh, wow.
trying to get us to fight each other, and then they're sitting back waiting for to take all of the all the credit for everything, whatever. And then like push it all. They're sitting back looking and seeing how we operate.
Well, I think we need. I think Donald Trump. He needs an Andrew Jackson moment, and what I mean by that is he needs to walk onto the floor of the House of the Senate with a cane and beat a motherfucker half to death.
That would be epic.
I hope he pisses on.
I won't argue that one. That would be a sight to see.
I would love to see that. Donald Trump just comes up and says, "You're fake news," and just
spraying and everything, man. That'd be awesome. Get out of here, charlatan!
I mean, you gotta think this president's been through hell for the last 3.5 years. With the Russia collusion, Ukraine, impeachment, and just the media just slander.
We're working on another impeachment right now, and you, I don't know if Danny Boy would run to Joe Rogan because honestly, old Dan Crenshaw, he's a hard motherfucker. You may not think so because he's Harvard educated, but the man was a SEAL, and that takes a damn bit of
he's got guts.
Well, not really guts. It doesn't take guts. What it takes is you got to have a high threshold for pain and bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've been.
I won't argue that one.
When I was in the Army, I went through Green Platoon for the 160th SOAR, Special Operations Aviation Regiment. I only went through a quarter of the shit that those like the SEALs and the Green Berets and shit went through. And by the end of it, I was like, fuck this. And luckily I made selection and graduated. But I would never want to go through that again. And the people who have held those titles as SEALs, Rangers, Green Berets, Pararescues, Combat Control, all these special operators, these elite soldiers.
Man, they're pretty elite.
You're talking about people who've gone through over 1.5 years of bullshit, just physical and mental, just beating. Takes a hard son of a bitch to do that. And so you know what, Dan Crenshaw, when he got out of the Navy, he went and did right for himself. He went and got a degree at Harvard, and he went back home, and he got elected in a black majority area, being a white cornbread son of a bitch.
Yeah. What does that tell you?
That means he's down to earth and people like him. I mean,
just like the president. Hey, what the hell do you got to lose?
Exactly.
You can't get any worse off than you are now. What the hell do you got to lose?
That's true, and that was exactly Donald Trump's platform, 2015. What the hell do you have to lose at this point? I mean, you got Hillary out there saying, "Well, at this point, what does it matter?" And then you got Donald Trump saying, "What do you have to lose?"
Yeah, about to be Gazi to attack. I wrote her about that. Let me tell you what.
Yeah, I think we all have our ideas about her.
Well, I saw her out because she was saying something about President Trump. I was like, well, says the woman that let 4 dead Americans die in Benghazi in 2012. I said, you got a lot of blood on your hands.
Oh yeah, tons.
And of course, nobody feel the people like that. Like, I mean, you got to think of the Clinton body count.
The only reason why Hillary comes out of hiding is to jump on Donald Trump with the Clorox thing.
And, you know, the reason why she came out of hiding is because they couldn't let Joe Biden in front of a camera.
Oh,
They-
God,
I mean,
that
we got,
date is jeez Louise.
what week is it? Are we there yet? Kids
I
like to
watched-
sit in my lap and play with my leg hair.
I watched my grandfather pass from Alzheimer's, and what they're doing to Joe Biden right now is
It's
just
elder abuse.
disgraceful.
It is
It's
elder abuse.
absolutely-
Absolutely right. It's elder abuse.
And,
Yeah, I think to myself, why would they choose this guy when they had other options?
because he's a puppet.
What other options did they have?
At this
I
point,
mean-
he probably is. They probably got a fucking arm shoved up his ass right now.
Well, I mean, they've been doing that with Ruth Bader Ginsburg for the past 5 years. I mean, literally, I want to see the puppeteer. I want to know how far the arm has to be up the asshole in order to make those decisions. But
That's like,
I mean, the smell has got to be lads.
oh man, yeah.
One thing about that.
Mhm.
And it's like the smell of death, but not quite dead. I think most of us know that smell. It's like they're almost dead because we all know the smell of death.
Well,
I know the smell of death. I think Pete probably knows the smell of death, and Sparky, I don't doubt you know the smell of death as well. We know when something's dead, and we also know when it's close to death, and it's
It kind
like
of smells like Hillary Clinton.
You know, it's sad though. They have to pull her out to put her in front of the cameras because they can't do that to Joe because Uncle Creepy there can't go in front of a camera and really remember a full sentence.
He can't even read the script they give him.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's like, I need help here. It's like,
I really feel sorry for him when
Yeah,
Donald
but-
Trump bends him over and raw dogs his asshole on national television.
oh, that's gonna be brilliant. The Democrats definitely screwed up on this one.
I'm
Popcorn
live
ready.
streaming that everywhere.
Well, you know, they couldn't put Booty Judge up there because he'd enjoy it too much.
Oh yeah, he just disappeared, huh?
He'd be like, "Oh, Jesus."
Most of them did, like Kamala Harris and all these
No,
other
no,
Democratic candidates.
if they run anybody, it's going to be a black woman. I mean, right? What other option do they have at this point?
So
What the
you
hell
are
does
you
that have to
suggesting
do with
Stacey
anything?
Abrams or Kamala Harris?
What does being a black woman have to do with being president of the United States?
My virtue.
In Democrats' eyes, it's got everything. Pete.
I mean, honestly,
Because you're a black woman, that means that you can deal with foreign policy. Because
Sure.
you're a black woman, you can deal with murderous thugs like Putin.
Yeah. Come on, man. Michelle
Every
Obama.
black woman in the world should be running for office.
Come on,
Hey.
Pete, man. She
How
was
stupid
married
is that?
to the great Barack Hussein Santoro Obama. So she knows all about politics now, right?
Who?
Michelle.
Or I should say Michael.
Michael.
Whatever.
All
Come
about
on, man.
Look,
all
look. Michelle had
Right.
manlier arms. Michelle had manlier arms than Obama did.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
I
You
mean,
see the pictures of his dingling.
hey, look. That is one hot dude. I mean, if a guy can be femininely attractive, Michael Obama is probably the best passing tranny I've ever seen. But
No.
now, don't say Blair White.
No. I'm not saying any of them. I'm just saying, if you can pick, I'm sure there's somebody else. Trust me. I don't know what Barry White looks like.
I don't think Michelle Obama would get tapped for VP because she doesn't want it. There's rumors that it's going to be Stacey Abrams, which makes no sense because why the hell would you pick a loser to begin with?
Right.
Yeah, she's the person that ran for the governor of Georgia and lost.
This way, if they lose, they can just blame it on white people.
Well, I mean,
Sick.
they're going to blame it on white people anyway.
No
Yeah.
doubt, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
Abrams is
60%
still
of the
blaming voter suppression for her losing.
You damn white people. Oh, we're so evil. Damn us.
Oh.
Oh, jeez.
No, you know what?
they got to keep the victimhood.
I told you, my whole thing was on
Protect
prepping.
them and yeah.
But you know what? In a sense, what we're talking about right now is prepping, because we're getting through ideas and scenarios that could happen. What if we had a Democrat president in 2020? I mean, talk about shit hitting the fan. I mean, I believe we're already in shit hit the fan. If anybody disagrees, then you're welcome to disagree, but just look around. Hey, what's up, Detroit? You want to come back in, brother?
You're missing one
Especially these Democrat governors. Holy moly.
You're missing one thing.
It's funny how we get along. You know, it's weird.
While all of these people, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying we all agree that you know, this is
Michelle Obama's a man.
saying. I forgot. Went over my head. Sorry.
It happens. You lose your train of thought. You're like, damn it.
I did lose my train of thought.
Damn, I forgot what I was going to say.
I see. It's funny.
Yeah, threw you all off. I said we're already shit hit the fan.
Well, okay, some people would say that if we had a Democrat, that things would be worse or better. I would say economically going into the pandemic, it would have been worse. I don't see any Democrat actually spouting a nationalist type opinion when it comes, and that's what Trump is doing. Trump is a nationalist. He is not a globalist. He believes in American policies for America. So that's why he has my support. And I don't like everything he does. In fact, sometimes he sounds like a blathering fool on the stage. But I would rather have.
Froze.
I wouldn't bash him. You know, he's trying the best he can, and he's only able to work with what he can. You know, you don't know exactly what he has to deal with behind that curtain. You know.
No, you're right. I don't, but I'm not bashing him. Okay, there's a difference between criticizing and bashing. I'm not saying that he's an evil man. I'm not implying anything like that. I am not even talking bad about his character. What I'm saying is he does some dumb shit every now and then, and that's okay. Okay, that's
we're all human.
I do dumb shit all the time.
No shit. We all do.
So I'm not worried about that.
I do it more than others. I just want to put that out there.
But I look at it like this. I would rather have someone that I can relate to that is looking out for my country over someone that is looking out for Uganda, Indonesia, China, or any other place that is not fucking America sitting in the highest office of the land. And that's what we saw with President Obama. Obama was busy with appeasing the world.
He declared national emergencies for the Ebola outbreak in Africa.
Well, yeah, his hometown was under attack.
Huh?
His hometown was under attack.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about his hometown.
I mean,
that's okay to do that. But, you know, to declare a national emergency because of something that's happening here on American soil, how dare the president of the United States do that?
You're not wrong, but hey, at least he didn't shut down the country. And that is something that I will criticize Trump over. Trump should have never allowed that to happen.
Nope. It was all unconstitutional.
And I've said this before on this stream, but
So what do you think? What do you think they're going to impeach him for? Shutting down the country or not shutting down the country?
They're going to impeach him for not shutting down quick enough because they've already got a panel, another one of Adam Schiff's little investigations into the coronavirus response. Well, guess what, Slapnuts? You weren't in charge, and the whole time when Donald Trump was doing things like shutting down immigration, you were going, it's xenophobic to not allow the Chinese to come in. We got to have our masses come.
So when Nancy Pelosi backpedaled, when she said, "Oh, it's come to Chinatown for the New Year in San Francisco," after the president closed Chinese immigration off.
Bill de Blasio did the same thing, by the way.
Yeah, and so what do we do with that? Do we just call her a moron and move on, or do we hold her accountable?
Well, see, the deal is you can try to hold them accountable, but just like myself, here's what they would say: "Who the fuck are you?" And that's literally the problem. Is the politicians have forgotten who the hell they work for, and so it is time to remind them. Now, someone said in the chat about guillotines out in the street. No, because France fucked that up.
No, we'll use rifles and rope.
The guillotine was put on wheels in public executions. No, I just say we need one execution, and we don't have to do it out in the town
that
square.
story has been blown so out of proportion, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, well, Robespierre, the fact that Robespierre died of the same thing that he terrorized the nation with,
Yeah,
I find the irony hilarious.
well, I mean, okay. A letter got out because they had a guillotine built because
Jenny.
they didn't want to implement a firing squad for a death sentence. And then it went from a guillotine that was never delivered to the prison to hundreds of thousands of government-built guillotines in FEMA camps and Walmarts and this, that, and the... What? Where are the guillotines? Where are the FEMA camps? Where are the Walmarts? We're in the middle of the pandemic of the century. They're trying to kill us left and right. Where's all this shit at?
I want to see the new and improved guillotine with 13 blades, the one that substantially lifts your head up and gets closer cut every time.
It's the big model. Yeah. Yep. Where it's 3 times closer. Yep.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
I don't care how many blades. I don't care who makes it. Gillette can make the new and improved guillotine. I don't care. Getting your head cut off is getting your head cut off. It's messy no matter how you do it. Whether it was back in the 1700s or it's in the 21st century.
But see, what I want
Where is it? Where's all this stuff?
I don't know. I've heard people talk about it, but people are saying they want public executions of people. No, I think that's a little ridiculous. I think that if you want to make an example of someone, you find someone who is actually a traitor. I don't know, like Bo Bergdahl. And
Joe Biden.
no, Joe Biden. Look, Joe Biden in this instance right now, he is nothing more than a useful idiot. Okay, he is someone who actually is suffering from dementia, and they are abusing the poor man. Now, he has done things in the past to enrich his family.
Oh yeah,
Like set his little son Hunter up with a cushy, executive job in Ukraine and in China. But Joe's way tougher on China than Trump is. But Trump's been talking shit about China for over a decade. So
Longer than that.
yeah,
Way longer than that.
and you already said this. Before he came down the escalator, Trump was revered. Trump had a fucking board game in the 80s named after him.
Yeah.
I was still revered when he came down the escalator. When he came down with Melania, I was like, that is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in my life.
Dude, Trump's got
I was
game.
like, he's got my vote. Only because, well, I listened to his speech, and after his speech, I was like, okay, he's pro-America. Period.
Honestly,
You gotta understand, the only reason why they picked Trump to be president is because they knew he was not going to win, because he was Donald Trump.
They were wrong.
Hey, this is the guy who sits on TV in front of a camera and goes, "You're fired. You're
I know.
fired."
what's
Dude,
right
that's what we all wanted.
Guys, look at
That's
this. Look
what
at
we
that.
all wanted. I wanted to come out and say, CIA, you're fired. FBI, you're fired. ATF,
No.
you're fucking fired.
No. They never expected him to win, Ron.
I know.
You know what I love
To
about
lose.
that? What
He
I
was
love
there to
about that?
lose.
Which means there's more of us than there are of them.
And that's what they're trying to keep you from understanding. That's what that when that one poll came out that Donald Trump was at 46% and Hillary Clinton
Oh, we got another article from Shifty Schiff.
was at 53% or 54%. They said, holy shit, the people are actually believing what he's saying. Let's
Backs it up.
plan into place. The plan that was written out 10 years previous to Donald Trump.
Right.
And they did it.
Mhm.
And they failed. So the people who say that the system is rigged voting, it's not. Because Donald Trump won, that proves it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but there is a lot of voter fraud that the left is trying to push, and they're trying to get people to do these loopholes or whatever. Like I think mail-in ballots or whatever or something.
Yeah,
Something
George Soros is trying to push that really hard.
Well, you know, the whole mail-in ballots, that just makes it easier for voter fraud.
It's
Right.
unconstitutional.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's the deal. Look, one thing that we need to do, we need to actually acknowledge, is we need to thank the hip hop community for keeping Trump relevant after
absolutely.
the 80s. Had it not been for countless songs talking about how great Trump is, I don't know if America would have voted for him. And to be quite frank, I wasn't a Trump supporter for the primaries in 2016. I was a Ted Cruz guy. And I'm still a supporter of Ted Cruz. In fact, in 2024, I imagine he's going to run for the presidency, and he will get my nod, definitely.
I was an anybody but Hillary Clinton person.
At this point, Trey Gowdy, or even Shavitz, Adam Shavitz?
Jason Chaffetz.
Jason Chaffetz.
Jason Chaffetz. I mean,
In
either of them could run.
2016,
They did their 2 terms, and they got the hell out.
yeah,
And
in
now-
2016, you could have put a Muppet. You could have put a Muppet up there against Hillary Clinton, and people would have voted for the Muppet.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know your.
God, Pete, that is hilarious.
I can't read that conservative patriot.
It says Shifty Pencil Neck Shift suggests that 50,000 Americans are now dead because Trump wasn't impeached.
While Trump was shutting down the borders, Adam Schiff was giving his 3rd day of testimony. So
I know 5 Americans.
That nothing trying to meet up his ass, but anyway.
look, Adam Schiff.
Adam Schiff's a retard. I'm
Adam
sorry.
Schiff is a special kind of stupid. You know, I don't think they've made a bus short enough or a helmet strong enough to protect that dumbass.
Yeah, especially when his eyes are like this.
Do you know what you said about being able to say things on the floor of the Senate and not being held accountable?
That is what that is.
That's what that is right there.
Yeah.
That's what that is. So was Obama to blame for the 75,000 people who died from H1N1 before he even said there was a problem?
I think it was 100,000 before he said there was a problem.
Was it 100,000? I saw.
Yes.
I said
100,000, yeah.
I thought it was 1.
No, he let 100,000 people die before he said, maybe we should look into this H1N1 thing and see maybe there's a problem with it.
Oh, you're talking about
The thing of it is, I think he already knew about it and just wanted to let it go.
And see, Jenny says Schiff has Paco eyes. No, I actually thought he had Mongoloid eyes because he does look like he has an extra chromosome.
How does he still have sunlight? I haven't had sunlight, and I know Pete hasn't because he's like 20 minutes away from me.
Oh, is it? Oh, wow.
You know, Pete, you know, I actually had a conversation with another YouTuber today, and your name came up.
Thank you, hon.
I wasn't even there when that happened.
No, you weren't. It was a good conversation.
Okay, I just don't want to get blamed for anything.
No. It was a good thing. Frank from Let's Be Frank.
Oh, he's awesome.
He was actually telling me that I needed to look you up, and man, I need to get up with you offline, talk about some stuff that he was telling me about. I don't want to announce it here on the stream, but I've been on Let's Be Frank's show a couple times.
Nice.
Frank's good people.
Yes,
but he had great things to say about you, Pete, and I'm glad to meet you.
Pete the Yahoo.com. Send me an email.
Okay.
I'll hook up. We'll hook up and get something going.
Right on. Right on. Sounds good.
I've got Pete's email. And
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can get it from him.
Okay.
You're still at Yahoo, right?
Yep.
Okay.
In fact,
Yeah. I'm a big fan of all you guys. Working hard.
I'm a big fan of myself. I really am.
yeah, you know, honestly, to do this whole YouTube thing, you've got to be a little bit of a narcissist, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back to.
I need to work on that a little bit harder, Sparky.
You are a narcissist. You're just not outspoken enough yet.
I'm working on it. I'm almost at 900.
Oh,
hey, I'm almost at 900. Hey, and this is all
you were destroying me in subs. You
really?
Oh yeah, you've got like 4 times my subs.
No way.
Yes, sir. I'm like a 270 something. Man, I don't care. I have fun on my streams. That's all I care about.
Yeah, I got 475. I'm happy with that.
Well, you know what? I got like 5,300 and whatever. So I'm better than all of you people.
Yeah.
You are the best narcissist out of all of us.
You're damn right I am.
No, he is awesome, dude. I love Pete's kit. I love his channel, man. Every time I'm on there, I'm like, man.
DM. I am the biggest, except for American Joe, and possibly Brad Bishop. I'm like the biggest narcissist out there.
It's Pete the Patriot, right? At Yahoo.
That's me. Yep.
All right.
And where is Alex at?
No, that dude's a narcissist. I don't care what you say.
I know, man. I love him too, man.
That's right, Effie.
I'm surprised he's not here already. You know what? Let me shoot him a link. I'm going to shoot him a link.
There it is, right there. That's just for Effie. That is the AR-14 assault highlighter. Right there, Effie. With the matching bayonet. Don't get that because you got the matching bayonet.
Armalite.
Oh, there you go.
So yeah.
Ah, crap.
Yeah, this whole YouTube.
It's not the greatest bayonet in the world, but it works.
D-Live's pretty good.
I like K-Bar.
You feel like a woman now, Effie? That's great.
Come on, Effie. Come on. Hop on her. She's great.
How many people can you have on this thing? Like
six.
Yeah, up to 6. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wish you could put more, but yeah, well, what can you do?
Holy crap!
Like 30 people.
I like.
It's like, oh boy.
I don't know if this is an admission or not, but it says I like my men how I like my coffee, ground up and in the freezer.
Hey,
I'm just gonna like I didn't even say that out loud or nothing because I'm just gonna let that go.
Now, what do y'all think about the potential of Kim Jong-un being a potato?
I like it.
Outside my house.
That scares the crap out of me, to tell you the honest God's truth. It really does.
Oh, because you know the bitch is coming up after him.
She's really worse.
Or unless Xi Jinping Pong, whatever the hell his name is, decides to take Korea under his wing until they can figure something out.
Well, you know, rumor mill has it that that the sister would be stepping into his place, which she makes Kim Jong-un look like a freaking saint. She's a vicious little woman.
She's the one who's in charge of the organ trade in Korea.
I'm wondering what that's going to do to our future diplomatic exchanges, because Trump was actually making some headway there with little fat piggy. And I guess
he stopped all the rockets for a time being, anyway.
Well, you know,
yeah, but he hasn't done any nuclear tests. You can shoot off at ballistic missiles and those short range things all you want. That's your prerogative as a sovereign nation to do that, even though they're a communist. But Trump's deal was no nuclear shit, and Kim Jong-un abided by that.
Yes.
Yeah, he did.
And the media, whenever they fired off a rocket, said, "Oh, look at Trump. He did all the crappy stuff. He did this. He didn't do this. He didn't do that. Look at they're firing missiles."
Yeah, that's part of their propaganda machine.
He was in compliance.
Yeah.
He was in compliance. And don't say that you want the uncle either, because the uncle actually killed his own brother.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, okay, the whole family's got problems.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Big loads.
But like we were talking about earlier with Detroit Preppin, it doesn't take an act of war on American soil to start a war.
No.
And that's what worries me the most.
It's a silent one. It's a silent war.
I mean, yeah, look at any major war that the United States has been involved in.
It's a silent war. COVID.
Could be. It could be. You never know. You never know.
A lot of these doctors are coming out. They're like, this thing is like inflation. They have to. They're like forcing these numbers. Did you see that? The doctor that came out and said that.
Yeah. There's various videos out there saying that they label everything coronavirus.
You can expect that.
We're never going to know the truth about the actual numbers.
Man,
Well, it's because they don't know. They truly don't know.
They don't.
Look, when the flu deaths have gone down over 35% since the beginning of the Rona issue here, I guarantee you there's people who have died for reasons other than complications with the coronavirus that are counted as such because they're trying to make it bigger than what it is.
Exactly. They try to bring this fear to people.
Unfortunately for them, USC and Stanford's studies have shown that over 80% of Americans have already gotten it, and over 50% of those people were asymptomatic and already had the antibodies. So the Green New Deal, because that's what we're living under right now. Everything's shut down, and our emissions have only gone down 6% with nothing really open. What does that tell you?
And you know what the even funniest thing is that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez,
oh boy,
that brain trust, she's saying, stay home, don't work.
Yeah.
It's good that the oil companies are crashing.
Yeah, stay home, you'll get these.
Well, one thing that little idiot doesn't realize, and I said on my stream Wednesday, I'm like, look, I don't think AOC is evil. I just think she doesn't have a clue how the real world works.
AOC script.
I think her brain left the head a long time ago.
No, you've got to have a brain.
Don't think that for a minute. Don't think that for a minute. She has been fed a script from day one, as the day that she started running for office up until the stupid comments that she's making now. It is all scripted for her.
But she's gotten less extreme because she has since broken up with Sidecat Chakravarti or whatever his name is.
Yes, but she's still under the guise of the Justice Democrats.
Yes.
The Democrats are the ones that are pulling the strings on her, Ayanna Presley, Rashida Tlaib,
and Ilhan Omar.
Yep, they all have this.
Ilhan Omar and two other people I can never remember their name. One's in Michigan and the other one's in I think Wisconsin.
Are you talking about Omar?
No,
she's from
separate from her. But these people were paid to do what they're doing now. Aside from their congressional jobs, they're paid. They're paid actors. This is
Gun Docs, Chunk Uger or Chank Uger.
There's another one.
He's not even a member of the Justice Democrats. They kicked him out.
Yes, they kicked him out when he ran for office on his own.
No, they kicked him out before then because of all the sexual.
He was planning on running for office. Yeah. That's why they kicked him out. Then a cycle went through. He was making this shit ton of money on YouTube and decided to do it again.
Mm-hmm.
You look into the Justice Democrats, you're going to see strings upon strings upon strings. That guy who got fucked up for the excuse my language, for the FEC violations, the Charabardi guy, he was just banging AOC. That was her boyfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Eric is right on this one. He said press me into lead.
Once he got caught funneling the money, he's gone.
Yeah. But I look at it like this. AOC doesn't know how the real world works. She doesn't understand farmers grow food, and it takes a lot of land to do that. I truly don't believe that she understands that in order for this to exist, it requires petroleum.
She doesn't care. She doesn't care. If she cared, she would not say, "Oh, thank God, oil is at zero," because she would know all of this stuff. Everything that we're doing right now, our computers, our phones, our microphones, the seats that we're sitting in, probably the desk that I'm at right now has to do with petroleum.
Yeah.
Also, she is being on Instagram Live with doing transgender story time.
That's it, brother. That's it. She doesn't know anything about this. She doesn't care anything about this. She reads the script that they give her on a daily basis. Look at her interviews in Congress, how she sits there and berates these people because it's all a script.
Yeah, because
paid actor. They get paid to do what they do.
So does she really hate us, Pete, or is she just misguided?
She's not misguided. She's doing her job.
Plain stupid.
Get it out of your head that she's a dumb blonde with big teeth or brunette with big teeth. La da 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 da. Get that out of your head. She's doing her job, and she's doing it well.
You know those teeth actually fold in.
They're like
I have it under great authority that there's a coin slot behind her right ear.
Yeah.
If you insert a quarter, those teeth fold back, and the softest tongue you'll ever feel is just behind it. I'm just saying.
I used to do
Lord.
And
I have a whole playlist dedicated to AOC videos that I did. And I stopped doing them because I figured it out.
Isn't that funny?
My time.
She went to like document the wall, and she was just like filming an empty parking lot.
Because that's what they told her to do. Stand there and look shocked.
Yeah, that's not difficult for her.
I think my voice be heard.
I mean, it's amazing. She doesn't even have a residence in her district. Okay?
Really?
She doesn't have a residence in her district.
I thought she had a residence in her district.
No, she lives out of her district.
She's about to lose her district, right?
She has an apartment in her district, but she doesn't live in her district.
No. She lives in her swanky apartment in DC with the infinity pool.
Yes, just like Maxine Waters here in LA. She has an apartment in her district, but lives in a multi-million-dollar mansion outside of her district.
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, so people who think they get into politics to help people, bullshit.
You gotta keep up appearances, right?
They get into
You're
accurate and powerful.
Walls around their mansions.
There are people in the 14th district, just like they said right there. They go around, interview these people. They say, "Oh, your representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Yeah, I voted for her. She hasn't done a damn thing except run off Amazon and all those jobs." That's the only thing that they remember.
Well, and then hopefully she won't get reelected.
Well, they're looking to eliminate her district.
Yeah, that's what I heard too. Yeah,
that could be why she's starting to fall in line.
Yeah, they can't say, "Oh my God, it's racist. She wasn't reelected." They're womenophobic, or I don't know how you say that. They're against women, or this or that. So what we have to do is just eliminate her district.
Well, if it was San Francisco, she could go. They're vagophobic, and that might be true.
I don't know how you say that, but yeah.
Well, they would just say it's sexist, but I mean, if you fear the meat curtains, I mean that could be vagophobic.
I would think so. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm sorry, Freedom. I'm a little extra tonight.
No, you're all good.
Sparky.
But at least I'm not like AP level.
Ooh.
It was.
Ooh.
And if you don't know who Adonis Paul is,
I don't.
you wouldn't
Yes,
understand.
AP.
Yeah.
I don't know anything, to be honest with you.
Oh, it's a creator that me and Freedom actually kind of connected through.
Effie Loves America says, "Hey Cheshire Cat, are you going on tonight? This show has entirely too little swearing."
Oh, jeez.
I almost feel like that's a challenge.
Yeah, well,
Swear
I
word,
play-
I gotta put money in a bucket.
no, we don't do that around here. Donna already knows that. Donna knows me well enough. Yeah, I'm gonna do.
I let out a bad word earlier.
Dude, you let out bad words all the time. That's why I love your show.
I don't. I do not.
Hey, shit. Yeah.
Are you calling me a swearophobic?
No.
That means you would be scared of swearing.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
man.
Yeah, I'm a swearaholic.
Swearaholic. That's what I
I
meant.
do that shit like a pro, yo.
Oh my God.
I got all the fuck damn shits and cunts to go around.
I can't keep it straight. I'm a low IQ swearaholic. I don't know anything about anything. That's the problem.
No, you know
But I'm a
what?
narcissist.
You know what, Pete? You got that 3% on your arm, dude. I know exactly what you're about, brother.
Well, some people like to wear the Punisher on their hat,
Yeah,
right? Some people like to.
I wear it in my
There
heart.
you go. Some people like to wear the 3% on their hat. I like to have it tattooed on me, so there's no questions.
Hey, man, I was thinking about getting it on the back of my neck.
There you go.
Get the microchip.
Yeah,
Just
that's right. Get a barcode.
I won't even get a vaccine. Are you kidding me?
See, I don't need to get the tattoo because I've got the DD214.
That's good enough for me, brother.
I love my country, and I wear a Pirates flag because, well, Blackbeard was the baddest motherfucker around.
That's right.
Well, I carry something else.
Well, I mean, yeah, but
Yeah, come on, man.
I'll go throwing that around on YouTube too much.
Whatever.
It's a
Like,
fun.
I have so many people ask me, what is that? What is that? And I say, because I have a problem counting up to that number, so I have to have it tattooed. I can always look at it.
Yeah, well, it's easy
1,
number
2,
for me
3,
to-
I'm good. Everything after 3 I can remember, but it's the first 3 I can never remember. And they just give you the
and it was the first 3 that really mattered in our nation.
Yeah, I don't like explaining things to people. Oh, there you are.
All right, let's see. Let's see if that. Okay. I
Yeah,
think-
all right. He's got that in the car. Sweet.
I got all of it.
How in the hell do you
Where's this
still
guy
have sunlight? Where in the hell do you
Where are
live?
you at that it's still daylight outside?
That's what I'm saying, man.
He's over there in commie Portland. So
No.
Are you in France?
Oh, you're in Portland? That's the place nobody smashed your car yet.
He's in France.
Wait, what?
You're in France, aren't you?
I'm Français.
See, I
No,
knew it.
Happy.
he's like, I go sleep. He's like,
We're still.
you know, when
Is it?
I want to
Really?
know. I want to know. I mean, because you're in Oregon, PDX. When they say that they want to smash the fash, is the bottom considered a fash? Is that what? Is that code for a bottom in a gay couple? The fash, because they want to smash the fash.
your guess is as good as mine, really, to be honest.
I mean, you live there. You live in the land of the twinks and berries. I'm just trying to learn. You know, because I don't want to appropriate the culture. I just want to be able to more easily identify it so I can destroy it.
What happened to Antifa, by the way?
Right now,
They got buried.
everyone is wearing masks. So they feel like their fashion is being taken. It's being appropriated. And so right now they are protesting the wearing a mask by sitting at home in their mom's basement.
Yeah.
True. That's true.
Okay.
And they're also scared of the Wu flu because, you know.
So
Yeah,
Communism
they
and
believe
shit.
what they were sold.
Oh, okay. I see what's going on here.
What's going on here?
Oh,
They're
Uh,
all about.
a couple of people want to hop in here, and apparently I've been dropping the wrong link. Let's
Oh,
see.
whoopsie.
Whoops, Daisy.
No, that's still the wrong link. Crap.
Technology, you gotta love it.
You're throwing down a YouTube video.
This is all Trump's fault.
Donna, thank you.
I'm just saying. This is all Trump's fault. And
Oh, you
Robin,
want-
you
no,
don't
I'm not
steal
gonna change the tattoos.
trust me.
Okay, maybe one day, Robin. I've actually been a good boy. That means a lot to me from Donna.
And see, I can't show all my tattoos because, you know,
Yeah,
the
some
whole,
of them, bro.
well, you know, it says welcome aboard and have a nice day on my penis.
Yeah.
And, I'd have to work that one out, you know, so you can see it all properly. Well, that is not family friendly or YouTube approved.
Yeah, well,
What do you get when you cross a pig with a Democrat? Nothing. There's some things a pig just won't do. Effie, that's great.
Brilliant. Oh, gosh. Oh, he dropped out. Whoa.
Oh, dang. We lost Pete.
Man, Freedom left his own shit.
I bet you.
Oh,
Hello.
Hello.
hey,
How are you?
sorry about that.
Whoa.
Get it sorted.
It's like what that domino effect? Do. I was like,
I
wow.
know, right?
I thought DM typed out
Load on ya.
on his own show.
It happens.
Okay, all right, here we go. Okay, now this is the link.
Hey, Freedom.
Yeah.
Since you don't have a way to get in touch with me in the private chat, I threw my Discord in there.
Okay.
So you can get a hold of me easier. Because I need to talk with you offline about some stuff.
I think do you know how to reach AP?
Yeah.
I think he's got my number.
You know, honestly, and
You rather do it direct?
Yeah, it'd rather be direct. If you want to. If
If we're gonna do it, I'm doing it over the phone because even with Discord, dude, I'm not that comfortable with Discord. I'll tell you that.
my email. I threw my email in there,
That's Cheshire.
so you can email me and that way we can get that sorted. What's up,
All right,
Cheshire? How you doing?
Oh, not much, Sparky. I'm checking. I'm writing your email down here. I'm going to send you some dick pics.
Sweet, I'm probably. And also,
Hope you're ready.
Oof.
Oh Lord.
Hitler memes.
Oh
You
man,
gotta
I
send
don't
them
even
Hitler
want to know.
memes too.
Don't even want to know.
What's going on, guys?
Hitler memes and dick pics. Those are the.
Hitler memes and dick pics.
Well, I mean,
I'll even throw the obligatory fat chick in there for you. You know, just kind of shake it up a little bit. You know.
That's right.
she's got a yeast infection.
Oh yeah, I know. I know how to jingle your Pringles.
Damn right. You know, I mean, if she's gonna be fat, she better be baking bread. I'm just saying.
Hey, you know, I mean, if she's fat, she probably knows how to bake bread. Because how in the hell do you think she got fat?
Heyo.
There you go.
Hey, you know, big girls need loving too. They just.
Dude, I love bread. I'm just
Well,
saying.
isn't the whole thing behind big girls is that more cushion for the pushing? Isn't that kind of the? Sparky's over there breaking a sweat and turning red.
Well, you know,
Thinking about
it's
it.
like this. I really the perfect girl is a little midget, you know, because not only are they a sideshow, but you can do amazing tricks with them.
Well, it's not like she'd have to get on her knees to do her business, if you know what I mean.
There you go.
Holy crap!
Wait, isn't that Dr. Fauci midget?
He
No,
looks like
no.
one.
He's not a midget.
Oh,
He's
His dick is probably just as little as he is.
You never know. I mean, he may have a tuna can.
That little.
He might have the tuna can, about a 1.5 inch long, but about 12 inches around. Bottom's a mystery, but sides are all his. You never know.
Oh, Lordy Lord.
DM, do these people have to pay money?
That's what I'm saying.
They're talking about
Yeah, what's up, Brad?
Well, I mean, it was just his email was in there for the taking. I couldn't help myself.
that dumbass put it out for everybody.
Right?
He put it out there for everybody. You
Don't
can
ever
go
do
ahead
that,
and-
man.
You're asking New Yorkers to snitch on each other. How stupid are you?
Oh my God, I don't get that either, Pete. Why would a neighbor snitch on another neighbor? That is beyond me.
Wait a second. I also heard that the snitch lines are being filled up with dick pics and Hitler memes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that too, and
Oh,
some of
like you
these-
just wanted to send him dick pics and
Yeah, but yeah.
Oh, I thought we were talking about de Blasio. I didn't know you just wanted to do it to do it.
But, yeah. Why? I mean, well, if I'm going to do it to Sparky, why would De Blasio get a pass? Come on.
Yeah, okay. I'll just stay out of that conversation.
I ain't scared of some dick pics.
Well, I only joined this stream because somebody in the chat said there wasn't enough swearing in the stream, and so I just thought my little potty mouth would join the club. Pete the Patriot, I don't think I've ever spoken with you directly, but I've been in your chats before.
Yes, I've been in all your guys' chats before.
Oh yes.
But we've never actually spoken directly in real time. So yeah, it's a pleasure. And the great topic for the first conversation that you and I can have: dick pics and Hitler memes.
Yeah.
I can't see a better way to start a conversation.
You know what? I think it's a great idea. It's not talked about enough. It's one of those things that we need to build awareness on.
Yes.
Dick pics and Hitler memes. Like, we need awareness. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, Chester, why did you send me that? Oh, it's so veiny.
We can make a hashtag.
Oh, shit.
Hashtag dick pic.
Hashtag dick pics.
Yeah, hashtag Hitler meme.
Yeah, Hitler meme.
There you go.
Yeah. Hashtag you got something dripping from your chin.
Oh, jeez. Oh, God.
If there's balls on your chin, it's probably a dick in your mouth.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, who's that below, Conservative Patriot? You were looking bored there for a minute. I jumped in there and lit you up like a Christmas tree.
Oh, hold on a second. Thank you.
I hope Donna's keeping track of how many times I said dick pic, because I'm sure that's a curse, and I'm sure I'll pay for it later on.
Sorry, Donna.
I'll just have to start whipping out cash to throw in the curse jar.
My curse jar is full. It's gonna double as my 401k.
No doubt, huh?
Sure. Yep.
Look, I'm already morally bankrupt. I don't need to
I'm
be
potty-mouthed and
financially
unashamed.
bankrupt, too.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, Lord.
Tiger Killer, hashtag no dick pic left behind.
Oh, my Lord.
I bet De Blasio would love having dick pics sent to him. He just strikes me as that kind of guy.
Oh, God. No.
I still, for the life of me, can't figure out how that guy became the mayor of New York City.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, that's
Well,
how he
no,
Cuomo,
okay,
I
no.
understand. Cuomo's father was a gangster. I understand that. And they tend to keep their gangsters doing their gangster stuff. I know that. But De Blasio, how does he become mayor?
I don't know, but he probably got the job on his knees.
I don't doubt it. I really don't doubt it.
I wouldn't doubt that a bit.
Just saying.
$1 billion? Maybe. I don't know.
And on his knees, and he probably bent over and grabbed his ankles and did a few other freaky things for his job.
That's the only way.
Women aren't the only ones that fuck their way to the top.
Oh, absolutely not.
So
Absolutely not.
Well, after Mayor Super Big Gulp You know, because old Michael Bloomberg, old Mini Mike, as Trump likes to call him, after he was mayor, you know, de Blasio said, "I'm going to continue on with such great policies like limiting the size of your sodas," and New Yorkers went, "Oh, that sounds fucking righteous." Okay, and they voted him in. That's all it was. They were like, "Hey, we'll."
I can't believe people buy this crap. It baffles me.
It does literally baffle me.
Oh, did I forget to mention this was an 18-year-old and above chat?
Boys and girls, children of all ages.
Yeah, I mean,
this is an age-restricted stream.
Or hear some stuff that maybe you weren't previously used to. I mean, unless you're living under a rock, I guess.
If you have small children, please turn up the volume.
Did I say something bad again? Because if I did, I'm just going to blame it on Cheshire Cat.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, dude, you can blame me for anything. I don't give a shit.
I know. She's got such a foul mouth. I love that. That girl.
Is that right?
It's definitely something that I'm going to answer for when I talk to God. He's probably going to be laughing when he confronts me. He'll be like, "What were you thinking?" I'll be like, "I wasn't."
That's right. It just happened.
It just happened. I was with people who were egging me on. It's all their fault.
Mm-hmm. I'm just going to blame
send
everybody
him to hell,
else.
Cheshire? Nope. Don't send him to hell. Send me to hell. I did the crime. I'll do the time. And be like, you sacrificed yourself for your friends. You can go to heaven now. Boom. That's my plan.
All planned out.
Hey, look, you're doing pretty good, Chester, because I would imagine you're not bald-headed and you probably don't have cookie nips. So that's probably, you know, you should be gold.
Cookie nips.
Yes, they're one of my
That's a good one.
Yeah, that is a new term. That's a term I don't even know. What are cookie nips?
my co-host, Kieran, we call him cookie nips. Because his nipples look like fucking cookies.
Wait, are you talking about those fat chicks whose tits are so big that they literally step on them? Like they got the big nipples?
No. I'm talking about a guy with nipples the size of fucking cookies.
How in the fuck did? Well, I mean, guys get man tits. I mean, I guess it's possible.
Okay, hold on. Are we talking about Oreo cookies? Are we talking about chocolate chip cookies? What kind of cookies are we talking about?
Well,
He's a white guy. He's got chocolate chip cookies for nipples. He probably should get checked for melanoma.
Yeah. No, well, you know, they're kind of Chips Ahoy sized, but you know, they're not like multicolored like chocolate chips would be. But we make fun of him because he doesn't have boobs.
Wait a second.
He doesn't have man boobs.
Sparky, I got a question for you. Why was he showing you his nipples?
That's a good question.
Because he took his shirt off.
Why was he
in the middle of a stream? Because he's a fucking loon. And I saw it and I'm like, cookie dips immediately.
Okay, it worries me that you even know to call them cookie nips. That worries me. Okay, I'm just I want to put that out there.
I was in the military for several years. It's not gay to wash your buddy's back.
Well, I mean, you were telling us in your last stream that you literally slap each other across the face with your dicks. I mean,
I didn't just slap everyone.
What?
I literally slapped. And I didn't slap him across the face with my dick. I dropped my nuts on his forehead. Oh yeah, I did slap him in the face with my dick. But that doesn't matter. It was a naked man fight.
No homo, bro.
No homo. Look, the balls didn't touch. It wasn't gay.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
I'm not saying nothing about that.
So when you were rubbing,
I wasn't rubbing. There was nothing sexual about it.
Holy crap! DM just called me an asshole.
Oh God. Okay.
Did DM just call me an asshole?
Might have been calling me an asshole.
Probably calling all of us an asshole.
That would be so cool because, like, she never curses. That would be so cool.
Yeah,
if anybody's gonna get DM'd, it's gonna be us. I guarantee it.
I am impressed.
I am too.
And it's not easy to get.
JP, the whole thing was sideways. I don't care about reach arounds. The whole thing was crooked a little bit.
I'm impressed, DM. We really got to work on this your language is far too clean. I mean, it's time for a little bit of re-education. I'm glad.
Oh man, no. One thing you gotta know about Donna at DM is she's from the East Coast, so swearing to her is nothing new. She is just like, don't do it on the streams because we'll get struck down. I mean, she's looking out for us, honestly, when she does that. But one thing, Donna, is I don't give a shit. I mean, we're gonna cuss. We're gonna talk like men and women, amongst ourselves. And if I get struck down, then so be it. And I'll see Pete over at D Live, which I am subscribed to, by the way.
I want to know something. Just the very content that you're creating and the things that you're talking about, and the fact that you don't go along with the narrative gets you demonetized anyway.
Well, you got to get monetized in the first place to get demonetized.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I never even tried, man. I'm still working, man. Well,
I've never been monetized, and I don't plan on it. And Robin says, "I'm ex-Navy. I can take it." I hear that is quite common in Navy. Taking it.
Well, they didn't come up with the term swearing like a sailor for nothing.
Yeah,
Robin. No, that's my girl. She's one of my prepper girls, man.
Hey, nothing wrong with that.
Dude, I mean, I'm on the Patriot platform, but I'm on a lot of prepper platforms as well. And man, yeah, she's right there with us, man. I mean,
she never does. She never leaves. She's like your rock. If you don't see DM in your chat, it's like, anybody see where DM is?
Oh yeah. DM is whacking someone upside their stupid head with the wrench right now. I can tell.
Yeah, okay. DM, I gave you that. I mean, all I needed was a heads up. I mean, I don't like drama in my chat.
Yeah, don't need no drama in the chat.
No.
Let me supply you with idiotic stories of my adventures while in the military.
And
oh god, here we go. All right.
No, I don't have one to tell you right now.
Hold on. I need another beer for this one.
Oh man, I'm out of beer.
All right, so let's hear about your stories there, Sparky.
I'm trying to think of a good one to
it's not gonna be like a reach around thing, is it? Because
no. See, okay, look. What you unfortunately don't understand is that last week I told a story about a naked man fight, and a naked man fight is when two naked men fight. It's pretty obvious, right? Well, the army guy who I got in a fight with, in the end, when the cops found me, I was teabagging him and beating him in the face because I just wanted to insult him worse. Yes.
that is funny.
How do you get into a fight naked with another man?
Because you're in a shower tent, and he made a comment, and I opened up my towel, and when he looked down, I called him a fucking meat gazer and started hitting him.
Okay, so you were forced to be put in this situation?
I was in the military, deployed downrange. Okay.
Let's start off with that context. I was in the military in a shower tent.
So there I was.
Better off than saying I was teabagging a dude with a naked fight. Because then that means I got to try and figure out all the shit.
Okay. Now, well, see, the story was told last week, so
it was bold.
Yeah, it was bold. I will tell you. Gold, I will tell you the second, the second and only second time I've seen a naked man fight. No, I was not participating in this one. Okay. So there I was.
Oh my God, we're losing viewers left and right.
There I was down in St. Croix, Virgin Islands. I was at this time a hurricane hunter, flying through fucking monster storms for no reason other than the U.S. government was paying me to do it. And in between flights, I was sitting at the bar because that's what we like to do. And one of the people decided that they wanted to go swimming in the pool when the fucking sea was literally 35 feet away. He decides to jump into a pool, but he didn't want to get his underwear wet. So what does this dumbass do? Strips down and jumps in the pool. Another guy goes, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing in the pool naked? No one wants to see your little shriveled ding-a-ling." And he says, "Shut up, you old fuck! You're not going to be able to get me out of here. Come and make me."
Oh boy.
Oh.
Oh, those are fighting words.
Now let me go ahead and preface this. We're in the Caribbean. There's a lot of rum. There was much less rum when we left. This was halfway through.
I understand that one very well.
So, of course, my buddy Dave, being the jackass that he is, strips down naked to jump into the pool because, yet again, he doesn't want to get his underwear wet. And a naked man fight ensues in the middle of a pool. And
So
I look
you
at
involved in more than
no.
I don't even want to.
I was in a naked man fight, and then I happened to be at a place where another naked man fight occurred. I had nothing to do with that one.
everything okay then.
Oh goodness.
Everyone gets one. Everyone gets one. If it becomes a pattern, there's something wrong.
While you were sitting there telling the story right now, I was actually going back in my life. I can't say I have a story like that.
Sparky's had an exciting life, I must admit.
I've had a life. I wouldn't say it's exciting. I mean, I've when you're in the military, when you do things in the military, I mean, it's come one, come all. I mean that the standards aren't that high.
Now you don't mean that in a literal sense, right? Because then I got to leave.
No.
Okay. I just checking. Just checking.
Yeah. There was that line. I was going right up to. You went right the fuck over it. You're like,
yeah. I've never been in a naked man wrestling match.
No, not a wrestling match. No, wrestling is gay. A fight.
Oh, okay, so why is wrestling gay, but a naked man fight is not gay? Like I don't understand the intricacies of these
because
kinds of
if
things.
you're naked and wrestling, the balls touch.
Well, not always.
No.
I mean, you could be like 69 and have one guy teabagging the other.
Now I've been in a lot of fights in my life.
No, I'm not.
And I've never, and I mean I'm talking 40, 50, 60 fights, fist fights in my life. And I've never found my nuts hitting another guy's face.
Well, and you want to know
you
something?
haven't been trying hard enough.
I've never had my nuts hit someone's face.
I would want to you.
Okay.
Like never, I've got this mechanism. My balls just get sucked up. Just never happened, man. I mean,
when people in the military are trying to just completely humiliate someone else, the balls are coming out. The balls are being dropped on someone's forehead. It's just going to happen. I mean, it's homoerotic, but it's not gay.
Well,
no, that's pretty gay.
How is that seriously not gay? I mean, this is something I never understood. I mean, even when I was in high school, I would see the jocks who insisted they weren't gay, but they were always slapping each other's asses and shit.
See, military guys don't slap each other on the ass.
Man. But that's gay.
At least most military guys I know don't slap each other on the ass. I'm sure people in the Navy do, but I don't know. My father
spanking each other in the hallway.
I don't remember. Anyone slapping each other in the gym and
and then another thing I would see them doing, they'd be on the field or whatever, and they would take like a baseball bat and try to plug it up the other dude's butt. I mean, it was like,
oh my god,
it's some gay shit.
Oh my god,
that's like next level.
Yeah, I'm not kidding. And so there's a lot of these guys, and it seems like so I'm seeing this parallel between like jocks in high school and guys in the military doing really gay shit, and then being like,
the
it's
military
not gay.
is really just high school extended. A lot of people like to pretend like the military is a bunch of professionals. I mean, when it comes down to it, when we're in garrison, we're all like, yes sir, no sir, blah blah blah, and all that other stupid shit. But then you get us down range. When you get us down range and the bullets are flying, pranks are going to happen. Shit's going to happen because it's a stressful situation.
Flying, dicks are flying, balls are flying. Sounds like something out of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. It's like
the women are worse. The women are worse.
Well, you know what they say. There's no atheist in a foxhole.
Time out. Time out. Time out.
Oh, okay, wait.
Okay, all right.
I just want to confirm something here. Did you say when you're down range and the bullets are flying that the nuts are going to come out? Did I hear that right?
Yeah. Look, have you haven't seen the picture of the Marine?
I just want to put this out there. I've been shot at.
Oh man.
You don't need don't ask, don't tell. You can just
A
tell.
bunch of times.
Yeah, this is great.
I've been shot at a bunch of times, and I cannot think when the bullets were coming flying towards me that I wanted to pull my nuts out for any reason.
Okay.
So I don't know if is that a military thing? Because if it's all for it, bro.
I mean,
There's
I'm
actually,
gonna have to ask some of the older veterans if they. I mean, I'm gonna have to ask them. You know, but when you were in basic training, getting ready to get shipped over to Europe for World War II, did you guys rub your balls in each other's faces?
I've watched a lot of those World War II videos. I've watched a ton of those World War II videos, and I have seen not one veteran that was walking through Europe with his nutsack hanging out, holding an M1. I never saw it.
Those weren't real vets.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to fucking ask him about this.
No. Have you seen?
You know,
there's actually a picture.
Because it just seems like the military has gotten a little gayer.
Yeah, it does take a real man to walk around with his nuts out. I'll give you that.
Shooting people.
Look, have you seen the picture of? There was a Marine who was asleep, and Fob got under attack, and so he just jumped right out and started shooting back, and he was wearing like Flintstones boxers.
What?
Yeah, it was a famous picture on like Newsweek or some shit. Okay, because when guys sleep, we don't sleep fully dressed, even in combat. If there's a way that we can, get a little bit more relaxed, we're going to when we sleep. So this guy, hey, they're under attack. He jumps out. He puts on his IBA. He puts on his helmet, and he's in there with just a T-shirt, his IBA, his helmet, and his fucking gun. And he's not wearing pants. He's wearing just his boxers. Okay, I guarantee you, the nuts fell out. Okay, because if you ever worn boxers,
yeah, probably.
Somebody said, asked me if I never wanted to teabag a defeated foe. No.
Oh, well, then you didn't defeat him enough.
Okay.
When you lose all respect for them, that's when you know you beat them enough.
Brad,
that's when you teabag.
From actually killing your foe, from being nutsack in their face, and that's how you know they've been
defeated. That in video games, but not real life.
Brad Young says balls out is supposed to be an expression.
Okay, are you telling me, Pete?
Balls out is a way of life.
Pete, so are you telling me that Kim Jong's sister basically whipped her nuts out and put them in his face? Because I think that's what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, she probably has bigger nuts than he does.
Probably. Yeah. I wouldn't doubt that.
What should we expect from her? I mean, she looks evil.
Honestly, she looks like a good roll in a sack, but she
looks like she'd bite your dick off, Sparky.
Yeah, she probably would.
She looks like she got slapped in the face.
She would cut your dick off and make some kind of Vietnamese sausage with it or something, like some North Korean sausage or like something. She'd feed it to her cats or some shit. She would serve up your Rocky Mountain oysters raw. She would slurp them up with her servants, man. That's the kind of woman she is.
There's a good question, Sparky. What does it say? Their neck prepper says balls to the wall. What does that mean to you? Does that mean that you take them out and slam them against the wall, or that you just go at things hard? Or
look, man, you go hard in the paint just like LeBron, baby.
It means that if you throw them against the wall and they stick, you're a man.
That's actually disgusting.
Or you probably need to take a shower. I'm just saying. If you throw your balls against anything and they stick, shower.
I left my balls.
After that, then I don't know what the hell's wrong with you.
Man, I left my balls to the side a long time ago. I gave them up after I had kids.
I don't know.
I don't even have balls anymore. No, I'm just a dad now. Nope. No balls, just dad.
I just don't understand how we got to. We're serious, like professional journalists here.
No, I'm not. No, I am literally a personality who tells dick and fart jokes and talks about how freedom is. I'm not a journalist. I will not pretend to be a journalist. Look, journalism has already been sullied by people who claim to be journalists. I am not one.
Oh, I forgot. I'm a narcissist. Don't worry. Just forget about what I said. Yeah.
No, I think one thing we can all gather together on is we're all about freedom and liberty.
And dropping nuts on our defeated foe.
I actually will defend to the death
my right to drop nuts on defeated people.
This guy's freedom to whack his nuts against as many walls as he wants to whack them against.
As long as he doesn't hurt himself or nobody else, I've got no problem with what a guy does.
Beat him against the drywall.
There you go.
Chinese radioactive stuff, you're fine. But do what you got to do, brother. Do what you got to do.
So just don't
know about it.
But I'm going to tell you what, and I'm going to say this out of no disrespect to anybody. If I'm going to get into a fist fight, I want Cheshire Cat with me.
What?
Hey, man.
Oh, man. I mean, of course you do.
Because you want to know why? Do you want to know why? Because she's not going to whip her balls out. That's why.
No, you know what, Pete? If it comes down to that, I want Cheshire, because if it comes to a gunfight, she might save our freaking lives, dude.
Yes, but I think it's more important that she doesn't whip her balls out.
No, well, here's the thing: is if I were by your side, the fight wouldn't even happen, because by the time I got done verbally accosting them, they would probably go hang themselves in their apartment when I'm done with them, because I could read them so well and rip out some of the things that they're the most ashamed of. I don't need another fight.
I love you. Oh man, that's good.
Oh, look
at that! That's classic.
In France.
Huh?
That's good. It's finally dark in France.
Oh yeah, it's getting there. Little bit of blue. There's a little bit. You can still see it.
Well,
we're in it.
Wait, PDX, where are you?
He's in Oregon.
Yeah.
Oregon.
How?
Do you tolerate it?
Atifa Central.
Yeah, it's like Anquifa Central. Like you got
New York outcast. He's a naked fighter. Don't mess with him. It gets ugly quick. Yes.
No. PDX just did a little bit of a video short of the stores going into his local Walmart, and the lines were like way outside the door. And then he said when they got in there was like nothing on the shelves.
Why was it so long to get in? Were they limiting how many people can get in there?
I don't know, but it was like trying to sign an autograph or some bullshit, some sort of like rock concert type bullshit line. But you go in there, like the store is like empty. There's like no one really walking around. Ben Berkwin made a video earlier, and he said exactly the same thing. They're trying to push this whole thing, and they're doing it all at once. I don't know how
you're in Oregon. You're in Snowflake Central.
Yeah.
Those are people who walk around with the VR glasses with CNN on all the time, walking into polls and shit. You're gonna find that where you're at. That Washington State, California, New York, Chicago. These are people who are nothing but CNN watchers and MSNBC watchers. They're scared.
Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Hey, to be fair, no one watches CNN. Their ratings have dropped since airports have closed. Dropped substantially. They all watch MSNBC.
Yeah, I have to go out of business.
It's all about Rachel Madcow, okay? That's
Rachel Madcow.
Orange man bad. Trump did this. Trump said that. It's like, God, shut up.
Believe it or not, I've been seeing a lot of Trump stickers on cars, bumper stickers, and American flags on yards. And I'm seeing
but you live in Oregon where all your ballots are mailed in. So
do you know why
Hillary will win?
Do you know why you're seeing that? I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. Do you know why?
Why's that?
Because all of those snowflake, whatever that word that Cheshire Cat used, people who were so ballsy and tough when there was no problems, right? They would never put an American flag on their house, because if you have an American flag on your house, that means that you're a gun-owning, right-wing whack job. Now you're seeing a lot of American flags on people's houses because they want people to stay away from them. They want their own people to stay away from them, saying, this guy's flying an American flag, he's probably a gun owner. If I go in his house and fuck with him, he's probably going to shoot me. That's a fact, brother. That's why these people, you're seeing more flags on cars and more flags on houses, because they've turned the American flag around to be a right-wing crazy person thing.
They're trying.
You don't want to walk up to a right-wing crazy person's house. Trust me.
They're definitely trying to, Pete. Absolutely. Just like they're trying to remove God. I mean,
you can't remove God. You can't remove God.
They're trying.
They can try all they want. They can try all they want. God's right here. Rip this out of my heart. Rip it out of my heart. You can take God. Go ahead. I friggin' dare you. I double dare you.
They're going to push you into systems. What they're doing is they're trying to push
me into nothing. See, that's the mistake that people make. They think, oh, they're going to push you to do this. They ain't pushing me to do shit. You can't push me to do nothing. Just like
they're going to
push me to take a vaccine.
They're going to leave you no other choice, and they're going to try and manipulate your sons and your daughters.
There's always a choice, PDX.
Well, see, here's the thing with that is that the young, it's too easy to manipulate. It's too easy to them.
And they don't care.
No.
Well,
they know, oh, we can get all these young kids.
Manipulating your sons and your daughters is number one. That is where it becomes our responsibility to be more vigilant about the shit that our kids are hearing and the shit that our kids are being taught in school.
Absolutely.
So when you're helping them with their homework, so when you're helping them with their homework and you find this faggot study shit that they got going on in there, you can go in and you can counteract that shit and be like, no, boys can't turn into women and women can't turn into men. That's just scientifically inaccurate. And then that is when you pull out your medical encyclopedias and you show them how shit really works. Then you tell them to go and lie to their teachers and play the fucking game, and you teach them on the down low until you inculcate little patriots. And then you can enact when the shit hits the fan. That's how we do it, man.
Well, so the way you do it, you do all that you said, up to the part to where you tell your little child to play the part, because you actually teach your child to be brave enough and go, no, you're wrong, because guarantee you, those who got Trump bucks, Trump said every man and woman would get $1,200 if they were a tax-paid adult, blah blah blah, made under this much money. Guess what? Boom! There's only 2 genders now. Okay, because all the unicorn genders and shit went away because Trump said man or woman will get $1,200, and they were like, "Oh shit! Well, I can't be Demi whatever anymore." Okay, so all the gender bullshit went away.
Here's the reason why you get them to play the game, because this is how they ended up getting through our system: is they infiltrated it by being dishonest. They infiltrated it. Guess what, guys? This is the game that's being played.
No, balls out education.
Yeah.
You should see the kids were.
Yeah, and then by that time they've got the fucking Stasi. We already got the Karens reporting people for going to work like the fucking Stasi. So you know what? Yeah, they've infiltrated us to that fucking point where they have institutional power. So there's going to have to be a game that's going to be played, and if you don't play it,
right.
I'm telling you. And we got to bide our time, and we got to play the long game and inculcate our kids until we can infiltrate the institutions back and get our kids into positions of power in order to change it. That's how it's going to happen. We got to be smart. We can't play these stupid fucking games anymore.
Dude, hell yeah, my kids are armed. You saw that I just showed you?
And by the way, PDX, I would lie to an Antima motherfucker in a heartbeat and stab them in the back in a heartbeat. If that's the game they want to play, then that's the game we're going to play. It's not going to be a matter of who's better at it.
Yeah, my 15-year-old can't have a gun.
Yeah, there's kids here that don't listen to their teacher.
Those kids
they're kicking things. They're having temper tantrums.
No,
I have to work in this type of environment where I see these kids have to go in these little rooms where they literally beat the crap out of the walls and then the maintenance guy has to come in and fix it all up again.
Well, see, I was actually
bang their heads against the harder parts of the wall,
Amen,
so they put themselves into a coma, and you could just get them out of the fucking school and wash your own hands of blame. That's what you got to do. Hit your head here, kid. Go ahead.
I was a teacher. I was a history
I
teacher.
just can't believe how these kids are behaving in this school. They don't listen. They just do whatever
It's because
the hell they want.
the parents don't think of school as an educational institute. They think of them as babysitters, and they're there to They exist only to take your kid's shit. So when I was a teacher, I was actually teaching middle school history, and I walking around during one of my off periods to go make some copies of some stuff, and I ran across this young kid playing on his phone. We had a zero tolerance policy, phones on the campus.
Kids don't need phones. But
So
anyway, go ahead.
I grabbed the phone, and I'm like, I'm going to bring this to the office. And he goes, "No, motherfucker." And he grabs the phone. Now this is a
Dangerous
little
has
shit.
the right idea.
This is a little shit. This is a little sixth grader.
Well, okay, get me one of those.
He is he's slapping me, he's hitting me, and he's trying to take the phone back, and I'm just not gonna let a kid beat me with a phone. So he grabs onto the phone like this, and I lift up the phone, and it lifts him off the ground. I carry him into the office like that, and he's screaming, "You motherfucker, you piece of shit. You can't take my motherfucking phone." And I up against the counter in the office, hit him right in the liver. Yeah. And so he fell, and he started screaming about how his side hurt so bad. And I threw his phone across the office and broke it against the wall. And I grabbed the kid, and I put his arms behind his back and pinned him and lifted him up with his arms behind his back. And I said, "We're going to the office now." And he started to kick, and I started to twist that rotator cuff. I said, "I'll break your fucking arm off, you little bastard."
Oh,
Did you teabag him?
Oh, he complied. He complied. No, I'm not going to teabag a kid, dude. Come on, man. I'm fucking twisted, but I'm not a degenerate.
Okay.
So
I had to ask.
I brought him to the principal. You know what the principal said? "Well, don't take his phone." And I said, "Well, the rule was we take their phone." "Well, if they don't give it up, you don't take their phone." Huh.
Yeah.
Well, I fucked his phone up. So what are you going to do about that, principal? He's like, "Well," I said, "you either do something to him or I fucking quit." And he says, "We're not going to do anything." And I said, "All right, we'll find you another fucking teacher." And I quit that day. And you know what? I got paid for 2 more months.
They don't know how to handle these kids. That's the problem.
No, it's because since the administration won't do anything, and the parents are pieces of shit. I actually had parents come up to the school to beat up kids that weren't theirs. Look, if a parent wants to beat their own child, I really don't like that. But hey, you're a fucking kid. But if you want to beat someone else's child because they made your little Timmy hurt,
that's where I draw the line.
Yeah.
You touch my kids, you're on a totally different bound. You might get shot. You may get shot for that. That is
I mean, I worked at an inner city school. I worked at an inner city school, and the reason why the schools are so bad is because everyone is so concerned about how well the kids are treated, and that schools are there to be a daycare. It's not there as an educational institution anymore.
Right, exactly.
Honestly, let me tell you something. Education is nowhere in your rights listed in the Constitution. Nowhere.
No.
Education is not a right, and it should be treated as a privilege.
Well, they're trying to make it into a right, is what they're trying to do.
We had some little cum stain threaten to shoot up the school. Some little piece of shit, inbred, fucking welfare, just waste of DNA, who thought he was a little thug. "Oh, I'm going to shoot this motherfucking school up."
Which one was
this
that?
shit? The school I was teaching at. And we found the gun he was planning on doing it with.
Really?
Oh, wow.
They didn't expel him.
Good for you.
He got suspended for 2 weeks, and during that time, he didn't miss a single lesson because they sent him to an alternative school during that time, which was like juvie, and they forced him to do schoolwork, and he got full grades for it. And I'm like, when I went to school, if you brought a gun, you were gone. Plain and simple. Now,
banned.
That didn't start.
You know what? Since kids can now consent to having their gender change at the age, under the age of 18, maybe it's time to start charging these kids as adults when they do this shit.
Well, see, honestly, had he not been 14, he would have been charged as an adult. What's up, Linda? How you doing?
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Pete. Hey, maybe we'll check your email,
Thanks
Pete.
for coming in.
Yeah, did you send me an email?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll check it out.
I appreciate it.
Everybody, bye.
Hey, always, brother. It is great to see you. Thank you. And Pete's a great guy, dude.
Yeah.
Really enjoy that.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
No, it was fun. It was
I
fun
love
to
his
talk to him
streams.
finally.
They're awesome.
You guys are all great people.
Thank you.
I appreciate the endorsement, but
Even you,
Well,
Sparky.
even
You know
me.
what? I've always been under the impression that I'm a horrible person, and then I met Sparky, and now I feel right at home.
Well, there you go. You know, my job is to
buddy.
make other people feel better about themselves.
Yeah, the education system though, they're trying to pick and choose who gets to succeed and who doesn't.
No,
And with
it's not that they're trying to pick and choose who succeeds.
no.
Everyone succeeds. Ever since they came up with this, and Bush
No Child Left
43.
Behind.
Yeah, no, Bush made a mistake with No Child Left Behind. I say no, leave the retards to rot. If
Well,
they don't want to,
what the retards do is they drag down the smart kids.
well,
You know
what's
what I
funny?
mean? You know how it's frustrating when the smart kids are stuck in classes with the dumber kids. It
Oh,
just
yeah.
is.
No, I would rather teach a special needs kid than have to deal with most of the normal
Dumb
low
kids.
IQ kids who comes from a single parent family and everything else. You know, has all these. Oh well, you know they're gonna be more difficult because you know the single parents and the parents work 12 jobs and of course they live in low income housing. And could you think maybe all that was like a product of the choices that parent made?
Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah.
that would be my first guess.
Yeah.
I mean,
That'd be my very first thought.
Well, and here's the thing, like these single mothers and stuff, it's really not that fucking hard to not get pregnant. It really isn't. But the reason why these women do it is because there's an interesting situation going on now is that, how there was the pump and dumps for men. It's basically a pump and dump for women, only they want to have kids.
yeah.
They're basically using it. They're pumping and dumping the man. They're basically using his sperm and then having kids, and then they're using him as a meal ticket. And then they have 3 different kids by 3 different men, and then they soak them financially for it, and then collect welfare on top of that. It's
Yeah,
really
but see,
good living.
Yeah.
Now here's something else. These are also the people that'll sit there and go, it's a woman's right to choose if she decides to abort the baby or not. Of course, they're all pro-abortion yet won't get an abortion themselves. And then I go, if it's a woman's choice to abort a baby, could it be the male's choice to not pay child support? Oh, hell no.
Well,
Yeah.
and I think with the way things are, and now that women have their full look. As a woman, I feel like I've got full rights to make full choices. I can work. I can, I've got control over my body and stuff like that. I do think.
Yeah.
No, I think that men, and I think there ought to be a court situation where a man has the option to opt out of caring for the child. I think he should be able to opt out financially. If she's got access to an abortion and doesn't get one, and has the baby instead, but the man doesn't want it, I think he should, should be able
All right,
to opt out.
so Cheshire, I'll one up you on this.
Sure.
What about if you're a man that is doing way better than the woman and you want custody of those kids and you fight for custody of those kids and she still gets them because the courts are geared for women? We have been screwed. As a man, I have been screwed with my now it's
You want
not even an
to know
issue.
the short answer to that, Dangerous Freedom? And this is going to be a hell of a reality for you guys to understand.
Oh,
The
try me.
children No. Okay. The children love their mothers more than they love their fathers. The children actually have more of an attachment to the mothers than they do the fathers.
Well, of course.
So, yes. So, and it's not even just about the mother. And so, in that situation, unless the mother is severely unfit, do I think custody should be completely ripped from the mother? But I do think that men do deserve more parental rights if they want to be involved with their children and they're not also abusive.
See, I argue that only because an abortion is strictly a woman's choice, that a man should be able to. Now, I think this is a shitty take, because you should be responsible for every action you take. If you have sex with a woman and you get her pregnant, you should man the fuck up and you should support that child. Mm-hmm. However, playing the devil's advocate, because women traditionally use birth control as use abortion as a form of birth control, therefore stripping themselves of personal responsibility. Mm-hmm. I argue that, well, if a man cannot force a woman to get an abortion, a man should have the right to deny child support. But we all know that the state would not allow that.
Yep.
Okay. And to be fair, I firmly believe that a man should pony up to their responsibilities.
Yep.
Well,
they should stack up.
The state was this shit was actually was pushed through in the assumption that men won't.
Yeah.
And a lot of men don't. And trust me, I've been around a lot of girls who have fucked around with a dude and she got an abortion, but it was the guy that drove her there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she got an abortion because she didn't want to have the kid. She didn't want to be linked to that. They broke up afterwards. She ended up dumping him afterwards. But
they paid for the abortion. See now, and that's where I fall into this one, is because I have lost a child.
Right. Well, a lot of people lose children, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you lost a child, but this is a situation
at the same time, though, Cheshire, I have had a couple abortions with a couple of women. I have not always been the nice, abstaining man that you see before you now. I used to get around a bit, as they say, and
you dropped them nuts out for quite a few. I get it.
When it came time,
it looks like he fertilized some grass.
But when it came time, we discussed it together, and we made our decision, and we did it together, and we paid for it. But what pisses me off is now our tax dollars are going towards abortion. That I really have an issue with, because I am totally against abortion now.
Well, you know what? And for me, I'm okay with it in certain circumstances where it has to do with the health of the mother or the life of the mother,
or if they pay for it,
or if there's not even that, or if there's a rape or something that involves, I think the woman should have the choice to terminate, but it should never be done past the first trimester into the third trimester. Never. There's no medical reason for that.
Yeah.
Now, Cheshire, when it comes to a case of endangering the life of the mother, I can almost see an abortion being acceptable, but under no other circumstance do I. And people that argue rape, I mean, we're talking about less than 1%.
It's less than 1%, but it doesn't become real to you until it happens to you.
But I get that, and I'm never going to understand that. Hopefully, okay.
I hope not.
But here's the real deal. The offspring of that rape did nothing wrong. I argue against abortion on the side of the innocence of the fetus.
Right. And I'm arguing on a scientific thing, and from a female standpoint, for me the question is do I have the right to reject this man's seed? Which I think that I do, especially if it was forced upon me. Yeah. If I'm walking down, and by the way, and this is what's ripping this open for me, especially at this point in time, is the fact that we are literally being invaded by Islamic men that are raping our citizens and our women, who are going to more than likely end up having pregnancies from these rapes.
Well, look
And
at
I
what's
will
going on in the UK
never-
right now with the grooming gangs.
Yeah, what's going on? It's all going on all over Europe. And I'll be damned if I'm going to be forced to carry some low IQ Islamic turd's baby to term and use my bodily resources, my husband's resources, my work, and everything that I've worked for my whole life to care for this kid that, as far as I'm concerned, never should have happened. And
Well,
yes,
I feel you.
and by terminating that child, I am killing a part of him.
I
It
hear
is
you.
what it is. So you know what and from a scientific standpoint, I am not propagating genes like that. I am not propagating some inbreed's genes, and I got that right, I think. Now,
Wait.
Sparky, I mean, whatever your choice is up to you. This
What
is
do you
how
mean?
this is how I feel about it as a female. Because again, it doesn't become real to you unless it happens to you, or the possibility that it
I don't
will
think
happen.
females should have I don't think females should have any choice in this whatsoever.
Oh,
Because
sure.
the whole
Oh,
because I'm a female.
wow.
Because I'm a female. No, and I'm stirring the shit here.
Oh, I know you are. I know you are.
Because women goes, because it's a woman's issue. Well, no, it's a guy's issue too. I had
Well, it's the man's issue if he's the husband that has to deal with the pain she's going through as she's gestating a child that she was forcibly.
scarecrow. I'm prepping for my
Yeah.
abortion.
So it's a sticky issue.
I,
So-
That's what she said.
Yeah,
Ayo.
That's what she said as she was leaving the alley after 5 guys raped her. So
That was a sticky situation.
yeah,
Ooh.
real sticky.
Ooh.
Woo,
wow.
woo.
Wow.
She's spicy from me, guys.
Wow.
But-
Wow. You got them claws
But yeah,
out.
no. So the Islamic rape gangs and the fact that we are actually importing men from these kinds of society that think rape is okay.
We should stop importing them.
Oh, God.
Well, I definitely agree
No.
with you. I agree with you.
I see where you're going now. And no, they don't belong in our society. We are still Christians. We are still God-fearing people. Even
The true God.
Well, and
Not
I got a
fake
gal
goat
here,
fucking
Robin
God.
G. She says Kat is right about the rape situation. And yes, it by the way, being forced to gestate a baby that if you were violently raped, or if you were one of those women and who got gang raped in the UK and you got pregnant from that, as your belly swelled and thing is just in your belly. Yeah, it would do a number on you. And I'm actually thinking, I mean, for me, it would actually anger me to the point where I might commit infanticide. Like I wouldn't be able to gestate it and keep my sanity. So
no, I don't think I would blame you at that point.
getting raped in a rape gang is not the same thing as having a passionate night, with your husband. And oops, well, we weren't planning it. Yeah, now those are two different things.
Well, and the reason why I even say in rape, it's just because of the innocence of the product, not because of the action.
That product, that child was not conceived innocently. And plus, what happens in our system if a woman here gets raped by some Muslim control freak like that, and that son of a bitch presses her for fucking child rights, or for visitation, or can insert himself into her life that way?
Yeah, if it's a rape, I don't think they get that option.
Yeah, geez. Okay, so women who have gotten like women who have gotten pregnant via sperm donation have literally sued men for child support. So
well, that's
so
what happens when you allow thoughts to reproduce.
Right. Well, this is what happens if you allow disgusting Islamic men to rape women to reproduce. And by the way, back in the day when we were all cave people, it was a viable way of reproduction because it was a way for a man to fuck a woman and get her pregnant with his offspring if she wouldn't lay with him by choice. Anyways, I'm fucking done.
That's
Fucking done.
a lot. That's a lot.
No, that was
Fucking
good.
done.
No, that is pretty funny.
Every
though.
woman in here is saying, yeah, you know what? When it comes to these Islamists, we're not, none of these women, and by the way, they are targeting white women. We're not going to put up with this shit. We'll kill their kids. Like, I don't care.
Well, I mean, you even see that in the black community. They target white women to rape because they're trying to rape the white out.
Are you kidding me? Come on,
Yeah,
this.
they do.
No, that's a black extremist
What's
thing.
disgusting about it is it is a
They
form
do.
of hate.
No,
It pisses
Sparky's
me
right.
off because it is a form of hate crime that is not recognized. And by the way, there are plenty of interracial hate crimes committed from other races onto whites that are not recognized as hate crimes. This
Yep.
shit's going to stop.
Yep. I agree. But
And by the way, the propaganda and stuff that I'm seeing about whites, I saw some article that suggested that having white children was white supremacy or some stupid fucking shit like that. Do you know how borderline genocidal some of this propaganda is?
Or you're born with racist DNA.
Yeah, trust me, I figured that out.
This is borderline genocide. This is like genocidal, seriously. And then you have that son of a bitch Biden who's like, well, we're going to try to make whites a minority in the United States. That's a good thing. Do you know that's called democide? The United Nations actually defines that as genocide.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, United Nations better never show up on our shore.
They are on our shores. They have a building in New York.
Yeah, well,
we're going to have to kick them out of the country at some point.
Yeah,
they're not our friends.
We'll force them out.
Could you imagine if there was an article, having white babies is white supremacy? Could you imagine if there was an article that said having Jewish babies is Jew supremacy or some stupid shit like that? Could you imagine that? Would it fly? Why is it flying when it's done to whites?
Yeah.
That's why
no doubt, Robin. Yeah.
I want to know why.
Our society has become sick.
Society is definitely sick. That's why we need to burn it down.
I mean,
rebuild it.
yeah.
I mean, honestly, at this point, I don't know what we can do. I mean, I think most of us here, like I started my show off, we're preppers. I mean, I try and be a prepper. I've prepared enough for myself and my family and some of my close friends. But other than that, I mean, people are going to be on their own. And we're 9.
You gotta be prepared for anything.
What is it, Sparky? We're 9 meals away from Armageddon, or 9 meals away from chaos. What is it?
3 days worth of supplies.
Yeah. So getting back to it, yes, Sparky, I do believe in abortion in the case of rape, especially because we're literally being invaded by people that want to rape the white out of me.
What's not just that? We have sleeper cells right here that infiltrated our country. So all we have to do is get the word and.
Well, okay, no, I get what you're saying, Cheshire, but see, we're looking at a totally different spectrums. I'm looking at the moral side. I am anti-abortion. I'm against killing of innocent lives. Period. Mm-hmm. Now, non-innocent.
As far as I'm concerned, a pregnancy via rape is not innocent.
And I get that. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I don't agree. Yeah. That's all it is.
That's entirely up to you.
So it's
don't worry.
Argument.
I could see where she's coming from.
We can agree to disagree. It's not a big deal to me. Yeah. But I'm just telling you where I'm coming from.
No, I get it, and I hear your passion.
Yeah.
Just I see it. I see it a different way.
Yeah.
And it's funny because I used to hold your opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I used to hold the exact same opinion.
Me too.
And what changed is I started to become more spiritual and more involved in the reading of the Bible and God's word, and it infected a change on my personal beliefs.
Mm-hmm. I'm going straight to hell, you guys.
I'm not saying you're going to hell for that.
No, I didn't say you said it. I said it.
No.
This is a confession.
If that's the way you feel, I mean, I hate it for you. I can help you find a better way, but
yeah, it still won't change my mind about the fucking getting raped and having to carry some inbreeds. Baby.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that doesn't drive you to hell. So
I mean, it's a hard decision.
It is a tough decision.
It is a tough decision, and these issues aren't black and white. And for me, where I draw the line are, you're having you're using abortion as birth control is where I draw the line, or you're having them into the 2nd and 3rd trimester, which there is absolutely no medical reason for. The exceptions that I stated are the only exceptions that are on my.
I don't think so.
Yes, Outcast. The Bible does cover rape. And it still says that it does say that the taking of an innocent life is not a good thing.
But
I'm not particularly worried about it. So
now here we are as men talking about rape, and Cheshire is a woman talking about it.
Because rape means 2 different things for each of us. It would be different. It would be different for you. I mean, I know that guys get raped, and I know you guys can get it up the ass, but you don't end up having. You don't have the. There's no possibility of you having to pay a 9-month consequence for that rape and having to look at it every day.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
DM, you're right. Once you accept Yeshua into your heart, your mind will be changed.
Yeah,
it's not a. It's
exactly.
To say it's a spiritual thing is to understate it, to be honest.
New York, unfortunately, I've never had to be in quite that situation, but I don't doubt that is correct.
I bleed American. How is a baby a consequence? A consequence is not always a bad thing. A consequence is a result of an action. So if you have sex and the right time happens and everything else, and there's no protection and blah blah blah, the consequence of that could be consummation of a new human life.
Yeah.
So that's not a bad thing or a good thing. It's really about point of view, how you take that.
I think it depends on the parent.
Now, personally,
I was happy with my kids, but I never. The mother was eager to call me a deadbeat, and she wanted all that power for herself, and all the systems that be are in her hands. And really,
that is the truth.
I really have?
So
that is the truth. The American system is set up against father.
I'm sorry, Sparky. So you never had a father to teach you things and give you guidance through your life, or what?
Not particularly.
Really? Okay.
And Kimberly says, I'm Christian and ashamed of the church. We've been so weak. We must get like and follow suit of Poland. Honestly, it's not the church, it's the congregation. The church is only as strong as the people who get together with it. Now,
why did people turn away from the church though?
Because the church has become corrupt. The church has become a business.
Exactly.
So what people need to do is they need to get back in touch with their spiritual beliefs. They need to actually read the Bible. They need to get with people who actually believe in the Bible, the Word of God. And instead of trying to, if it feels good, do it, we need to get away from the Dr. Ruth style of living. And we need to get back to a more spiritual form of life. We need to actually follow the commandments of God. Hey, there's only 10.
Yeah.
It's not that hard.
Honestly, those sins are really hard to avoid.
Pride. I mean, they're easy to avoid.
I mean,
they're not easy to avoid. No, you're going to
killing and stealing. I mean, some of them are pretty easy to avoid.
I've stolen,
but like
I've killed, I've bared false witness against people. I'm prideful. I've coveted other things. Okay, look, I am by no means sin-free. Hell, you've heard me tell stories about dropping my balls on people to humiliate them. Okay, it is in no means am I perfect. Okay, however,
but isn't there the understanding that you're not?
There is, but you should be striving for perfection, and I fall short of it daily.
We all do, though.
Especially like when I came in here, man, I came in here like a lion, son. I was just tearing it up, throwing jokes out, cussing every 5 seconds. I was extra, and I mean, it was a lot of fun. But was it all right? Nah, probably not. Okay, I probably violated a few commandments in the
Why do you do it then?
Because goddamn, it feels good, and it's hard to get out of that. It's hard to get out of that. It's hard to get out of those habits.
Why is there this idea that God would never have a sense of humor?
Oh, God has a great sense of humor. Have you seen the penis?
Have you seen
a vagina?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Our no-no parts are hilarious looking.
Yeah, but I mean, so I mean, if you came on here cussing and on fire and you came in like a wrecking ball, why wouldn't God think that was funny, even though you were?
Because you cross some lines sometimes when you do that.
Oh, yeah, how? No,
I would have to watch.
You didn't hurt anybody.
Yeah, that's a good question.
You didn't hurt. You didn't hurt anybody physically.
I mean, honestly, as long as you don't come out.
Well, you want to know something? Sometimes those cheese-eating surrender monkeys get to me too.
I mean, I really don't think that God or Jesus has a problem with the word fuck or shit. But when you start blaspheming his name,
That's one thing I really don't.
Wait. How do the words God or how do the words shit and fuck blaspheme God?
It doesn't.
They don't. That's what I was saying.
That was the point.
Line though.
Yeah.
When you start saying,
you want to be presentable is more of the part.
Now Scarecrow asks, have I been to?
Yes, you
I'm
did.
thinking he's saying Fallujah, which would be FALUHJA. Have I been to Fallujah? Yes. I've been all through Iraq and Afghanistan, and no, I do not want to go back to that godforsaken place.
Yeah, you can call it a shithole.
No. It's not a shithole.
No, it's not.
No, because a shithole is an improvement. I mean, if it's godforsaken, you don't get much better.
Did you get to see a camel
You don't
spider?
get much lower. I mean, but if you're a shithole, you could still go lower.
God, I don't know anything about that.
I mean, because hell is godforsaken. A shithole just smells bad.
I hear those camel spiders will eat your eyes out in your sleeping bag if you're not paying attention.
No, a camel spider might try to dig a hole in your belly or something to lay eggs, but no, they're not going to eat your eyes out or anything stupid like that. You know why they're called camel spiders, right?
Why?
They're actually a member of the scorpion family, and what they do is they have like a 6-foot vertical, and they'll grab onto the belly of a camel, they'll chew in there and lay eggs, and then they'll drop off, and then the wound heals up, and then the camel spider babies chew their ways out when they're born.
Wow,
that's messed up.
What's up, Gundox? How you doing, brother?
Hey, Gundox.
Howdy.
What's going on, brother?
It's nice to be here. Thank you.
Now, are you a doctor?
I am.
Or are you a gunsmith?
No, not a gunsmith. Just a big enthusiast of firearms.
Right on. What's your specialty, if you don't mind me asking?
Without doxing myself, I'll just say that I used to do trauma surgery, and now I have improved my standard of living significantly by leaving that. And so I don't deal with gunshot wounds anymore, but I used to do a whole hell of a lot of those.
Wow.
That's
Sounds like
cool.
a medic.
Man,
I used to be a scrub nurse.
I'm glad we got
right on.
Man, I'm so glad that we got people like you on our side.
Well, it's good to be here. You know, I like that. Well, everyone's got a hat. Sorry, I don't have one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't feel too badly. I'm not wearing a hat either. You just can't see it.
Okay, I do have my banner in the background. You can see that's the Martin Heemeyer. It's the
tread on them.
Yeah,
I like that.
That's cool. That's cool.
The killdozer.
Yeah, here in Massachusetts, you can't take a gun outside the house.
Outcast, I do have hair. It just doesn't look great. Because I always have hat head because I always wear a hat.
I have a full head of hair. I don't have enough testosterone to have made it fall out.
You have to have a permit, and your guy can't leave the house unless you're going hunting or the firing range. That's it.
All the gun ranges around here are completely closed, so that's usually what I do to relieve stress about once or twice a week.
I did that in Boy Scouts. I fired a sniper rifle.
Here in Oklahoma, gun ranges are still open. So that's weird and I don't know where you are, but
where are you, Gundox?
Tennessee.
You're in Tennessee. No, I've lived in Chattanooga.
Yeah,
gun stores are open.
The gun stores are open, but all the ranges are closed.
The ranges attached to them
are closed. I'm with Gundox on this. They shut down all our damn parks. I'm in Arizona, and they did the same damn thing to us. I used to drive about 20, 30 minutes away, and I could go fire off whatever, however I wanted to. Nobody gave a crap, but now it's all closed.
You know, it's interesting, though. Like here in Oklahoma, gun stores, well, almost all the gun stores have a shooting range with them, attached to them. and they are allowed to remain open. If they are closed in the great state of Tennessee, which by the way is God's country, only on the eastern side, the western side can go to hell.
I'm on the western side.
Oh man, look, you got to move east of Nashville for it to be real Tennessee.
Oh, believe me, I grew up in Nashville.
Go Vols.
I spent most of the time.
City of music.
Any time that I was not in Nashville, I would spend it in Chattanooga, Knoxville, that area, the Smokies, get into North Carolina. It's a wonderful place.
My wife is from Chattanooga. I'm actually from southern Mississippi, and I currently live in Oklahoma.
Well, I am now in West Tennessee, and it is horrible. So,
yes, because you're really in East Arkansas.
Yeah. I've been here for 10 years, so
I'm sorry. You should move south. You should move south towards the Grove down around Ole Miss. You probably like that better.
I thought Tennessee was like pretty cool. I mean, like gun friendly. I mean,
it is. But in Western Tennessee is really a wannabe.
Had to play a random song. I'm like, what the?
Western Tennessee is kind of like a wannabe Missouri. They think there's St. Louis because there's Memphis. Memphis is a horrible, pus-filled, degenerate town that probably should be cleansed with fire and locust. Probably at the same. Fire locust would probably do a better job than strictly fire or just locust. Yeah, Memphis is
not to go too far deep into things, but do
you have any rebuttal for that?
I will say that. So I told you that I was doing trauma surgery, and yes, that was in Memphis, and that's where you have several thousand gunshot wounds per year. I went there for medical school and was a suture tech, and by the time that I was even an intern, I'd already taken care of maybe 3,000 or 4,000 gunshot wounds.
Yeah, it's kind of sad.
Holy moly!
So it didn't take long for me to kind of burn out on all of that, and it also didn't help that not even a year ago in Memphis I got shot in a parking lot. So yet
again, like I said, Memphis needs to be cleansed with fire and locust. Let's make that a hashtag fire locust.
I used to actually
So you used to be a trauma surgeon. Then do you still practice medicine? Did you just quit?
Oh no, I still practice medicine. I just do it rurally.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
See, that's better.
Yeah, much better.
Much better.
So if I'm ever in Tennessee, I know who to look for.
Only in Western Tennessee, though.
Really nice out that way.
We really need to get him. We need to move him east of Tennessee.
Good to see you, brother.
We need to the east side. Over towards the mountains, the beautiful part of Tennessee. Some great people in Tennessee, regardless of what side of the state they live on. But there's a lot of crappy people over there on the west side of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
That's as professional as I can be. Yes.
So
sucks, dude.
I completely understand exactly what you're talking about, especially with Memphis. I don't have a job to where this really affects much, so I can be on camera going, "Yeah, we need to kill it all with fire, and it's not going to hurt me none." But
so I have a question for all of you gents. I've actually got two. First off, one, what are you carrying?
40 Smith & Wesson.
40 cal.
I just carry a knife.
Zero.
Yeah, not a lot of weapons actually in Portland. Not that easy.
Like I said, you have to have a gun permit, and you can't leave your house here.
State of Oklahoma is constitutional carry now, and before then, I've always had a concealed carry. I carry a 40 because meth heads don't drop with a 9. Something about supersonic ammunition and meth just doesn't mix well.
I have weapons, but I don't have access.
For me, it's a 380 because it fits well in my purse and it's great as a concealed, and then a 9mm for the house. So
there you go. Nice. That sounds like my sister.
What about yourself, Mr. Gundox?
Yep.
Normally carry either a Glock 19 or a CZ P10C. Also got my Gold Cup national match.
Nice.
So love that thing. It's great. It's a Series 80 though, so it's got the firing pin block. It's lame, but the as kind of mentioned before, the 70 is in a police lockup, but it should be back in a couple months.
Yeah.
So, it's been almost a year, so we'll see.
I did fire a rifle when I was younger. I did get enjoyment out of it. Just shooting at targets.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Now I will tell you this, Dr. Guns, and Freedom. Yeah, I like that. Gun docs, cool name, but
Dr.
you know what?
Guns, I think.
Dr. Guns.
Dr. Guns, you can take us to the gun show.
I'll change the name.
I will inform you on YouTube policies real quick.
Sure.
The open display of weapons on YouTube video could cause demonetization and or banning of said videos. So
it's a good thing that was not a real gun. That was airsoft.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
In Minecraft.
Here, let me oh crap! There's right.
Well, I just say that because
it's like
my channel.
On camera.
I mean, we were. I don't think anybody's really concerned about the demonetization of any of these.
No, it's not about demonetization. It's about the loss of the channel.
Right. We're not going to get monetized. Not any of us, man.
Yeah, no.
We're talking about rubbing your balls.
We're just trying to reach out to other like-minded folks. Like, I'm glad we met Gondox. I mean, what?
Dr. Guns is amazing.
Cheers. Thanks.
I'm voting Gundox for the mayor of any place but Memphis because they still want to kill these fire locusts.
Yeah, I don't want to stay here.
Yeah. Hey, OU Medical is hiring.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If you don't mind living in the Oklahoma City Metro District, which honestly
again, better than Memphis.
I live in North OKC. I would honestly suggest you look at the Edmond area. Very nice area, very good people, but not as nice of geography as what you'd find in the great state of Tennessee.
I do love the fact that I can just drive for a couple hours and just be out in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, dude, the mountains are beautiful, aren't they?
It's just great.
I miss that. Oh, I miss that.
Gundox, I wanted to ask you. So, with this whole Corona thing that's been going on, what have you noticed in the medical field? Has anything? I mean, like we hear that New York and LA are getting flooded, but most of the states in the flyover areas are not flooded at all. I mean, what are you seeing over there?
For one, Tennessee has done exceptionally well. They only have, I think, somewhere around 7,000 cases.
That's high.
But all considered, it's really not.
The state of Oklahoma has about 1,600, I believe.
Just to also drive home what you were saying previously about West Tennessee possibly not being the best, Shelby County and Davidson County, so that's Memphis and Nashville respectively, make up, I think, somewhat like 95% of all of the cases. So once you take those away, all of East Tennessee is essentially COVID free.
Now, I'm sure you've already read studies on the COVID-19 and whatnot. At least you've heard testimonial from other doctors in case you happen to run across these patients.
Which I have.
Thank you for your service, by the way, to your community.
What I do. Sorry.
Well, no, it doesn't matter if it's your profession. You're still putting your life on the line by doing your job, and that's something that I think everyone needs to acknowledge. When I was a service member, when I was out in, people understood. People don't think about doctors actually putting their lives at risk by just performing their job. Yes, it is your profession, but thank you for doing it.
You're here.
Thank you very much. And I just want to say that, I appreciate that very much. Right now, I cannot see basically any of my family because, again, without doxing myself, I'll just say that I work in nursing homes. Actually, that is specifically what I do. I'm in the highest risk possible category, and there's a good number of the almost 24 nursing homes I work in that I can't actually go to because of the risk. And there's been some of them have some COVID positive patients. And because of that, that means that I've got family, of course, in Middle Tennessee where I grew up, and I can't go see them. Used to do that pretty frequently, but there is too much of a risk that I could be an asymptomatic carrier because I am a younger person. If you look at, especially with the data in Tennessee, I think it is something like 93% of all of the deaths were 60 or greater in terms of age. So I'm not in that category, and I would more likely than not be asymptomatic if I were to be infected. So I could very easily transmit that to my family members, my mom, my dad, and my dad is immunocompromised, so I can't be around him. I talked to him today, but I'm not going to probably see him in person for, I imagine, probably around 6 months.
Wow, that's tough.
That's like the same thing with truckers too. They're having a hard time seeing their families.
Well, I think I read stories or had seen things about doctors and nurses. Some of them were sleeping in tents in their garages because they didn't want to go into the house and possibly infect their spouses or their kids with COVID in case they were carrying it.
Yep, I've got a couple friends that are in a similar boat. They are emergency medical, physicians. They just work in the emergency department, and they essentially, a number of them went and got either long-term, like extended stay hotel rooms, or just straight up bought apartments and are just doing that just so that they can stay there and they don't see their family.
That's terrible.
Now, I've got 2 questions for you. One of them is a professional type opinion.
Sure.
So, looking past everything that has been said on mainstream media, I am asking for your opinion as a physician, as an educated person on the human body and everything. What do you feel the risk is to Americans working back towards getting to some form of normal, reopening the economy? What risk do you see for the average American? Not necessarily the extreme high risk, the 65 plus with multiple chronic issues, but your average American, which, let's be honest, we're not all that healthy, but the average American, let's say someone in their mid 30s, which is younger than me, and probably has something like an underlying respiratory condition, or maybe a little bit of hypertension or something like that. What do you think would be the risk? Because Americans, we're not healthy people, and that's why I ask in that way.
Yeah, no, I get you. Honestly, it's something that I think about every day, and that my opinion on it changes pretty frequently because I'm just trying to keep up to date with all of the data. And there's a big difference when we're talking about politically acceptable ideas versus like medically prescribed information. Like, what's the best thing you should do versus what's actually feasible, meaning like medically, but yeah, shut everything down, shut it down for 2 years.
Yeah,
that's not possible. I mean, you can't even do that for 2 months.
Nope.
And especially when you start looking into the idea of vaccines and stuff, we don't really know that a vaccine is even possible for something like this, because while its mutation rate being extremely high bodes well towards it being not lethal, it also means that making it something that a vaccine would work against is very low. So it's a really tough question to answer. I mean, I think I think that completely shutting everything down, and this is very much my personal
idea.
I think that shutting everything down was a mistake because it's one of those things that it's like it's politically expedient. And then once you try to roll that back, that's going to be politically very difficult. It's the exact same sort of scenario for, like, again, I said that I work in nursing homes. Imagine they're all run by corporations and their number one thing is risk mitigation. So when they hear that I can do, say, telemed visits and that I don't have to be in the facility, then they go, oh, yeah, let's do that. That sounds great. Well, what ends up happening is that I can't actually be there, can't see, smell, feel the wounds, can't, get my hands into it, and I can't provide the best care possible. And then it's also a lot more difficult for the wound care nurses and everyone else that's doing, part of the team that I do my job. It's harder for them to do it. So we're seeing like all of this actually being much more difficult.
Okay. Now I see what you're saying. I completely understand. And I think I did ask something that would incorporate some of you, and I asked for your professional opinion. So let me alter this just a smidge. With the USC and Stanford studies that have come out that have shown that approximately 80% of Americans more than likely have already been exposed to this and have possibly either been asymptomatic, with 50% of them asymptomatic, and the other like 43% of them having short, severe symptoms, but nothing of any true consequence. What risk do you think? What risk do you glean from those studies and those findings?
Okay, based on just that, one of the things that and everything that I say is, of course, as you guys know, with
your opinion,
and it's my opinion, and it's also with what I know of right now, which can change. But from my understanding is that you basically need to have around 80 to 85% of the population inoculated for herd immunity to work. And so and I don't know if that study is correct, but if you do have 80% exposed, and if, again, that exposure and, having it then gives you immunity, well, that sounds like that could work. The biggest problem with that is just the understanding that we're seeing people getting infected more than once, and that's also like that's the reason why I was saying a vaccine may not work, because if you have 300 different serotypes of this highly mutating virus, then
he means different mutations, people.
You can just keep getting the virus over and over again.
What is it, like 3 of them now?
What is the likelihood of this virus to end up mutating to a form that is not particularly as deadly? Because I think I was really reading some virology studies on Ebola, and what they were saying is that Ebola will outbreak, but it never has become a pandemic because it's just simply too lethal.
Right on. So
the likelihood that it'll become less lethal, the likelihood that coronavirus will become less lethal as it mutates, because if it's too lethal, it'll actually peter it out. So in order for it to sustain its, I guess, growth or its population, it has to become less lethal so that it has time to spread from person to person.
Correct. Almost all viral anythings tend to mutate towards being non-lethal. That's for a number of reasons. The biggest of which is that the more lethal something is, the more, well, if it kills everybody, then the host reservoir, the number of people that can possibly get it and keep communicating it, is less. So it just can't communicate itself as well. If you have a mutation that makes it less lethal, that makes it asymptomatic, and so it can be spread all around and it doesn't kill anyone, that makes, evolutionary sense, in an evolutionary sense, that makes the virus much more adaptive. That's exactly what happened the last big Ebola pandemic or epidemic. Sorry.
One more question, and this is no opinion really is being asked here. At least I don't think so. The other day during a news conference, Donald Trump asked a question about disinfectants and UV light. to be brought inside the body to help clear up any problems.
Yeah.
The media immediately spun it as he suggested, proposed, blah, blah, blah. Could you please explain to the people how disinfectants do exist in today's current medicine and injectables, and that how therapeutic UV light is used in medicine today?
Yeah. One, I think we all know Donald Trump is Donald Trump, and sometimes when he speaks, he does not say the correct words, but you get what he's saying. When he said disinfectant, I don't think he was talking about bleach and Lysol. I just don't.
Iodine's a disinfectant. Hydrogen peroxide is a disinfectant.
Sure.
So
But yeah, he meant, probably antiviral, antibiotic, something like that. He meant something different.
Alcohol.
Regardless, he basically gets kind of like the gist of some things and then starts talking about it. But thankfully, he has other people to talk about it that know a little bit more. Unfortunately, of course, the media is just going to latch on to whatever sound bites they can get, and they just make garbage out of it. Now, with regards to the UV light stuff, that I think is really fascinating. That is something that is very cutting edge, and I have never actually seen myself. I mean, it was definitely, it's something that's occurred since I was in medical school, but I've tried to keep up with it, and especially with regards to what we've been seeing recently. And
irradiation blood therapies, from what I understand, has existed since the 40s.
Well, no. Yeah, that has. I was talking about specifically ultraviolet light used within the actual bloodstream. And this, I've seen a couple studies and some pictures of it. It's very cool. You use like a fiber optic that is placed essentially like a really long IV catheter, and that's put into a vein, and that pumps IV light into the bloodstream.
What?
Yeah. Some cool stuff going on, man.
He's not wrong. It was like light inside the body, and I was like, "What is he talking about?" And then when I looked it up, oh man, that's actually happening.
So I guess you kind of summed it up that okay, Trump speaks in layman.
Yes, he does.
Just like I do. I am not a medical professional.
Well, I mean, I don't expect Trump to speak in medical terminology. He's not a doctor, nor is he medically trained in any kind of way.
But it's amazing how many WebMDs we have, or at least we find on Facebook and Twitter and whatnot. Oh, this guy's an idiot. Blah blah blah. He said this, and they didn't actually hear the quote. They're just basically gleaning something off a headline. So it was interesting. I started looking up about light therapies in blood, and that's where I found irradiation blood therapies. And then Mark Dice actually showed a lung treatment where they put kind of like a breathing tube down your throat, and they put a UV wand that will pulse light inside the esophagus into the bronchial tubes to help kill off any virus inside the lungs. And I thought that was an interesting proposal. I don't know if it's been tested, but there's some amazing things coming out in the medical community. And just because us lay people don't understand it, when Donald Trump says something, he may word it wrong. I think a lot of times he does.
Most times he does.
I basically said he's a communication idiot. He may be a hell of a businessman, but when it comes to transmitting his thoughts to a hostile crowd, he's an idiot. He sets himself up. He sets himself up to be criticized like this all the time.
Yeah.
And I think it's
I don't think Trump cares, though. I think it actually feeds him.
No, it does. But honestly, it discredits him at the same time.
I mean, because there's people like me. It's like, I listen to him. I can understand what and we are pissed off, and he relates to us, and that's how he got my vote back then, and that's how he's gonna get my vote again.
Yeah.
I mean, unless it's just something really stupid.
Well, I mean, if I've got the choice between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, I'm going to take Donald Trump any day of the week.
Oh, amen.
Donald Trump might not be the greatest orator, but at least he's not fucking senile.
Amen. I'm just ashamed of the Democrats at this point for even running Biden, because I had a grandfather that passed away from this, and I can't believe they're doing it. It's disgusting on their part. I don't know why they're doing it.
It's their last hope.
It's not even a hope at all.
It's the globalist last hope. Yeah.
Hey, we like to say that Joe Minch is a real thing, but the medical expert actually raised his hand because he was trying to speak up. Let's see what he's got to say.
Oh dear.
Well,
Okay.
you don't have to have had a family member with dementia to know that the way that he's acting, especially with regard to he's a public figure. So you can see video of him from 1 year ago, 2, 5, 10. You can see a progression.
His mental decline.
He's not doing well. I can't diagnose him with anything because I'm just looking at, subjective stuff on a monitor. But what I see is very, very disturbing.
Yeah.
I like the way you said that.
You said it better than I did.
Yeah.
You actually said it like a decent person. I didn't.
Which is sad because he conforms to the left's agenda, so he has no choice but to go with whatever kind of bullshit that.
I don't think he cares. He was crooked before he lost his mind.
Yeah, I know, but he put himself there. That's honestly karma. But at the same time, he looks like such a fool.
I have to wonder, when I see something like that, I'm like, why is he there? And is he basically just supposed to be like a fall guy? Like they knew that they couldn't win, so just.
I've heard some rumors, or I've heard people speculate that there's actually a plan behind it. That what they plan to do is to try to get him in as a Democratic contender with a communist vice president, and that once they get him into office, they're going to declare him, so they're going to basically make comments about his mental health declining, and they're going to use that to impeach him and remove him from office because he's senile. And then we end up with a full communist coup, and there is the vice president, which was a communist, moves into the presidential seat.
Yeah, I mean, the joke for some period of time has been that he's going to nominate Hillary, and then he's just going to suspiciously be Arkansas-sided. And then there you go, she's president.
Yeah, that's a really roundabout way for Hillary to become president.
Yeah.
I think trying to
she sucks so bad and she's so abjectly horrible she would have to weasel in the back door like that.
Trying to
She loves it in the back door.
Sparky, I do not doubt it.
Hey, you leave a butt joke in there, and I'm gonna jump on that fucker. That's just what I do.
Well, she loved it. What do you think, old Billy?
Ayo.
Rumor has it he was a freak.
Hey, I don't hate the players.
Yeah, I know, right?
Unless they're doing it, unless it's underage, right?
Yeah. No, we don't. No kiddies.
The rumor has it, old Billy the kid liked to ride on the Lolita Express to Epstein's rape island.
It's rape-tastic.
Yeah.
Excuse me for a moment.
Oh, all right. So gun docs.
Yeah.
That is crazy. How prepared are you? If you don't mind my asking, because if you notice my stream chat, it's Saturday Night Preppers.
That's right. No, I think I'm pretty well prepared.
Okay.
So I, for a number of years, have been always about, going off in the woods, and I'd go off with just, 2 days supply of food, but try and stay there for at least a couple of weeks. All I need for water prep is, a little bottle of bleach, because I can, 1 drop per liter. It's all good. And done pretty well so far with that. That being said, I've got, the closet behind me is, of course, chock full of ammunition and other wonderful supplies. I've got a
So I'm guessing you were probably like me when you heard about the ammo sales were like they're ammo stocks are running out, and you were probably like me or like, oh crap, that sucks, but
It's too bad for those guys.
yeah.
So basically, I started following this Corona stuff, especially. I mean, I was already kind of in the same mindset, but the Corona stuff in early January is when I became aware of it and was, watching the threads and everything. And so I stocked up then. I've not bought anything since, I don't know, mid-February.
I did buy a couple things. I got some of these 2-ways, so that way I can communicate with. I got close comms, so if we have to go out and do some roundabout stuff,
yeah,
we got that. But
actually, yeah, I'll
and I got this, dude. This is badass. Look at this. Look at this.
I went and got a Baofeng. I know it's Chinese. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I don't care.
I went and got that in early March because some of the guys that I know, they're like, "Hey, do you have comms?" And I'm like, "Actually, no, I don't." And they're like, "Well, you got to get them." And they just told me what to buy. I just did it. I've got basically everything else. I, as a hobby, build AR-15s and AR-10s and stuff. And so, like, in terms of pretty much everything else, guns, ammo, outdoor stuff, I got everything. Comms was one of the last things. And yeah.
For me too. That's about the same, gun doc. It's like I didn't even have one of those emergency radios, the one where you can wind it up and get the shortwave radio frequencies. I didn't even have one of those. I had TP. Don't get me wrong. I had TP. I had bullets. I had beams. I had rice. I had everything I needed. But then I didn't have cough and flu medicine or cold and flu medicine, and I did not have the combo. And so I went out and put in on that. And now I can't even get out to the range, so I had to buy new batteries because have you ever used that iTarget?
No. What is that?
Oh, dude, you should go check it out, dude. The iTarget, it's a laser bullet. You can it's got an app you can set up with your phone. It's got a little target. You can home fire, dry fire every single day. I mean, it's been keeping me on point. I'll just tell you that.
Okay. It's a training aid?
Yes. Dry fire aid. Yes.
Gotcha.
I mean, because if you can't get to the range every day, which I cannot because mine are closed down now, but there's other means to it.
Yeah, I really miss going to the range. That used to be my thing at least once a week.
Tell me about it.
It's terrible.
My 18-year-old, he's 19 now. But when my son was 18, I built him his first AR. I was like, yeah, there's no way my kid's going to be without a rifle. And the kid is a better shot than I am. Go figure.
What I think is interesting right now is that, I've always been big in the surplus market. And it was really just like pick of the litter 10 years ago. It dried up, and it was terrible. And now what we're seeing is basically people just selling off whatever they can just to get cash. So I'm going to the local, like pawn shops and stuff, and just getting some pretty awesome deals on stuff that I really shouldn't be buying. I really should be holding on to my money.
Well, now see, that's the same
time. I'm a collector, and I just can't. I can't not do it.
Yeah. See, the thing though, gun dogs is you might think you're just going extravagant now, but we're only in shit hit the fan light. And I'm not gonna lie to any of you. If you don't believe we're already in shit hit the fan, then I don't know what's going on. Maybe you're just thinking everything's gonna be okay and everything's gonna go back to normal. America is not going to be the same. PDX, I see you shaking your head.
Well, to me, I have a different definition, I think, of shit hit the fan. Like when I'm thinking shit hit the fan, there's already no food. People are killing each other.
No, that's
taking
Mad
watch
Max.
at night. Yeah, people are taking watch at night.
No, we're in light right now. We're in Mad Max.
I would say we're in the I guess the prologue of shit hit the fan, but I don't think we're like shit hit the fan yet. And if you think this is shit hit the fan, it's because we haven't really seen anything real tumultuous on U.S. soil since the U.S. Civil War.
Man, let's hope we don't go Stone Age, dude. If we go Captain Caveman,
it'll get really bad. It will get really, really bad if it gets to that level.
You're damn right. A lot of people are gonna die. And hey, Pro Carry, what's going on, brother? Yeah, man, if I hope we don't go to Mad Max. I really do, Cheshire. Because
I hope we don't go to Mad Max either. That's not a world I want to live in.
But it's also a possibility. I mean, the way our government is running things, they're trying to be authoritarian. They're trying, you're gonna do as we say, and that is it.
We're trying to control
you remember the last time? Do you guys remember the last time that America or any government tried to tell Americans, you're going to do this or else? Yes. We all remember what came about it from that. And yes, Rome fell. Do I think America is going to fall? I think we're going to take one hell of a we're going to take a fall. Do I think that we're going to fall and not get up? Absolutely not, because we're Americans. We're too strong for that. But our government really needs to take a good, swift kick in the balls from the rest of us. And until
there's a lot more that needs to go on other than a government kick in the balls if we're going to be able to repair anything in this country.
Honestly,
there's a lot of shit that's going to need to stop first.
I truly hope you're wrong about this great experiment failing. And I know you're not saying that it won't be built, but I hope you're wrong. I hope that the people take this as a lesson and they utilize their power in November to try to fix the problems that they're seeing by using their mind, paying attention to who is actually running what they say and what you could prove to their record is what they want to happen, and vote their conscience instead of just voting for whatever team. That's
it comes out there.
Honestly, I'm one of those people that believe that the Tree of Liberty does need to be watered every now and then, and we all know what that means. However, that should be the last resort, not the first.
Exactly.
Now, I was listening while I was away.
How long?
The eye target you were talking about?
Yeah.
Interesting thing about that, and I've looked at it. I wish there was a way to have it actually fire or simulate recoil, because where a lot of people mess up, it's not pulling the trigger.
Well, yeah, it
Once
is.
you're a trained shooter, it's not pulling the trigger. It's the anticipation of the actual recoil where people mess up.
Then and sometimes it helps people with that, because they're used to that recoil. Because I've got a 40. I mean, this thing kicks like a freaking mule, but I'm used to that. But
Dr. Guns left.
But I can't get to the range every day. So what I do is I use my eye target as a substitute, and I mean it keeps an honest man honest and keeps the criminals out for the
And
most.
that's fair. Now, when you shoot, do you shoot in controlled pairs or single?
I shoot whatever the threat is.
Well, no, it's, when I was
I really don't have. Okay, all right, go ahead.
When I was in the military, they trained me to always double tap. Well, they call it controlled pairs because a double tap is illegal.
Okay.
Under the Articles of War. I wish Gundoc was around because I'd love to pick his brain on this.
Yeah, he just barely dipped out.
Yeah, I know. But we were taught to always use a controlled pair.
Hold on, there he's back.
Okay.
Sorry, internet.
No, that's great. When I was in the military, shooting the M16, we were taught to shoot in controlled pairs. Now, with you being previously a trauma surgeon, could you explain the effects of the human body of ballistics? That way, maybe people would understand the importance of, knowing what you're shooting at, first of all, because the biggest part of guns is always safety. And first rule is know what you're shooting at.
Mm-hmm.
Don't point it at anything you're not willing to kill.
Yeah.
So I think it would be honestly educational just to explain the effects of a bullet on the human body, because there are consequences to our actions. And if, God forbid, anyone has to shoot another person.
Especially with a rifle.
Yeah, well, a 22 is probably the most deadly round ever invented, I would think. But
I've pronounced more people dead with 22s than anything else.
Wow.
Plain and simple. And it's because, again, Memphis and whatever. Most people get shot with 22s, 25s, 32s. The really like cheap semi-automatic tiny pistols, the Lorsons, Jennings, Bryco, whatever, not even High Point. Those things are made of cast zinc. They're cheap, less than $100. They buy them from their friends. That's what they get shot with. I have seen a number of people killed with 22s that would not have been killed with 25s. I've taken care of people that have been shot directly, just like straight in the forehead with a 25 and had it skip off of their skull. The 25 is the center fire equivalent of the 22 in 1890 something.
Mm-hmm.
It is not a powerful round at all, and that's why it's able to be made. That's why the guns are able to be made out of cast, zinc and aluminum. Just very, very weak stuff. So yeah, 22s, 25s, 32s, the occasional 9mm, 380, 40, 45. At that point, it really matters where you put it. More than anything, it's going to be placement. Once you get to 380, it 100% is placement. You've got to put it right in the chest. Other than that, it's going to be a nothing. I've taken it as a medical student, took care of people that have been shot half dozen times, 10 times, all in the extremities and with small caliber weapons, and you don't do anything other than you literally do nothing other than just wash it out with saline and put some gauze on top of it, and that's it. And you send it out. And they're like, "Aren't you going to go after the bullet?" No, you're not.
When I was in
pass through, or do you have to go in and dig them out?
No, it's too much trauma to go after the bullet. Just leave it. I mean, I've got a bullet in my leg. I ran my own code. I mean, it was the same hospital that I trained in. I walked in and told them, I was like, "Hey, I need a room." And they're like, and then they looked at my leg and it was,
Okay, so Gundoc, if I come up to you one day and say, "We need that lead. I need to cut open your leg," what are you gonna do?
They're like, no, this is what you're gonna do. I'm gonna put you in the bed. I mean, this is what I did. I ran my own thing. Put you in the bed. You put a blood pressure cuff on my ankle. and put one on my arm, and then you measure the difference between them. That's called an ABI, ankle brachial index. And you just make sure that it's within a good normal range. Basically meaning that I've got good blood flow to my leg. I mean, it's not compromised.
So what did you get shot with? The 380 or the 9?
I got shot with a 38.
38 special?
Yeah.
Oh.
That must not felt
Who shot you?
Didn't
you
feel
know?
good.
How?
I want to know.
Sorry, there's a lot of speech I didn't hear.
Go ahead.
Do you know who shot you?
Yes, I do. I do know who shot me. He is now in jail.
No. He wanted to know, what does it do? Well, how does it feel? Is basically what he's asking, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh.
What is it like?
It kind of felt like, just imagine somebody took a hammer and just hit you in the side of the leg as hard as they could, like a Charlie horse on steroids.
Now, I remember an attack, and we were shooting 5.56 because we were shooting M4s to repel this attack. And one person who was shot, the bullet entered just above his right, just below his right here on the right side. It exited through his left calf.
Oh.
Now, with 5.56 is a small caliber, but a high powder charge, would that be a common thing?
For a rifle, no, because especially, that's the thing. I'm sorry, I didn't finish any of that. I was talking about, 22s and 25s, which are pretty low caliber. Or sorry, excuse me, they're low power. They're still 22 caliber. It's all the same caliber, but it's all about the speed that it's all going. It's with something like a 223, 5.56 that's going really fast. No, that's pretty uncommon because those tend to fragment and they would, not stay together. But that being said, if the bullet did, there's what you call fascial planes.
And there's the 223.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if that gives you any kind of comparison, this one travels about 3,000 miles. 3,000 feet per second. This one goes about, maybe, if you're lucky, 11.
Yeah. Well, see, what's interesting is those were they weren't armor piercing rounds. They were, I think, standard ball round. And when we 5.56, it was standard ball round. It wasn't armor piercing or incendiary or anything like that.
It didn't matter.
But when we were collecting the bodies at the end, and we just saw the one entry wound and the one exit wound, and the length between, one of the medics there said that's actually kind of common, especially if they are wearing any type of body armor, which he was. And you can see some impact in the back.
Yeah.
So basically, you have in your body what are called fascial planes. Basically, just like the different areas that everything is like separated into. So, you've got like your skin and the subcu fat and the muscle. And in between that is fascia, which is, the things that it's like a dense fibrous material that's going to make it so that when you flex a muscle that it doesn't just burst out. It has to actually compress against it, and so that makes that work. Bullets will follow the path of least resistance, and they will very frequently follow fascial planes because that's an area that you can just zip right through. All surgeons know that, like, of course, fascial planes, you find the plane and then you start dissecting through it. So you'll see similar sort of things. Plenty of times I've seen, people that have been shot right in the top of the arm, and then I'll find the bullet way in their back because it just basically got underneath the fascial plane here between the skin and, the muscle that's right there on the dorsum of the arm, and it just zips right on through. And you'll find it way in some place you don't expect.
That's
So
crazy.
yeah, no, I've seen that. That is
Yeah.
100% like something that's possible. It is not far fetched at all.
Yeah, it's just interesting. I've always found when I first went out to shoot a gun for my first time, I was probably about 4, and my father was a Navy SEAL, so he was very big on gun safety. So the first thing he did is he took me out into the woods and he shot a dead stump with a 12 gauge slug, and of course it was devastating what it did to that trunk.
Yeah, it's 1 ounce of lead.
Yeah. He showed me that, and that's when you learn rule number 1: all guns are loaded.
Yep.
Rule number 2: know what you're shooting at and what's behind it.
Yep.
Rule number 3: do not point at anything you're not willing to shoot.
Yeah.
Destroy.
And later on in life, he had me shoot a side of beef to show me the effects of the bullet on me. How it would affect.
Sounds like Paul Harrell.
Oh yeah, the meat target.
My dad is old school as they get. It's just he wanted me to be educated, so it always interests me how bullets affect the body, and like especially with like your lighter calibers, they tend to tumble inside the body if I'm not mistaken. And that's actually part of the reason, besides the initial mushrooming of the projectile, the tumbling of the round will cause the larger exit wound. If it goes
Definitely in the case of the early M16 where it had a 1 in 12 twist rate with a 55 grain projectile, that would definitely tumble. I mean, it would, you've seen probably the pictures and video of it, messing up watermelons.
Oh yeah.
Most of the people that I've seen that have been shot with, again, not rifles.
Yeah.
Low velocity.
Urban setting.
Yeah. 22s, 25s, the occasional 9mm, 380, and 40.
The 9mm is a supersonic round, where a 40 and a 45 are subsonic.
Yeah.
Which produces more trauma, would you imagine? Because when you have to consider trauma, you have to consider not only the caliber of the round, but you also have to consider the kinetic transfer.
Oh yeah.
So the whole hydrostatic thing of you get shot with something that's like really high velocity, and that has like you see the pictures of going through ballistic gel and it explodes and all that stuff. I have not seen necessarily any difference between any pistol caliber rounds, like in terms of that.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, when you see someone shot with a 45 with the hollow point, yes, it is going to definitely make a bigger hole.
Yes.
But let's just say, I've done a couple hundred X-laps, exploratory laparotomies. Anyone shot in the belly, they get an X-lap. I'm going to cut them from their sternum all the way down to their pelvis, and I'm going to open it up, and I'm going to run through all of their bowels and everything. I have not seen anything that would make me go, oh, this guy was definitely shot with a this versus a that. No, it's just a hole. And you do the same resection and everything else. It has nothing to do with it. Now, that does not apply when someone has been shot with a rifle. There is an immensely huge difference in terms of the energy between any pistol and any rifle. Just your standard, AR-15 223. It's it's 55 grains, but it's moving at 3,000 feet per second. Compare that to a 9mm at 115 grains, something that's twice the weight, but it's going to be moving at half the speed. Well, the thing that weighs half but is moving many times faster, it's going to have multitudes more energy. And I've only seen, I would say, maybe a dozen or so people that have been shot with actual, AR-15, 223. I've seen 2 people shot with AKs.
Oh, wow.
They're in bad shape, and none of them survived. The difference that you see in the wounding characteristics inside, for at least 2 of them, they made it to the operating room, and we did X-laps on them, and it was very impressive.
Okay. Follow-on question. Multiple types of round. Ball, your hollow points, frangible, armor piercing. Which one of those would you recommend more for Dead Men Can't Sue? So which besides placement, because let's be honest, in a self-defense deal, actual aiming is usually optional. Usually it's a panic, pop, pop, pop.
I shot him in the dick.
Yeah. If you're going, and I've heard that frangible rounds that are usually used for plinking targets or whatever, is actually quite devastating to the body because of how the bullet breaks up inside the body. Is that
the
true?
distribution of energy? One, I have never seen anyone shot with a frangible round. I can just say that never seen it. So I don't know. I understand the reason why they think that could be very impressive, and sure, from a physics standpoint, that sounds great, but also from a medical standpoint, it sounds completely ludicrous, because the way that those bullets break up is you have to hit something solid, and then that's going to make all the energy release. You're shooting through something that has the composition of ground beef. It's not going to do it. It just doesn't work that way.
And of course, for all my fans of the Judge, 45 long versus 410, which one is a scarier one from a surgeon standpoint?
I have never seen anyone killed with a Judge. I have seen people shot with a Judge. I've never seen anyone killed with one.
Are you kidding me?
So every time it was probably a 410 round, correct?
Yes. And so here's the fun part. The G2 RIP ammo, the RIP.
Yep.
Okay, there are some pictures, and I shouldn't do this. I'm going to claim that, yes, I put those out there on 4chan, showing that the RIP ammo does nothing. That stuff is terrible.
Really?
Yeah, it goes in. It basically has like a very tiny little core beyond the little petals. It goes in, the petals break off, and the core goes in for a little bit. But I have personally taken care of somebody. I pulled him out of a freaking car in the parking lot in front of the trauma center, that he shot his buddy. Oops. From about 3 feet away, because he was trying to shoot the guy that they were trying to buy some weed off of, and
oh my god,
who shoots people over weed?
Like, I'm going to shoot that guy, and then he just shot his friend that was in the car seat right next to him.
That's not even funny. That's messed up, man.
But this is the thing. That should have killed him. If he had shot him with a 9mm full metal jacket, that bullet should have gone, because he shot him transversely. I mean, he shot him across his body. He shot to the person right next to him. That should have killed him. But it did not, because he was using RIP ammo. So that bullet went into his, deltoid right here, and it broke up, and I identified that it was one of the G2 rounds before he was even in the door, because one of the petals was actually sticking to the outside of his skin after having popped out.
Wow.
Ow.
Yeah. I went,
damn.
oh my god, I know what that is.
That just
as we're taking him in to do, shock trauma level 1.
Wow.
that's yeah. I would say that would probably put me in shock too.
Well, the fun part later is that I got to put a finger up your butt.
Yeah.
You could shoot me with a 22. Hell, you could probably shoot me with a BB gun, and I'd be in shock.
Oh, I see a 22. A 22 is just that round. I'm always scared of because of it'll travel a mile before it drops an inch.
Yep.
I mean, it's for such a small round with a low powder charge. When it enters the body, I had a friend fought just after 9/11. He was at a club and one of his buddies was hitting on some girl. Evidently, the girl had a boyfriend that she wasn't admitting to. And the boyfriend showed up.
Wow.
Got mad, started a fight. They get kicked out. As they're walking to their car, the boyfriend pulled out a 22, shot them both in the back 3 times. The guy who was hitting on the girl was paralyzed from the waist down. And my buddy who I worked with directly lost a quarter of his liver, half of a lung. And from what I was told, it turned some of his insides into soup because it just bounced around the rib cage.
No, that
Okay.
doesn't work. Yeah.
Then
Look, getting shot sucks.
Mhm.
Especially getting shot in the liver, it really sucks. The liver is a very rigid organ, and when it gets shot, it tends to fragment.
I did not know
it breaks apart. It's not, I mean, like that or the kidney. They both, you hit it and it just, boom, it just breaks apart. It's not like the lung, which is very pliable, and that is not that bad, actually. If you get shot in the chest and it misses your heart, you know what? You're going to do just fine as long as somebody gets to you with a chest seal and that you get, a tube placed pretty quickly. You'll be just fine.
I heard belly shots are just bad because if you nick the bowels and intestines and just infection is almost impossible to prevent.
Infection is not, well, yes and no. Basically, what I'll say is that back in the day, I mean, what would kill everyone is getting shot in the gut because there was nothing you could do. These days, yeah, you get shot in the gut, you get shot like 5-6 times. Cool, I'm going to bring you back. We're going to do an X-lap. We're going to, depending on how bad you're messed up, we're going to resect some bowel. We might hook them back up. If you're really in bad shape, we're not. We're just going to leave them in discontinuity and wash everything out and then not even close, the abdomen. We'll just transfer the ICU, wait for a day, go back, wash it out again, maybe hook things back up. I mean, it's very, very different than the way it used to be. But all the way up until... I don't know. I think the Korean War, the majority of people that had colonic traumatic injuries died. And now it's gone from being, 97% death to 97% you live. You're probably, if you get shot in the gut more than twice, you're probably going to lose more than 5 liters of blood, which is the point where we go, we're not going to hook you back together. We're going to give you a colostomy. But you're going to live, and you'll probably, if you live for another 6 months, we'll put it back together.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is interesting.
I figured 2 shots to the gut, you'd probably be done.
I've learned vast amount tonight. Thank you, Dr. Guns. You have definitely satisfied some of my curiosities. I do appreciate you entertaining my sophomore questions.
You're very welcome, and I want all of your questions.
No, you gun dogs. I really appreciate you coming by. I don't know. Is there somebody else that wants to pop in? I don't know. I know. I keep these streams going. We just keep getting interesting people on here, and it's hard for me to just say, we're done. It's been an hour. We're done. It's just I only do this once a week, so it's like, hey, if I got interesting people, I'll have them keep talking. I don't care. We can go on for hours, but
Hey, at Gun Docs, if you'd look over in the private chat area, I'd like for you to contact me offline if possible.
I'll do that.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, much appreciated. Thank you for entertaining me by allowing me to ramble. And definitely Gun Docs, aka Dr. Guns. I like that, dude. I like that name. I'm not suggesting you
It's better
change
than
your
Gun
name.
Docs. You should definitely change it.
Yeah,
I think. Well, I originally it was Gun Docs because it was myself and another doctor, and we were going to be doing this channel, and then he moved away, so it went from being Gun Docs to now it's just Gun Doc.
Yeah. Well, you know what, Dr. Guns.
yeah,
I dig it.
Dr. Guns.
I am going to respectfully bow out. Dangerous Freedom, thank you for having me yet again. I love coming on your show and talking to some of the greatest people that help make America awesome. And
how prepared are you, Sparky?
brother, I am always prepared. Look, I grew up in Hurricane Alley. I always have at least a month's worth of food, enough ammunition for me to at least kill a couple people to take theirs. Look, ammo is heavy, and yours gets a lot lighter after I take it. So that's the way I look at it. Look, I've multiple combat tours, happily survived, and brutally devastated because I did. I love this country. I love everyone in it, even the commies, little bastards. We'll beat them one day. No, I love them because they still have potential to be Americans. They just have to be trained possibly at gunpoint.
All right.
But no, I don't give up on people until they're absolutely, completely useless. That's ever the optimist. But y'all have a great night. God bless. And if you haven't, subscribe to my channel, please. It's Aircraft Sparky. It's written right there underneath my face.
DM,
Will
Aircraft.
do. God bless. Thank you.
Yeah. Y'all have a great day. And for those of you who are on the panel, you can see my email there in the private chat. Y'all want to get in touch with me, contact me. Hey, look, I want to bring some people on. Dangerous Freedom. I need to talk to you offline, so make sure you hit me up on an email, okay?
Oh yeah.
Right on.
But y'all have a great day, and y'all shoot true.
Take care.
Take care. Sparky.
Right on, Sparky. Yeah, great guy there, man.
Yeah, Sparky's awesome. He gets me rolling all the time.
Yeah. You know, I actually I've got a question for you, prepper folk. You've probably seen that the whole meat packing industry has been taking quite a hit in the last week or two, and specifically with like the Smithfield plants for pork,
Tyson,
and everything. Yeah, Tyson, bigly.
Quite a few of the meat plants in my area, and I live in like the meat capital of the world here. And a lot of our meat plants have supposedly had a bunch of COVID infections, and so
what?
Yeah.
Oh, give me a.
Yeah.
Wait.
But
what is the meat capital of the world?
Well, I live in the Midwest, so namely Nebraska.
Okay.
So a lot of the meat packing plants and stuff out here, they've had different COVID infections in different parts of Nebraska. And what's interesting is that these infections were coming out at the same time as there were definitely talks and pushes to open up the economy in full. So I just found it kind of convenient that these infections kind of just sort of happened as they were talking about reopening the economy in full.
I don't know. The way that I've been following it, I feel like that is a nice coincidence. I know that coincidence is like only so many you can have before it's not a coincidence, but I mean, I expected all of this to be more prevalent. And so like just seeing more of those like plants testing positive, like, yeah, I kind of expected that. That doesn't to me seem like anything more than just natural stuff.
Yeah.
The biggest problem that I see with all of this is, okay, yeah, we are seeing all of these plants getting positive and then shutting down. So who's processing the bacon? Nobody. Or should we expect a run on meats and or bacon or, you know, similar things?
I've noticed the price is going up. I'm waiting for $10 for a gallon of milk. I mean, they're gonna get it, dude. The inflation is the hidden tax. You see, that's the one thing that they're not telling. Most people don't even understand that inflation. I remember when I was 19 years old, I could go in and buy a pack of cigarettes for under $1. Now I'm paying over $7, just about. And what we're going to see after this, we might be paying $10 a gallon for, or $10 for a gallon of milk. I mean, honestly, we don't know what kind of inflation is going to spin off of this, but we might turn into Venezuela if we're not damn careful.
Especially socialism. Oh yeah, it's knocking.
Knocking on the back door, and it's not even pleasant.
Yeah, what worries me about a lot of this is the whole petrodollar issue, which is something that like I try to keep up to date with, but like I fully admit like I'm not someone that's all the way there. When we see that the futures for light crude go down to negative $40.
Yeah, that's unheard of.
Yeah,
explain
to me how that happens. How does the oil prices actually go lower than the cost of it? I mean, that's negative. Like they would be paying us to go buy it, right? You would think. I mean,
yeah, but because there's nowhere to store it. You know, that's the thing. It's like all of this. I mean, everything when it comes down to finance and Wall Street and whatever is just all garbage. But we're talking about the price of oil really like next month. And, you know, like they're buying contracts for oil for next month and saying that like, oh, well, we have nowhere to store it now. So what do we do with it? It's useless right now.
Yeah, damn near. I'm trying, dude. I haven't filled up my gas tank in like 3 weeks. I haven't been working.
Well, it won't even trickle down to that because now we're talking about like, you know, light crude. We're talking about something that's not even, it won't be gas until it's processed for much, you know, farther down the pipeline.
The price of gas is going way down.
Yeah. Technically, right now, the price of gas is going up because it's following the trend from 2 weeks ago. Everything is just like so heavily delayed. What we're seeing right now is horrifying and catastrophic, but I don't even know when it will actually affect, you know, gas prices now.
It's definitely affecting our ammo costs. I mean, you know, it's doubled our ammo costs. Our gasoline prices, I mean, they've dropped almost double, but everything else is going up. I mean, ammo and stuff like that. Like I've been pricing out ammo because I used to buy ammo on a weekly basis. Like every paycheck, I would buy some. And now it's getting to the point where it's like it's not even worth me to buy anymore. I've got enough stored, but it's like when do you draw the line and say, look, I've got enough. I don't need to buy any more. Come on, Gun. You got to have something to say on that.
As I say, I'm trying to be polite. How much do you have stored? You can always have more stored.
I would say several thousand.
Yeah.
7,000 rounds.
Yeah. Easily.
Wow.
Yeah. Big old ammo boxes.
Well, you'll be set for the next war. That's for sure.
No,
But
I mean,
look,
all of us understand that, like, okay, when we're trying to buy ammunition, we think about like what happened in the past, like with the 2012 ammo rush and everything else. We try to avoid those sort of things. We look towards the future and we try to prevent anything like that happening. I mean, look towards the presidential election stuff. Most of us, I think, believe that no matter what happens, I think Trump's going to win. That's basically it.
Absolutely.
He may lose, possibly, but I'm not betting on it. And so that means that, like, yeah, I've got a lot of ammunition that I am not at any point trying to sell, obviously. But
yeah,
no, I'm good. I'm good. I'm not worried that we're about to fall into a Biden presidency and we're going to have to deal with the problems that a Biden presidency would encumber necessarily.
Oh,
It's not going to do it.
Catastrophic, that's for sure.
Yeah. So, I've got what I would call for myself enough. And I, bought it all a pretty long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best thing you can do is just, stock up.
Yeah. And I did. I've been doing the same thing for probably about the last 2.5 years. Once I realized that, hey, our government is screwing us and I need to start preparing for myself and my family.
Yeah.
My whole mindset changed completely. And I was like, okay, so I'm buying food every single week. I'm buying ammo every single week. I'm buying this every single week. And I've just been doing that over and over. And, after 2 years, it's like, wow, I've got food stored almost to the rafters and ammo stored halfway up there. I mean,
we're already seeing
You're good.
In Michigan.
And I'm a pretty damn good shot because, like I said about the eye target earlier, even though I can't get to the range every day, you think I don't use my eye target every day? You're out of your mind. Every morning I wake up and I grab that pistol and I make sure I'm on point. So
that's the best thing you do.
I wish I could do it with my rifle, but if I shot my 223 around here, they would probably piss off a few neighbors.
Probably.
Just saying.
Yep.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of uprisings. A lot of patriots, man, are already starting to get a little antsy.
Hands out. We'll see.
I'm not that worried, though.
That's
I'm not
good.
that worried that people are going to start doing mass riots.
They're doing it in Venezuela.
It might happen. I think it might happen in larger cities, but I think in smaller communities.
I think it's just mostly Democratic-run
cities.
Democratic, because there's actually a protest in Wisconsin or wherever the heck Whitmer is.
Michigan. Oh, that's Michigan.
Michigan, yeah.
And that did do, that. Okay. Oh my old man.
I tell you what,
a cute white cat.
A lot of people saying that what the CDC is putting out is
hanging easy. What's up, brother?
Well, we've got a doctor. Why don't you ask our Dr. Guns about what the CDC?
Oh yeah, no doubt. I'm sure.
Please,
What's the question?
What do you think about what the CDC is putting out?
What as terms of numbers and deaths in that percentage?
Yeah. Okay, that's exactly, that's
Oh,
exactly the answer I thought we'd get out of guard dogs. Yeah, it's it's
Get like all
laughable.
kinds of free medical advice from his doctor that we have on the live stream. You know.
Oh God.
It's laughable, dude. I mean, come on, dude. Me and my kids had a discussion about this about 2 weeks ago. We sat down and we all like, man, are you really scared of this corona thing? And they're like, Dad, I think we've already had it. You know what? I agreed with them. I think I had it too. I just, I'll tell you what, you remember when the H1N1 virus was around? I got real damn sick back then. I was down for a fucking week. And ever since then, I don't get sick. I think I caught whatever corona, right? H1N1, or right? That was the coronavirus, correct?
No.
No, that wasn't.
Yeah, it's a different type of virus. Because you see, sometimes each year it's a different form of flu type viral infection. It's not always the same thing.
Huh. Well, I got really sick about 2009.
I think I've only got strep throat maybe twice in my lifetime. That was that.
I dated somebody that actually got, the swine flu.
Oh.
It happens. It happens. It happened like 60 million times in our country. It's not something that was rare.
And it's going to happen again, correct?
What do you mean? Happen again?
There's still going to be people that get the H1N1 virus, correct?
Well, right now I'm not aware of anyone actually testing for it.
No, but then again, have you noticed they're not testing for the flu or the cold? Everybody that's
they are. Well, okay, I'll just say again, because I'd said from the beginning that like I work in nursing homes, that anyone that comes in with the same sort of symptoms has to be initially tested for the flu. That's kind of like a big thing for all of them, is being like, do you have a respiratory disease in your facility? Has it been flu negative? And then if it is flu negative, that's when people freak out because they think it could be COVID. Of course, it could be a dozen other things. But they want to know if it's, flu negative or flu positive. So,
but the interesting thing is
that we are testing for the flu. We're testing for it in outrageous numbers.
Okay.
But the interesting thing is that even though people are dying from other things such as heart attacks or cancer, now they're labeling them as they died from the coronavirus.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
By that.
So if you die from other natural causes, COVID-19.
Yeah, I've heard.
They were forced to say that.
Yeah, well, no, they get money.
Aren't they getting like $30,000 a head per person?
I thought it was 20, but yeah, they're getting money for every COVID death. So I've heard they've been charging numbers.
Dr. Guns has something to say.
Who is they?
The hospitals.
Yeah, the doctors. They're basically saying,
yeah,
well, they're forced to say, this person died from
they don't actually get paid anything. We're going to actually talk about specific codes, because all of this thing has to go down to like a 6-digit code. What code are you going to pay for? You've got to bill one of these things like for a code. If you want to say that like it's because of this, you have to put the code in. That's how it works. So if you want to say that they are just like somehow covering up for one thing or another, that means that it's getting right down to the billable code for that thing.
So
up until now, will there have been a code for COVID-19?
no, I don't remember one ever being issued, but now they're offering for every COVID death, they're giving like $20,000 a person.
Who is they?
Well, I think it has to do with. I think what
government.
he's talking
They're
about is
giving
government
$20,000.
grants.
Who is they?
Government grants, I guess, is what he's saying. There's a rumor out there.
There's a rumor
that yes,
yeah, it might be.
that government grants are being given to hospitals in order to treat COVID-19, and so what they're doing is they are, I guess, calling COVID deaths without either testing or having any proof that it was actually COVID-19, and then marketing as a COVID-19 death, and then getting grant money from the government in order to have treated it.
Whoa! Get pissed for that thing. You're gonna feel it.
No, I know exactly. I know what Cheshire is talking about. We've all been discussing
But as
it.
far as and I'm also aware of medical, billing and how they code when they do that. But I mean, what would the code be for COVID-19? It would be a relatively new code, would it not?
They do have a new code for it.
Who they wrote.
I don't know what it is. I haven't worked in the medical.
Wow, no, actually, I think we know somebody that might know the new code for it. What is the new code?
Do I know the
Well,
new
he
code?
wouldn't know it. He dictates.
No, I don't
What
know
happens is he would dictate it, and ends up getting transcribed, and then all that stuff ends up
Yeah.
getting sent to medical building where they code it, and then it gets billed.
Right.
how it
I
works.
don't actually do any of my coding to begin with. It's done by coders.
Coders.
Yes, I'm aware that there is a code for COVID-19. I actually recently had a patient that I went and talked to who did not have it, but was exposed to it, and so had it still on her profile, and it freaked everyone out.
Oh,
Yeah, it's the ICD-10.
wow.
Yeah.
ICD-10 is what they call it.
Mm-hmm.
IC-10.
Wow. Really shady. That's really shady. Well, then again, it hasn't been really shady for like the last.
Dr. Guns, what are your thoughts
Martha, so-
on the allegation that the hospitals are falsely, diagnosing COVID deaths in order to receive more government grant money? Can you shed light on that?
Technically, I can't because I don't work for any of those hospitals.
Right.
I would like to know if people think that like you can somehow get money out of that. I'd like to know how they think you can. Like that. I mean, I used to work for those companies. I used to work for those hospitals. I used to know for all the ways that they could do that. I don't know. What's their profit motive?
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of problems with all of this, but like the that part,
grand person. Pretty
Well,
good.
what I'm wondering, what's the questions in my mind is, how are they getting the numbers for COVID-19 when they're not necessarily even testing people? Do you know what a pain in the ass it would even be to get a COVID test in my area? Like, they literally will not test you unless you're in the hospital half dead. And the reason why was because I ended up having to take time off of work because I contracted influenza A, but I guess the symptoms of influenza A and COVID-19 are quite similar, but I couldn't prove that I didn't have COVID-19. So I had to call the health department here in order to get cleared to go back to work, and they would not give me a test.
Huh.
most of the positives here, though, I mean, like I'm in Tennessee. We've had fewer than 10,000 positives total.
Yeah,
So we've only had a couple thousand.
And I think we're around 4 or maybe 5.
I mean, are these cases where the person landed in the hospital on a respirator?
No.
Well,
Ventilator, by the way, not respirator. Ventilator.
okay, I guess what Northeast is actually the hardest hit. Here in Massachusetts, I guess according to them, it's like 50,000 cases.
In most cases, though, I mean, like the whole ventilator respirator thing, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to like do on a technicality or anything. It's just,
Oh, don't worry, I'm not butthurt about you correcting me.
No.
yeah, it's just simply that, like, yeah. Most people that get this disease, regardless, don't get symptomatic. The
Now,
vast majority that even do get symptomatic do not get it so bad that they need to be on a ventilator.
yeah.
So yeah,
But I mean,
Exactly,
if they're not offering testing unless somebody is severe enough to be laid up in the hospital on a ventilator, then how do they know what the numbers are? Are they just
don't.
speculating that this
Correct.
person has COVID-19? And how do they know that it's not influenza A? And I guess unless they just test for influenza A, they can do that readily.
One, they know it's not influenza A because the test would be specific for that.
Right.
But they know that, well, they don't know how bad it actually is. And this is something that I've been saying actually for months about how, like, you're going to detect a certain number and it's going to be a tiny little bit, but you're going to actually have a huge number that actually have it. You can't detect everybody. That's basically it. You can't.
No, it's impossible.
You're going to have an enormous number of people that are actually going to be positive, but that you're never going to know. And that's the exact same way that it is with the normal flu. The normal flu right now is that if you get the flu and you don't feel horrible, if you're not just dying to breathe, you stay home. That's it. So you don't get tested. So no one knows. So
All right.
you're not flu positive by the global statistics.
All right. So, Gundoc, I've got a question for you. So, you notice since this whole corona thing came out, we don't hear about anybody dying from the flu or a cold anymore. Have you noticed? It's all just been corona deaths. Have you noticed that, or is that just me? Maybe I'm tripping.
It's not just you, but it's mostly because the way that, like, everything works, right? You just don't hear about it.
Yeah.
The same statistics are still being measured. The exact same things are still being determined.
And they're hiding numbers within the flu deaths. Yep. Yeah, I get you. I got
A bunch of people still die of the flu.
every day, every year.
Yeah.
Probably every day. I don't even know.
Well, right now we're actually at the lowest point. Like, this is when the flu stops.
Yeah. This is where, some cases, weather hits, and it just
people are being like, "Oh, you're just switching all the deaths from the flu into corona." Well, no, not really. It's just corona. Well, the flu's over, and now we have the corona.
Do you think
it's a big overlap. It's still ridiculous.
Well, do you think that coronavirus, I mean, with everything that was coming out about it dying under UV light or it not being able to survive, I guess, in warmer, more humid temperatures, do you think it's going to, I guess, peter out a little bit now that it's beginning to warm up?
Yeah.
Yes. It should follow the exact same pattern that I would expect of all viruses.
So then you predict that it'll probably come back with a vengeance once it cools back down again.
The biggest difference, or maybe the thing that we don't know anything about with this virus, is whether or not it will be seasonal.
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people are saying. The second wave, and I'm
just
about
that is if they shut it down at this time, what are they going to do? Are they going to just shut us down all winter? Are they going to start quarantining us every year?
Right. That's the issue. That's the issue. And that's the thing that, like, I think that there's a very good chance that this is going to be a seasonal illness because of the fact that it mutates so rapidly.
Yeah,
we see it going
Thanks,
so
China.
rapidly that thanks, China.
Thanks, China.
We think it. If it mutates this rapidly, it means that basically you can't have an actual vaccine against it.
I'm glad that
it means it's going to be endemic
anyway, because I get sick anyway. It's just worthless.
So I hope it doesn't do this, but
well,
I don't see another option. I don't know.
And I'm just seeing the second wave not as another wave of this virus. I'm seeing it as something a lot worse. Like, we're going to get put on our knees economically, and America is going to be struggling. China is going to be struggling, and we're all going to be trying to be the first one to stand up in this economic race. Because right now, I don't care what economy you're looking at. Our Dow Jones and all that crap on Wall Street don't give they don't mean a fuck. Dude, right now it's about the men and women who can produce, and we're up against China. So I don't know. They've got those slave factories over there and all that stuff, but when you compare a slave next to somebody that thinks they're free, which I think I'm pretty free. I mean, maybe not totally free, but pretty free.
You're not as free as you thought you were, because apparently all your rights are just privileges now.
Well, I don't have a leash up my ass. I'll give you that, Cheshire.
Not yet.
No, they've been trying to put it up there, and I keep blocking it away.
Wow.
I love that. I love you, Cheshire.
I love you too.
Okay, so Gun Docs, where do you see this going in the future?
My biggest concern is that this is not going to go away for a very long period of time.
What's long? Like 2-3 years, like they're saying?
Yeah, like at least a year. Right now, everyone's freaking out about a couple weeks, but
a lot of people are pissed.
I look at it and be like, we can have. It depends on how we all work it all out, but we're looking at least half a year just to be, kind of bastards about it. I think that realistically speaking, we're looking at much farther periods of time.
Oh boy.
It really all depends, though, on how we kind of interpret and take care of this for the next 6 months.
Well, I can tell you this much: this has definitely been a wake-up call to everyone.
Yeah. I won't argue that one. Conservative.
So now, people are going to be a lot more prepared because nobody knew this was going to happen. Because China wasn't being honest. I don't blame the people, just their government.
Yeah,
Trust me, there's plenty of people in China that are against the CCP as well. So
many of us were fooled. We were all fooled into this, and the government came out and said, "Oh my God, we're all gonna die," and we're all like, "Oh my God, I'll give up my job, I'll give up my career, I'll give up my business." And
Yeah,
then they're
20
like, oh, we're
26
going to
million.
save you. And it's like, who they save? They save themselves. This is like the hugest wake-up call. I'm telling you, I'm not going to go into detail about what I think, but I'm telling you what, hollow points go through armor-proof vests.
Right.
Just saying. I mean, we're sick and tired of this. I'm not going to be fucking bullied around. I'm not going to be pushed around any fucking more. And I see these asshole cops that are kicking people out of parks with their children. I mean, that gets my blood fucking boiling.
Not just that, there's actually a mom that was arrested, I believe, in Texas, and there was a pastor who had a Sunday service. He was arrested.
Yep.
I actually watched that at the Pete Santilli show. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
If people don't think your constitutional rights are being trampled on right now, you're nuts.
Arresting people all over the place. All I'm asking is, where are all the patriots with the long guns?
Well, it's funny that they're shutting down churches and synagogues. I wonder if they're doing anything to the mosques.
Probably not.
They're not.
They're not doing
Yeah,
it in Europe.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, that is nice. Oh,
Is that AR-15?
no, it's 10.
Yeah, it's an AR-10.
Yeah.
And also specifically, you can see that nice shiny receiver.
This
See
is
that? That looks nice.
Oh, that's the AR.
Because
you
that's
got
the
a gun
80%
wagon
made from
here.
Noreen firearms.
I could actually tell just from the magwell that was, and I'm getting one of those soon because now I've got.
How much would one of those go for?
It depends. If you build it yourself, you can get one for like $400 or $500.
Oh, damn.
Yep.
Palmetto State, and you go buy the lower from your local gun shop. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. But you got to build it. You got to know how to build it. And did you build that one, Gun Doc?
So the lower from here is a Noreen that I polished myself to make it nice and shiny. I want everyone to know that this is an 80% that I milled myself.
Oh, no shit. Wow.
Yep.
That is.
So is that scope night vision too, or is it just?
Oh, 9 milli. Oh, you're building
No, the scope is just standard.
Oh, okay, standard scope.
Gosh, what is it?
Because they do have ones that
Vortex.
you do night vision. You can see perfectly right through it. What's out in front of you.
No, I've got some night vision scopes. They're fun, but no, that's not one of them.
It's so crazy.
Yeah, the night vision, that's one that I've been wanting to work on, but man, that's an expensive endeavor. I mean, unless you got like a few grand stashed away, that's a rough one. I want to
It's cost effective.
The forward-looking infrared FLIR, that's the one I want, because I want to see them coming and they won't see me at all. But
that's why I always buy camo.
Yeah, well, camo only hides so much. Can't hide body heat.
Well, the darkness is what I'm trying to say. They can't see you if you're in the dark.
They can still see the heat. A thermo sensor will see that. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to like ice yourself down, dude. I'm just telling you. I mean, to really hide, you gotta find.
I'm like a human heater, so it's gotta be.
Yeah. When you look at me, I'm talking like a professional. I've never been in that battle, but I'm just going from what people have told me. It's like,
That's a good tip, though.
Yeah, different thermals have different readings, and so a thermal reading, they'll be able to see the heat. They'd be able to see your cat's asshole from 20 feet away. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know what you mean now. God.
Sorry, Cheshire. I had to do that, hon.
You guys crack me up, and well, you guys are pulling your guns out and having a gun measuring contest. I'm crocheting.
Hey, that is not a very long gun. Okay, that is a very short gun.
Yeah.
We're not measuring much there.
No. And I'll tell you what, if I had to have somebody tending my wounds, it would definitely be Cheshire or you, Gun Doc. Man, I'll tell you what, both of you both are. You're more important than you might even know in this revolution.
Well,
Right.
something
Yeah.
that I actually wanted to talk about a little bit more was just the simple fact that, like, okay, I have taken care of a lot of people with gunshot wounds. Just in terms of, what we're going to be able to do when we're taking care of, people in a potential revolution is how do we take care of actual wounds?
Well, how are you going to take care of it in the sterile technique without spreading infection?
What do they say, Nine?
Correct. And exactly at what point is sterile technique actually useful?
Good point.
Yeah.
There's a lot of points at which sterile technique does not have anything to do with infection rate.
Well,
I can definitely see that.
It's true.
Spit on it? I don't know.
What about? I mean, would it even make a difference not even being able to sterilize instrument in autoclave or anything like that? I mean,
That's correct. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's absolutely right.
When I see these protesters, it just reminds me of 1776. How it was back then, because they were protesting.
There's a revolution in a boogaloo. Guys.
We're repeating that.
If the economy collapses and the infrastructure collapses, there's no electricity, there's no water or anything like that. I think what he's saying, and it would be difficult to even. The medical practice would change because he wouldn't even be able to practice the way that they even do it in the hospital. Because when I'm talking about sterile technique, I'm talking about the ability to sterilize and clean the instruments, which wouldn't even be available. So what would that even look like in a boogaloo?
Yeah, that would look like you got a bullet through your leg.
I mean, I'm telling you what it would look like on a scrub nurse end.
Well, I don't know about scrub nurse because we're talking about not even triage. I mean, most of this battle is going to be fought at the battlefront.
But what I'm talking about is that people would be dying from wounds that would normally be able to be treated successfully by Dr. Guns in the society that we have. But if there's a total boogaloo and there's a complete and total collapse, that's going to change. The mortality rates are going to increase because we're not going to have the equipment that we need in order to treat people's wounds.
It's only a scratch.
No, 100% correct.
Come on, man. You all know that phrase. It's only a scratch.
It's only a flesh wound.
It's just a flesh wound.
100% correct. I mean, it's like one of the things where I was talking about, like how amazing it was that after the Korean War, that we went from having people that were having wounds in their colon that were 80 to 90% fatal to 20% fatal.
Well,
that's ridiculous. That's amazing. And it's only because of the way that we had technology and also just things like antibiotics. You try to put yourself in the exact same sort of position.
Well, according to Dr. Deborah, I'm actually watching a Fox News thing now. It says the name of the headline is coronavirus deaths will be dramatically decreased by the end of May.
Why?
Oh yeah, the end of
May.
That's
what she's saying.
Why?
Right.
Gotta give me a freaking break, dude. There's no way we can go through the end of May. It's just no. There's no way. I mean, going down.
Reason why?
I mean, has your business been slowed down by this? Gun Doc?
Of course.
This is ridiculous. Why are we doing this? I mean, they're trying to save people and reduce the curve, but the curve is already done. I mean,
yeah, we already reached that peak at like what was it, a week ago or 2 weeks ago?
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So eventually, what happened is it just goes down to a flat line.
Yeah. Question, man.
This is coming from her. She's a deep state actor. I mean, take that with a grain of salt, okay?
Yeah, who is she?
Yeah, no doubt.
She's part of the President Trump's task force. Him and Dr. Fauci.
Okay.
Well, actually, he hasn't been around.
Yeah. I totally. I like what New York said. You know what? I can't pull it up. They're prolonging this for an unknown reason. What's behind the curtain?
Oh, that's why it's ushering the New World Order. It's that simple.
Yep. I think so too.
That's exactly what they're trying to do. Because now they see this virus. Oh, the perfect time to bring it in.
Yep. Like they did after 9/11.
Yeah.
9/11. Yep. Oh my God.
Dr. Guns, what do you think about the New World Order?
I love the New World Order. I think it's fantastic. Can't wait.
What aspects do you like the most?
Seriously, no.
I love how they stole our freedom. That was pretty clever of them. I'll give them that.
Well, it's really these Democrat governors who are doing it.
Yeah, they were really crafty. They came in and swept our feet out and like, hey, no, we're gonna do this. And what was it? Thomas Jefferson, I believe, said, if you sacrifice your safety for a little bit of false security, then you deserve neither
temporary safety for essential liberty.
Thank you.
Bingo.
Bam.
You deserve
That's my name.
neither.
Dangerous freedom, dude. I'm not sacrificing nothing. They can kiss my ass. I will shoot through the door. I don't care if they got a badge or not. I don't care. Never mind. I did not say that. Retract that.
Yeah, it's just so weird because
wait until
I've been researching about that.
Just wait until things really move into Orwellian Nightmareville, and everything that we're talking about and everything that we've said tonight is deemed illegal, and we all get arrested somewhere down the road.
Well, put this.
You're already there.
We're already on a list, babe. Oh my God. We are already on that
list because do you know why? I am a nobody. Nobody gives a shit about me. The government doesn't find me as a threat. Not yet.
How do you know?
As far as you know, no doubt.
Number
one, I didn't wave my gun in front of the camera. Number one.
You can have freaking drones flying over everybody.
That's all right. Drones are easy enough to shoot down if you had a 12 gauge.
Oh yeah.
Or a 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
If you can I would love to see that video, Gun Doc. You shoot a drone down with that, I will be totally impressed.
I'll work on it.
Things that these drones that they're using are from China. That right there should be a red flag.
I would definitely do it. That is so badass.
Oh yeah, one shot.
You know that out yourself?
Yes, I did.
Man, I'm impressed. I really am impressed, dude.
Yeah, very impressed. Real.
Thank you.
I mean,
this is why our forefathers warned us about this type of stuff, because anything can happen. That's why the Bill of Rights is made, because he understood the importance of having rights as an American citizen and the Constitution. That's why it was made, to keep the government in check. But if the government steps out of line, which is in the First Amendment, we have the right to peacefully protest and form a militia if we don't like what they're doing.
Yeah, well, I think they've already passed that first line.
Especially, I'm talking about the Democrats, of course. Democratic government.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about the government in general. They've
Yes,
already,
yes.
Wait a second. What about the rhinos? The Republicans in name only. I think our government is. If you were the enemy, if you were a communist enemy, would you have just infiltrated the Democratic Party, or would you have done both?
I have not seen Cal Pie.
If you guys are invested in one of these, like Dangerous Freedom has, definitely gotta get them. If you're in the woods with this, you could get up to 37 miles out. 3 miles.
You know, small comms are going to be important.
Very
you can communicate with your people up to a block away, which is well, in our case, very, very valuable.
There he is. It's all right. It happens.
But yeah, I mean, you know, I got 4 of these. I got one for all my kids. I got I got gas masks. I went out and bought gas masks for all my kids. I mean,
that's something I'm probably gonna invest in myself.
I mean, we got rifles. I got rifles on both ends of my house, armed by different people. But
hey, you gotta be prepared for anything. If some freaking nut job out there tries to liberate your home, you gotta know how to execute and take that person out.
Back to the rafters. I won't be starving anytime soon, but we need to get some stuff growing. You know, that's what everybody is saying. You got to get a garden or a farm going.
Yeah.
Unless you're in Michigan and the Nazi governor there doesn't let you buy seeds.
Oh, my God.
No, she does not.
Don't get me started on that fucking witch. Oh, I hate that bitch.
No, the one that says abortion's, big Bush is great again. I'm like, what?
What?
That's what a hat said.
What did the hat say?
It said, make abortions great again. I'm like, who has a hat like that? Oh, all right, she does.
I literally had to turn around just to make sure, like, I don't have anything saying anything to the opposite, right? Nope.
No, just throw a little water on her. We'll find out really quick.
Oh, boy.
She's probably pretty wicked. Actually, from what I understand, she's very wicked.
You could just kind of, I don't know, there's this look in her eyes. And when she was doing this, doing some kind of a press conference, and the way that she was talking about the protesters, it was almost like they were
peasants.
Yeah, peasants, or like little bugs or something like that. Well, you know, like she was running a daycare and not a state. There was just something really kind of...
Well, all she's doing is just pissing people off even more. It doesn't matter what she says.
Well, people of Michigan, I'm glad to see him standing up, because that Whitmore...
It's not just happening there. It's happening all across the country.
That Whitmore, she's got her stilettos on their balls, so they might want to, yeah.
Not mine. Thank God. I'm in a different state. And so are you, gun docs. And actually, you're in a good state. I'm thinking, I mean, if we ever really have to get to a bug out, I think we're all going to head to Texas, because we might have to make our last stand just like the Alamo. I mean, you know, we're going to have to flood Texas and run all the
Why wouldn't you just make a stand where you're at?
Well, that's mine.
Because if you were to, if everybody in the country just flocked towards Texas, what are we just? We're just going to cede territory to the enemy? Sounds like a hell of a strategy to me to lose.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking Texona, because there's a lot of us out here in Texas. Texas. There's a lot of us out here in Arizona.
Yeah, I would stand your ground there.
Yeah, damn right. And we have constitutional carry. I mean, I've been pulled over.
This Patriots here. I actually read an article that because this is a Democratic state, because they're freaking idiots. But
yeah,
over 152,546 people voted for President Trump, and the presidential primary. I did too. So,
Man.
so there's what's in this state. Not a lot, but there's enough.
Well, and it's the same thing, conservative patriot, is even in California and even in Massachusetts. I mean, you look at all these states that are just under the gun. I mean, the government is just running them under, saying, well, you should have known this. Well, you should have known that. But they're still fighting back. I mean, without.
I think there's going to be a protest at the governor's office here in Boston. What's already happened? I don't know. I didn't really see anything on it.
New York.
New York? That's gone.
No shit. No, man.
I looked at it. It's level freaking shit.
But, man, you're in a rough spot, brother. You know what? Although I'll give him this. I think the outskirts, like New York Heights and stuff like that, they are very patriotic.
Oh yeah.
And so, the New York City folk, and I know exactly.
The problem is they listen to the freaking media. It's just like I say in my videos all the time. Turn that shit off. Turn it off.
And shit's just getting sideways, dude. Shit's getting sideways. We all need to be prepared because we don't know what the government's going to throw at us next. We really do.
That is correct.
No, you don't, because they're not going to tell you. They're going to implement it first.
Yep.
And ask questions later.
This is the best thing for you, and it's like, it's the best thing for you. It's not the best thing for me. The best thing for me is to tell you to go fuck off because I'm not going to listen to you.
Yeah, they work for us. We don't work for them. We are the biggest powerhouse out of all the branches of the government. We're the most powerful.
Absolutely correct.
We gonna win. You gonna lose. Woo.
Because it's many. Put it this way. There's many.
We may not win.
There's many combat veterans.
Did you guys hear what Dr. Gunn said? He said we might not win.
That's correct.
That is a frightening thought.
Yeah, it is, but
you want to know the truth though? I would rather die in it than live in the clown role that they have planned.
Amen.
I don't want to live in what they are wanting to do to the country. I don't want to live in it.
Well, it's not just that. They want to use these vaccines to mass repopulate. Like
they can take their vaccines and they can sit on them and fucking spin.
Yeah.
They can shove up their ass, too.
None of us are getting those vaccines.
Yeah, because they want to put chips in there. Well, they're calling it the mark of the beast.
Well, it don't even matter. I mean, I never got a flu vax. I've never.
Here's the thing, though. Guys, though.
People that got the damn thing.
Here's the deal about the possibility of being chipped. Couldn't someone like Dr. Guns remove the chip?
Yeah.
Possibly.
It would suck.
How would I do that, though?
If they inserted a microchip into somebody, you could more than likely remove it.
Yep.
Like, let's say they mandated everybody to be microchipped somehow. Couldn't you remove them from people without the government knowing? So the government thinks you're chipped, but you're not?
I bet.
Not that they could. Well, maybe one, but not the other.
Here's the deal. I'm not going to be microchipped. And if I do get microchipped, I'm going to end up digging it out later. I don't want it to be chipped.
Yeah, knowing you chew it out of your own ass.
No, I would just go to somebody that I could trust to remove it for me.
I've got a K-bar. That might remove it.
A K-bar? Oh, boy.
Your ass, too, though. Oh, man. God wins. I like that. DPA. That's a good one. God wins.
We definitely got to put our armor of God on because it's gonna get pretty gnarly.
It's already getting gnarly. What are you kidding? Who are you trying to kid, man? We don't know what's coming next. I don't know what's coming next. Are you kidding me? I'm doing the best I can to be prepared as I can. Because I don't see this going well for us at all. I mean, I'm looking at like Rome falling is about the devastation I'm looking at. Our dollar is...
Well, and that's where it becomes incumbent upon all of us to resist in any way that we can in order to ruin the system that they're going to try to put in place. I suggest doing it subtly if we do not win. Well, forcibly. What I'm talking about is if we do lose in the situation, reverse subversion. That was why, if the government does require all of us to become chipped, that there's the idea of being able to remove them.
Not happening. I'll be the one that stands up for Jesus and says, nope, you're not chipping me. And they'll just execute me there. I don't care. I am just...
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, is if you were to get executed in a situation like that, how on earth would you expect to resist? There'd be nobody left alive. Somebody's got to be smart.
Well, because that would mean if I was the last one, then nobody else would be left. Because if there was somebody else left, then you could shoot them, and then I could stand up and turn around and slay them.
What I'm saying is that I don't think that this is going to be a shooting war. I think it's going to be a war more... What's going to be more effective will be subversion.
I kind of agree with that.
I can't argue that fact either.
So, I mean, if you think you're going to win this with guns, I think you're out of your fucking mind. And in a situation where we do win, somebody's got to be left standing. So there's got to be a plan in order to subvert the government once they start to...
That's why we have kids. That's
Huh?
why we got kids.
Have you taught them any of the arts of subversion or psychological manipulation?
Yes.
Are they any good at it?
I mean, they're not as good as I am.
I mean, would they be able to sweet talk a cop out of giving them a ticket at least?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Without a doubt. I mean, I told my kids, it's like, you know what, you only tell people as much as they need to know and as little as they should know. And yeah, they figured that out pretty good. It's like, yeah, no, I don't know.
Here's the deal. This is a war of subversion and manipulation. I don't think they're going to go absolutely hot on us. What they're going to try to do is they're going to try to squeeze us through law.
Yep.
Correct.
Yep.
They're going to try to squeeze us in a non-violent way. And as a matter of fact, the way this is going to work, the first person that get violent loses. So basically, our best bet before the boogaloo. You guys always talk about the boog. There ain't going to be no boogaloo that you're going to start. What it's going to be is it's going to be where they encroach on us and encroach on us, encroach on us. But what we do is passively resist. So then by the time they're kicking our doors down and dragging us out by our hair and throwing us into concentration camps, we have every justification on the world stage to actually go boogaloo.
Man.
It's going to take a long time to get there. And it's going to, you're going to need to be smart and you're going to need to be subversive.
Man, I don't know. You're looking at a future that I'm not seeing.
I think she's correct. I think she's absolutely correct.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think it's going to take that long. I think they're going to kick in the wrong door and
they're going to have to do it because they're resisting. They don't want to do this violently because if they do it violently on us, it's going to look bad on the world stage. The whole world is watching. Now, they might do it if they black our internet out.
Dude, the whole world is watching this
Dangerous freedom.
Pandemic.
Do you want to look like a badass or do you want to win?
Yeah, I'm going to win.
Do you want to look like a man with your balls swinging it or do you want to fucking win?
I'm going to be winning with... my kids aren't starving.
Well, then you better learn the game you're playing, and it's not the game you think you're playing.
Yeah, well, we don't know the game we're playing because nobody...
The Patriot's nodding his head. He's thinking about it. You need to think about this.
None of us are none of us really know what the hell is going on.
I think I have an idea of it.
They are giving us lies left and right, Cheshire.
Yes, because they're mind fucking us is what they're doing, and they're gaslighting us. It's a form of psychological manipulation. I suggest
They are gaslighting us.
Huh?
They are gaslighting us.
What Dr. Gunn said.
So yeah, they're lying to us.
They're gaslighting us. What they are doing is they are trying to twist our reality. It's like if somebody walks up and slaps you across the fucking face. Like if I were to walk into your room and slap you across the face, and I had conservative patriot here and Dr. Guns here say she didn't slap you. It's basically torturing you and fucking with you and then lying to you about it and actually getting a consensus around you to twist your own view of reality so you don't trust your own perceptions. That makes you more susceptible to be manipulated by the three of us.
Yeah.
And they do it over a prolonged period of time. That is what they're doing to us.
Although you could seduce me, though. So
yeah, maybe is part of it too.
Yeah, right. I'm sorry about that, Cheshire. I couldn't help myself. Yeah.
The reason why I'm being serious here is because we're in deep fucking shit.
Yeah.
And you guys are wagging your guns. I mean, that's great. I'm glad we're armed and everything, but there needs to be a smarter plan. Because I'm telling you right now, they're not playing at the same level as most of us are.
No, and
and I think I kind of see the game that they're playing, and I'm trying to relay that to you.
Okay, I'm listening.
Okay, this is going to be a warp subversion. What I'm saying is that we as patriots need to be smart.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Look, I love guns. I love men's guns. Just going to throw that out there. But we need a plan. If there's going to be some kind of plan where the government is going to chip us all or force us to be chipped, are you going to stand there and refuse to be chipped and have them blow your fucking head off? Or are you going to get chipped and have someone like Dr. Guns pull it out later?
And I don't think it'll go there. I think what they would do is they would tell you can either get chipped or you have to find another line of work. In which case, I would go find another
line of work.
Well, like construction. I mean, most construction jobs, they don't give a crap.
Well, what we're going to have to hope for is that some corporations don't end up following this kind of law and actually firing people for not being chipped like dogs.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue that.
Some of us might be lucky. Some of us might be luckier than others, depending on who the owners of the companies we work for are.
Yeah, well, we're about to find that out.
Yeah, but I'm just throwing this out there. This is food for thought. This is going to be a warp subversion. I don't think it's going to go hot. But if it does go hot on our side, we have to absolutely make sure that we look impeccable on the world stage and completely justified in our actions. And that means not doing anything stupid or talking about let's boogaloo because let's boogaloo because Whitmore wants everybody out of jobs while she sits in her ivory tower and whittles her clit. We don't have time. We've got to be smart about this.
Man, come on.
Definitely a plan of attack is definitely a must.
Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Because we just
I put my crochet hook and my yarn down just to tell you this. Dr. Guns, you look like you're about to fall asleep.
Not at all. You actually made a very good point, and that's why I'm just like staying myself as I'm just gonna stay put.
Oh dear.
Yeah, but she's definitely right. We definitely gotta be smart about this. We can't just go.
If I were every person here, Dangerous Freedom, Conservative Patriot, Dr. Guns, I have no doubts that you're educated as hell on some of these matters, but definitely look into psychology and different ways that psychopaths operate, psychological manipulation, the whole gamut. Read on personality disorders, antisocial personality disorder, to try to figure out how these people are ticking. Because if you know how these people can tick, you can outthink them.
Yeah, actually, the biggest problem is borderline personality disorders.
I actually have a suspicion that a lot of these social justice warrior types and these Antifa types are probably very prevalently some kind of a cluster B, but more than likely a borderline personality or narcissistic personality. But I think the smarter ones at the top are at least sociopathic or psychopathic.
Correct.
I do not resemble that remark.
No, none of you guys, I don't think, have personality disorders. That I know. Well, we probably all have some sort of narcissism or something if we're on here talking about this shit.
Yeah, no.
But
It's just.
But that would be my suggestion for all of you, because again, this is a war of subversion. It's a very smart war. You can't be fucking dumb.
Yeah, you definitely gotta have a blueprint on everything.
You have a blueprint on force.
Yeah.
But again, they're operating at a completely different level.
Well, I don't think any of us have a blueprint for what, what our forefathers may have had a blueprint for this. Maybe we should go back through their maps.
The war back then was completely different. The British were sloppy and stupid.
Now
The people that are pulling the strings now are a lot smarter than King George III ever was, and he was a madman, inbred with all kinds of psychological and genetic illnesses that would embarrass anybody. I mean, they were not operating at the level that they are operating now. This is like KGB level shit.
Correct.
Yeah, you don't think they've outsmarted us, though?
No, well, they haven't. But the good thing is we have the Constitution standing in their way, but it's at least buying us time, and it's at least giving us some kind of leverage to fight back psychologically on the stage.
Good point.
So look, I the talk about the boogaloos, we need to be smart. We need to be smarter than that.
Boogaloo is retarded.
It's like, no, I don't want my face on here.
Well, the reason why I'm saying this is because, no offense, I understand this kind of shit because I'm a female, and females have been steeped in this kind of crap since they were in grade school.
Really?
This manipulative, rumor spreading, character assassinating kind of game that they're playing. I'm a little more familiar. Guys, you guys seem to operate more up front. When I'm interacting with men, you guys operate more up front. Women have a tendency to be nice to your face and then destroy you behind your back. And these are the kinds of techniques that these people are using.
Yeah, I am. So they do act like
this is kind of So this is kind of vicious feminine behavior, but it's smart. And it's smart because it's not physical. You can see a bruise, but you can't see rumor spreading or assassination. It's much more easy to fly under the radar doing that kind of shit. It's a female form of aggression that you're dealing with. But it was weaponized, especially by the Russians and the KGB and the communists. That's the kind of warfare you're dealing with.
I'm glad I'm your friend. The only problem is
your lucky stars yet.
I know you're like the only woman that I know that's really a friend.
I appreciate that, but
yeah, no, we're in a war.
We need to come up with plans about what we're going to do once the government really starts exerting force on us. We're going to really need to think about what to do once the internet kicks us off, because I think our time is going to definitely be. I think our time will be limited on here before we're banned off of all these platforms, and we have no way of communicating. So
yeah,
I don't know if you know any other, if there's any autists or anything like that. We need back doors of communication online if possible.
Yeah, breaker one.
There needs to definitely be plans.
Dude, I've got.
But like I said, I don't think it's going to be a
they're
boog.
rechargeables.
And if there is a boog, we need to make sure that we are completely justified. Do you guys hear me?
Yeah. Absolutely. I would never ever want to take anybody's life.
This is a psychological war, and it's a war of optics.
Yeah. Although, I've seen some of these cops out there doing.
These cops are meatheads. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Half of them have maybe an average IQ of maybe 90 or 95.
Shit, if that.
They think with their dicks, but that's about it. They do what they're told, and that's all. Don't fault them. They can't help it. They know not what they do. But that is where studying on psychology, your language, techniques, and stuff like that. Like I said, you've got to be able to talk your way out of a fucking ticket, at least.
Well, out of a ticket? What?
Yeah. It might be a little easier for me than it would be for you guys, but that's beside the point.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Oh, I tell you.
Yeah, no doubt, PDX. That is your best bet. Just don't get pulled over, man. If the government don't get behind you, then you've got less chance of getting pulled in their trap. Or apple. Yeah, they're actually lately they're just assholes. I mean, when was the last time you've met a government agent that was actually a decent man? I mean, I'm trying to remember. I think it was about 3 years ago. And he still cited me. He gave me a citation for no registration, but he checked my gun. He actually pulled my gun out of my conceal and went back and ran it, came back, handed it back to me, fully loaded, the way he took it. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, at least he gave it back to me. And it's like, when are we going to draw the line here? We really all need to. I'm guilty of this too.
We draw the line when we can for sure know that our actions can be backed by the concept of self-defense. Meaning that once the government absolutely starts pushing us with I'm talking they're kicking our doors in and confiscating our weapons, they're stealing they're you know what I'm saying? Now, the optics with this coronavirus hasn't looked good. This is going to work in our favor. Those soccer moms that were arrested in parks, it doesn't look good for the government. It makes us look righteous. But I'm saying passive resistance.
Yeah, and all the people that are out trying to buy guns that they thought they could buy over the counter.
Stock up on weapons and have them. We do not want to be caught in a situation where we have UN jackboots on there that are coming into our homes and rounding us and putting us in a concentration. By then, we will be completely justified in defending ourselves. But until then, no boogaloo.
Okay. But I think I'm with gun docs on this. If I see a blue helmet coming down my street,
that's an invasion.
That's going to make a good target.
Yeah, that's an invasion, though.
Do what you have to do.
Yep.
But what I'm saying that for the most part, this is a psychological war. It's going to be non-hot. And actually, it's a cold war between factions of our government that have been infiltrated by communists and the citizenry.
Yeah. For a long time.
Yes. Keep your wits about you.
They've been planning this for decades.
Yes, they have. And here's what's really going on is that they've gotten their claws so deep into our government, they now feel comfortable and powerful enough to start jerking us around. Yeah. But we see them now. Now, I don't know how many of you had a sense many years back that something was seriously wrong, but just couldn't put your finger on it.
Well, even when I was little, I knew there was something off the whole time.
Well, it's tangible now. It's palpable. You can feel it. You can see it.
Yeah.
And the good thing about the election of Donald Trump is it brought them out of hiding and made them put them in plain sight. We now know exactly what we're looking at.
Yeah, he exposed them in front field.
So, anyways,
and he continues to do so on a daily basis.
Yeah, I do like that. When he calls out the fake stream media.
Oh, he shuts them right off.
They're the mainstream media. It's not just fake news. They're mind fucking you.
Yeah, they are the enemy.
Yeah, they were infiltrated by the CIA. They have their own.
What was the CIA infiltrated by?
They infiltrated the They infiltrated them. It's clearly obvious because I've actually written a book. It's called
"Was the CIA infiltrated by?" You can find this answer. You can find the answer to this on the Confession by Yuri Bezmenov. Communists.
Yeah, exactly. That was the next part I was gonna get to, but yeah.
Like I said, if you really want to get a hold of the relationship that or what the relationship between us and the powers that be are, I suggest you start reading on cluster B personality disorders.
I don't know
and the tactics that they use to abuse their targets.
What's a mental disorder?
They're not mentally ill, but they do have a personality disorder.
So like most of us.
Well, a person who doesn't have a personality disorder or who might have aspects of personality disorder, but it's not something that either wrecks their life or completely destroys the life.
Exactly, yeah.
For people with personality disorders, the reason why they're so destructive is because they're so twisted that they act in such a deterministic way that they destroy everyone around them. They use and they manipulate and they lie and they steal and they cheat with absolutely no regard to who they're hurting. They have no regard. Yeah, they have no regard for anyone's rights. They have no regard. They just all they see is what they want, and usually it has to do with power.
Democrats.
Yeah, it sounds familiar to conservative patriot.
Obviously, yeah, I'm not going to repeat what I said.
All right. Yeah.
You know that's.
I'm done ranting.
No, actually,
I'm just talking in circles now.
I know.
No. I'm glad
you. We're going on almost 6 hours. I should probably let this thing go. Hey, Gun Docs, I appreciate you coming on, brother. Thank you very much. And we do this every Saturday night. So if you want to come on again, also if you want to find me, you can go on my channel, and my email is in the about section. So you can always drop a link there. And Conservative Patriot, always a pleasure having you on. Thank you very much, Cheshire.
It's a pleasure. I enjoy hanging out with y'all. Thank you very much.
So so what do you think about Tennessee? Honestly, I mean, I know a lot of patriots in Tennessee. What do you think is really going to happen with Tennessee?
Tennessee is it's a crazy little bit. Yeah, we're all fine.
Okay, I got you there. Yep, you'll be good. That's good to know. All right.
All right. Take care.
All right, 9 Millie.
It's good to see you.
DPA, Linda Horner, DPX.
She's one of my supporters as well.
Who's that?
Linda Horner.
Oh yeah, Linda. Yeah.
She's everywhere, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Aircraft Sparky. Don't forget to go check out Aircraft Sparky. He's got his own channel.
On Facebook.
Take care. You guys have a really good time. It's good to see you guys. I will be seeing you another time.
Absolutely, and
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
I mean, I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's just us.
Yep, it is. I'm going to bid adieu myself because I'm not getting any younger.
Oh my
Dangerous
God.
Freedom, as always, it has been a pleasure. Thank you for entertaining a raggedy old cat on your channel.
Hey, no problem. Hey, were you on with geez, I can't believe.
Watchful Warrior?
Yes, Watchful.
Yes, we went on at 8 o'clock.
Okay, and then you got off a little bit early and then hopped over.
Well, we got off probably after about an hour and a half. So we didn't have too many people that were in our chat. So we went ahead and called it. We'll be on again next week at 8 o'clock p.m. So that's typically when we go. We used to go Friday nights, but not anymore. I'm working late and stuff.
Yeah.
There's people out of jobs. I'm working more.
I finally get to go back to work.
Right.
Man. All right. I'll let you go, hon.
All right. I will see you on another stream.